All right, and we're live. Welcome to the Great Prairies Pitch Marathon 2022. It's going to be an awesome day. We already got 50 people on this call. We got 2 Zoom calls, both being live streamed. It's going to be our biggest pitch marathon ever. What an awesome day. So great to have everybody here today. And you know what? To kick things off, I've got my own pitch. I've got my own 3-minute pitch. Are you guys ready for this? I've got my own. I'm going to time myself. I'm going to play within the rules. Let's see if I can share my screen. Let's see if Zach Storm still has what it takes to give a pitch. All right, everybody ready for it? Meanwhile, I encourage people to say hello on the Zoom chat. Here we go. And here we are. All right, welcome to the Great Prairies Pitch Marathon, everybody. I'm Zach Storm from Startup TNT. I'm going to be your MC and host throughout the day today. We've got over 200 companies pitching today. And before we get started, first things first, all of the prairies are on treaty territory. And it's important that we first acknowledge this land as the traditional meeting grounds and territories of the many First Nations, including the Nehiyaw, the Dene Sileni, the Nakota Sioux, the Anishinaabe, the Niitsitapi, the Dakota, the Lakota, and the Métis First Nations, and the many other nations that lived here before us. And we are coming together today from all across the prairies, all across Canada, all across the world, I hope, to listen to the stories of our entrepreneurs pitching here today and check out the stats for our very first prairie-wide pitch marathon. It's our third pitch marathon that we've ever hosted, but this is one that's definitely the biggest ever. It's the first one where we welcome Manitoba to the group. We got 35 co-hosts, 202 startups on the program today. We've sold 775 tickets across the all-day virtual events and the in-person after parties. It's going to be an awesome day. People will be tuning in, tuning out all day long. All the pitches are being recorded. They'll be, on the website for eternity, so that everyone can see what happened here today and see sort of the state of a union about what's going on in our community. It's a rare opportunity to bring the entire startup community together to support entrepreneurs, amplify our voices, and showcase all of our innovations to the world. Think of it as a prairie-wide show and tell. Everyone's involved. Everyone's here to send a welcoming, warm message and support entrepreneurs any way you can. Look at all the partners we have on the docket today. We have 35 organizing partners that are co-hosting sessions with us, helping us recruit entrepreneurs to pitch, promoting this event on social media, bringing in VIP guests to check things out. I'm not going to go through all these today. You're going to see them all throughout the day. They're hosting different sessions. We've got venture capitalists on this list. We've got angel investors on this list. We've got incubators. We've got startup support organizations. We've got pretty much, a great representation of the entire startup support community here on this organizing partner list. And we've got a great list of sponsors as well. All of these sponsors have contributed between $500 and $2,500, and all of that money is going directly towards supporting a really awesome event here today. We got 5 after parties coming up. All right, I'm actually almost out of time. These after parties are happening in Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Regina, and Winnipeg. The details should actually all be in your calendars or in your inboxes. We'll post it on the Slack today. They start from 6 p.m. They're going to go late. There's a lot of fun. The first few drinks are on us. I don't know about all night long, but the first 2 drinks are on us. It's going to be, a really great opportunity to meet everybody, make some new friends, build some relationships. Oh my gosh, I'm over time. Let's remind everybody what your job is. I'm 15 seconds over time already. I'm too excited. This is really important, audience. We need all of us to work together on this. Peer-to-peer support and feedback to these entrepreneurs that are pitching. Use your network to help them grow. Make referrals. Point them towards resources. Keep the energy high. Have some fun. Introduce yourself on the Zoom chat. And you know what? Let's get started. Let's get these pitches going. So I think we've covered all the key details. And it's time to introduce our first 2 co-hosts, who also get to overview the organization. So I asked all of our co-hosts for a little bit of information about them so I could give a fun little personal introduction. And you know what? The very first block today is AI ML, and I'm really delighted to say we've got none other than Amii, one of the Prairie's leading and one of the world's leading organizations in AI, and none other than Adam Denaleko, the product manager at Amii, product owner at Amii. previously of Startup Edmonton, longtime proponent and member of our startup community here in Edmonton. Also a big fan of craft beer and fantasy novels. Adam, welcome to the show. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. How are you doing, Zach?
I'm doing amazing. Great to have you here, Adam. And Adam is co-hosting with Opus, a brand new organization out of Saskatoon, working with university startups and entrepreneurs commercializing technologies out of the University of Saskatchewan. And we have Jenilyn Santos, who, fun fact about Jenilyn, she used to be a professional breakdancer. Can you believe this? Welcome, Jenilyn. I did not know that. I'm hoping to see some of those moves at the after party later today. All right, Jenilyn, I'm going to hand it off to you guys. Kick it off for the first block here, AIML.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Zach, for that awesome introduction. And good morning, Great Prairies Pitch Marathon. Welcome to, I really want to welcome you to the AI and ML block that we have here in the morning. And like Zach mentioned, today, we will see pitches from around 200 different companies. I think it's 202 is the final number, spanning over 15 different industries across our Great Prairies ecosystem. So like I mentioned, this hour is focused on AI and ML, and it's hosted by myself at the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute and by Jenilyn from Opus in the University of Saskatchewan. So just a quick intro about the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute. We are one of the 3 centers of excellence as a part of the Pan-Canadian AI strategy. So we fund fundamental research at the University of Alberta, and then we also work with industry to support the adoption of that research in the areas of AI and machine learning, and support them in those real-world applications. So my team at Amii is the startup team, and we support startups as they explore, build, and commercialize machine learning technologies. So if you want to learn more about Amii, about our startup programming, or just about machine learning in general, definitely feel free to reach out to me. I'm going to post a couple of links in the chat here. So feel free to check them out. Feel free to reach out to me directly. My email is there. But I'm really looking forward to this hour with you today. Jenilyn, do you want to give us an overview of Opus and the University of Saskatchewan?
You bet, Adam. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So I'm happy to be here coming back. Yeah, Zach, let's do that. Be back here at Startup TNT. So I just want to tell you a little bit about Opus at the University of Saskatchewan. So with the new approach to intellectual property that really embraces inventor ownership and eagerly supports startup creation, the University of Saskatchewan has launched a new startup incubator called Opus that focuses on deep tech innovations. Deep tech. So at Opus, our goal is really to better prepare academic future founders by providing them access to programming, to infrastructure, and a network of mentors, coaches, and commercialization experts to help mobilize innovations developed on campus. Opus is a pre-accelerator program open to University of Saskatchewan students, faculty, staff, and recent alumni. So if you want to learn more, reach out to me, or you can also head over to opus.usask.ca. Okay, that's it for me. So what we're going to do is move on to the best part. We're going to move on to these entrepreneurs and to these pitches. So over the next hour, you'll get to hear a 3-minute pitch from 12 companies. From these 12 companies, I think, were we showing a slide on that? No, okay, that's okay. We'll keep going. And what we thought, to make things a little bit more fun, we thought we'd play a little game to ensure everyone is awake and paying attention, okay? So everyone grab your cup of coffee. I know you guys all have it because I do. And what we're gonna do throughout the time, yes, love that. Show those cups. We're gonna play Startup Lingo Bingo. You hear that? Lingo Bingo. Okay, so whenever we hear one of these 4 words, traction, scalability, synergy, or disrupt, then you're going to take a sip of your coffee or whatever's in your mug. All right, does that sound good? Okay, I think what we're going to do is kick things off with our first entrepreneur and pitch. First up, we have Steve with Mission X. Take it away, Steve.
Steve, you're looking really good. Just remember to unmute yourself, Steve. You're looking really good.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Looking great, Steve.
Thank you. So the problem, organizations right now, they're like, things are changing so rapidly that organizations are struggling to be competitive. And some companies are even struggling to be relevant. And we are wasting three of our most precious resources, time. The average worker right now, the average worker is productive 2 out of every 5 days. Unproductive meetings are costing $37 billion in the US alone. Data on average, an average worker right now is using 10 applications per day, creating pockets of data silos. This is resulting in trillions of dollars of being sitting in file folders, databases not being used because the complexity it takes, just to get that information. Knowledge, we're living right now in a time of great resignation. As people are leaving organization, their tacit knowledge is lost. And that knowledge management, and right now the knowledge management industry is stated to become a $50 billion industry just to solve that problem. And the money being spent on software, it isn't actually, it's not working. It's actually making things worse. Average worker, we said before, is moving in and out of 10 apps per day, resulting in wasted time and siloed data. Managers now are spending most of their time looking and compiling for information. And then when they're not doing that, they're actually presenting that information. The result is, I'm sorry, guys. The result is those managers, they're spending more time doing admin and very little time doing what they need to be doing is increasing productivity and helping improve their timelines, project timelines. And senior managers are waiting on data, resulting in delaying critical business decisions, or even worse, they may have to make decisions without any information at all. Can somebody make sense of all this? Introducing Mission X. We are the modern solution for today's problem. Mission X combines computing power of AI and ML in an easy-to-use platform. So we're delivering a really different work experience for our customers and companies and employees. And the results are, we're seeing less time wasted in meetings and administration, more time being productive, better job satisfaction. It's easy to get real-time information, better project and portfolio delivery. And the biggest thing that we're seeing is that the stress on the organization is drastically decreased. And we work well for small companies, very small companies, like the University of Taistr in Greece is using us to help lab manage meetings, research projects. Geco Engineering, they're using it for project management, proposals, estimates, time tracking, and they're soon going to be integrating into their financial systems. And Grant Thornton, who's our largest customer, is using it to run 10,000 projects with 750 people. And one of the biggest things that they're getting value of is that they're able to use the AI to resource all those projects are getting resourced now in minutes, where it used to take days to do that with a team of people.
Hey, Steve, we're just over time a little bit here, so are you able to sort of
quick, right? So we're raising right now 250,000 in the first of 2 safe rounds. 150,000 has already been raised. We're going to use that all on marketing and sales. Google owns search, Facebook owns social, Amazon owns shopping. Mission X, we want to own work.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Steve. Next up, we have Raj with Transform. So, Steve, I'll get you to stop sharing your screen, and Raj will get yours up there.
Perfect.
Awesome. We can see it. Looks good.
Thanks, everybody. Imagine yourself an immigrant with language and mobility barriers. After a 2-hour bus journey across town, you enter a cramped waiting room, and after a long time are ushered into a shabby room with hard seating and fluorescent lighting. There's a palpable smell of anxiety and a stressed social worker sitting at the other end of the desk. You sit down, and the worker starts asking you questions about how much money you make, why you can't find a job, or else you've been rejected, and so on. They keep asking you questions while staring at their computer screen, and when they finish, they tell you that you need to go somewhere else and do the process all over again with another agency. How do you feel? And do you bother following their directions, or do you give up? Now imagine yourself sitting in a tiny mom and pop coffee shop in your neighborhood, and a relaxed social worker orders tea with you. They sit down beside you and ask if you want to set some goals together. They place their phone on the table and tell you that their application will help guide the process and help give helpful prompts. And you both work together towards a series of dynamic questions. And at the end of it, you have a few actionable next steps. And over the course of a week, your social worker sends you a series of helpful WhatsApp messages, videos, and follow-ups in your preferred language, and keep you on the right track for your next coffee. How do you feel? Social workers spend 20% of their time on human interaction, and over 50% is spent on paperwork. The reason what you might ask is because there's a boatload of tools scattered in a social worker's workflow, which takes away from engaging with their clients. Current systems focus on funders, and there are client efficiencies and safeguarding of resources. And systems don't focus on client assets, goals, referrals, and dreams. Data collection doesn't benefit the front line. Data hygiene is very low. It also isn't mobile, and mental health isn't adequately factored into our work. Intake and assessment hasn't been optimized for referrals and building relationships. What if we could centralize these systems into one manageable area where Transform, the digital assistant or digital companion, is there to help guide and direct instead of get in the way of the social worker? Social services needs disruption because there needs to be a focus on holistic communications, measuring what matters, enhance, but don't limit frontline ingenuity, and equip clients with powerful resources. Transform is a subscription-based model with 2 to 3 tiers of pricing. As of today, we've raised over $400K of private capital, and we have commitments from 4 organizations. We're sitting at 80K ARR and have been growing just over 20% month over month. Our market size, we took a bottom-up approach in terms of calculating our market size with a $1 billion SAM in North America, where our SOM sits at $2 million a year with 100 organizations in our network with a clear path to revenue. Currently, we're looking to connect with social services organizations as well as strategic advisors to help us guide through scaling, commercialization, and seed investment. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Raj. You had 8 seconds left on that, so way to be. And I did get to take 1 sip of coffee when you said traction, so thanks for that. So next up, oh, sorry, that's my timer. Next up, we have Samer with Ambi.ai.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Yeah. So it's a little bit of deviation. Sorry to hit you with the story this morning that I will talk about this morning, but it's part of doing it. So I am Samer Bouhamdan, co-founder and CEO of Ambi.ai, and I will be talking about our flagship product, Sewer Inspector. So July 2020 wasn't really a very good month for residents of Kitchener because they woke up to a very unpleasant surprise. Their streets were flooded with human waste. Or as one of the residents put it, there was a geyser of poop. So such situation can be avoided by regularly inspecting sewer pipelines. You may ask me how? Well, we send a camera into sewer pipelines to record videos of them, and then we make a person watch these videos to find pipe defects. So this is an example. So unfortunately, watching these videos, in addition to making you feel claustrophobic, is slow, costly, and allows many defects to go undetected. Our solution is Sewer Inspector, which is an artificial intelligence system that does not require specialized training beyond how to use the software. It uses our technology that combines the power of machine learning with the human intuition and wisdom to analyze these videos and then annotate them, where, as you can see here, where the Sewer Inspector is identifying fractures. It then generates defect reports that feed into the municipality's asset management system. Sewer Inspector can cut inspection time and cost by about up to 80%, while increasing the accuracy to like about 70% as well. So a city with a target of 30,000 meters per year can save about $40,000 and increase safety threefold. So for Sewer Inspector, the target addressable market is globally $4 billion, and in North America, it's about $300 million. So it involves all municipalities, contractors, campuses that involved in sewer maintenance and operation. So this market is expected to expand due to extreme weather events that we're witnessing around us, increased demand for infrastructure due to increased population, as well as aging infrastructure. So with that, the market for preventive maintenance of sewer networks will increase, and the demand for sewer inspector services. So in this market, we have several champions and interested municipalities in 4 different provinces. We're hoping to increase this number as well. Sewer Inspector has several avenues to generate revenues, including licensing software, outsourcing inspection services, onboarding, and customization. The technology has the potential to expand to similar, in a way, environment where defects has the same way of formation, like underground mines, roads and highways, and transportation tunnels. So currently, we're still not looking into raising capital. We recently won a grant, which is, I think, one of the news that I would like to share.
Sorry,
So yeah,
we
I'm
just need that
done.
3 minutes. Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. So we're just looking for warm introductions and individuals who are willing to who want to change the future. That's it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Samer. Next up, we have David with TreeCloud.
All right, can you hear me all right?
We can, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity here. I'm just gonna put this into full screen mode. Perfect. Okay, so TreeCloud, we're helping lifestyle brands to leverage NFTs as a marketing channel. I'm sure everyone has heard about NFTs and how great they are, but usually right now, not a lot of people are talking about how businesses can practically use it in their business to generate revenue. And we think that that's gonna be an opportunity. So what's the problem right now? Well, loyalty programs are boring right now. They're very, very similar across many types of businesses, and it's just a race at bottom for most brands. And most brands also generate most of their revenue from just selling their product. They don't have additional revenue generation source. And a lot of brands and a lot of businesses in this space are unprepared for the metaverse. And the leverage NFT is the first step to being prepared for maximizing the metaverse. So NFTs are unique digital assets stored on a blockchain. I'm sure a lot of us have heard about them. And what NFTs can allow a business to do, a business in the e-commerce space or like a gym or a lifestyle business, is to help their loyalty brands programs to be a lot more flexible and to provide them with a lot more options to serve their customers. And also with the power of smart contracts, they're able to generate additional revenue in perpetuity through smart contracts. And of course, the metaverse is going to be huge, amazing opportunities for e-commerce brands, and NFTs will allow them to be prepared for the metaverse. So what do brands and companies in this space, lifestyle brands, gyms and e-commerce brands, what do they need? They need a no-code solution. A lot of them are not interested in writing code, and they should not be. So they need a no-code solution to create their NFT project. And of course, they don't want to worry about paying an artist for the artwork. So they need AI to generate the art for them. And of course, a lot of them are also interested in supporting the environment and being green and sustainable. And they also are not looking to pay extremely expensive gas fees. And that's what we do at TreeCloud. We have a no-code SaaS platform to help anybody, especially these brands, create an NFT project from scratch without writing code. Be able to use text to art AI to create the artwork for their projects. And we also partner with brands to plant trees for every NFT project. And we are building on Solana blockchain, which is known for its low gas fees and its speed as well. And this is what an example of the text to art AI looks like. So for example, here, an astronaut lounging in a tropical resort in space in a vaporwave style. That's the picture the AI created for just that word. So that will eliminate the need for brands to worry about the art to create an NFT project. So why now? Well, as you know, we have about 15.7 billion market size for NFTs last year. And even though we've kind of passed that first bit of hype wave, we believe that a second wave is coming. And this second wave is going to be really based on businesses that are able to provide real in-life utility and value for their customers. Those are the companies that are going to ride this next wave. And as more and more brands find new ways to integrate NFTs into their product offerings, they're going to be needing more and more tools to really put all of this together without having to write code. And that's why a product like ours will be in huge demand. So the targets market, we're targeting e-commerce businesses in fashion, beauty, health and wellness, and eco-friendly products. We also targeting gyms and fitness centers. And these are companies that are looking to take their membership and their membership to the next level. And we're going to help them use the NFTs. So some traction.
David, I'm just going to quickly ask you to wrap it up, please.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so we have some traction right now. We're working with two of these companies and doing the NFT project. And our model is consulting and pay-as-you-go model and some royalties as well. And we're happy to talk to partners and anyone interested in this space who's looking to grow. So this is very exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. All right. Should have added the word code to the list of the bingo lingo there. Next up, I'm going to call upon Igor with True North Analytics.
Hey guys, I just want to jump in quickly as Igor is getting set up here. This is going awesome. There's over 100 people on this Zoom call. I'm loving this. I just remind everyone, there's actually 2 Zoom calls, and there's a lot more people on this Zoom call than the other Zoom call. So if you feel like you want to check out a few other pitches, encourage people to check out the other Zoom call, divide ourselves up. There's a lot of pitches going on today. So there's a second Zoom call. Encourage people to check that one out as well.
Hey guys, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Igor Cornejo. I am the owner and chief data science consultant for True North Analytics. This is my pitch deck. Thank you for paying attention. True North Analytics is a social enterprise. Our goal is to raise awareness that analytics is a skill, not a role. Anyone can learn how to use AI and machine learning. When I was preparing my business plan, one of the things I realized was there was a survey done by Statistics Canada. It said that over 50% of small to medium-sized businesses are not interested in adopting new technologies like AI and machine learning because they don't see how it's applicable to their business. Another problem in this space is that over 90% of data science projects fail, and over 85% of them never get implemented because of the complexity. People don't know how to maintain them, keep them updated. And finally, I know I've said this already, but I want to keep repeating this. Analytics is a skill, it's not a role. Anyone can learn how to use AI and machine learning. How I know this is because I took the Applied Machine Learning Bootcamp at SAIT. It was taught by a data scientist and a PhD in data science. One of the first slides that they put up was this one. It was to make sure that we had the expectation knowing that in a 12-week bootcamp, we weren't going to become data scientists. However, though, what they were going to focus on teaching us in 12 weeks was how to use the same tools, models, and techniques that data scientists use in developing solutions. I've taken that training and put it to the next level based on my experiences in the engineering and technical background to provide a more visual understanding of what AI machine learning is. Guys, at the very end of the day, all analytics is finding a pattern in data. In the top left-hand corner, what you see is a very simple pattern. Blue dots encircled by red dots. In the bottom right-hand corner, what you see is how a machine learning model interprets that pattern. If you as an analyst can see a pattern and then look at the output of a machine learning model and see the same pattern, then you know that that model is seeing things the same way you are. That is the transformative message that I want to get out to everybody in the industry. How I want to approach this is I want to target the marketing or companies in Calgary that have a human resources department. If you have a human resource department, chances are that you have a training and education budget for your employees. I want to get human resources excited about getting their employees data literate and training on how to use these resources. That way they don't have to rely on external resources to apply data science and machine learning. Having said that, because I've been the one training and teaching people how to use this, I'm going to become a relationship of trust for these people so that when they are ready to engage in a data science project, I will be that subject matter expert that they want to engage. Now, the reason that I've come on here today is for three. One, I want to get feedback on my business plan. Two, I want to meet everyone and connect with people. And three, I want to talk to businesses and entrepreneurs who want to use AI and machine learning. Again, my name is Igor Cornejo. These are my AI machine learning credentials so far, and here's how you can contact me. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Igor. It was awesome having you right on the 3-minute mark. It was perfect. Perfect timing. All right. Next up, we have Landon with Describe.ai.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. Can everyone see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
You sure can.
Perfect. All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Landon. I'm the founder and creator of the AI startup, Describe.ai. At Describe.ai, we're focused on building an interactive AI tutor called Dahlia, which can help students with math, science, history, and computer science in a humanistic way. I'd like to take everyone back to a time when they were in high school. Most of us can relate to the emotional roller coaster that student life can bring. However, the one thing that we can all absolutely relate to is a time when we're stuck in an assignment problem and we had no idea what to do. This can be really frustrating and honestly, for some people, downright embarrassing. Well, what do we do? Well, we could go to a teacher for help, but the reality is that many teachers have many other students with their own personal needs that need help, so getting a one-on-one help may not be possible. If we are able to get one-on-one help, the reality is that once we go home and we have a homework problem that we also don't know how to do, our teacher is no longer with us. And to make matters worse, most students don't feel comfortable talking to their teacher for help for reasons of anxiety or being unnecessarily judged by their peers. In other words, students often don't get the help when they actually need it. This raised the question, what if there was a way for students to get help any time of the day or night whenever they needed it? Was catered to their individual needs and learning styles? Was in an environment that was completely judgment-free and listened to them? And most importantly, it felt human and natural. Well, at Describe.ai, that's exactly what we're building. And I'd like to introduce something called Dahlia. Dahlia is a conversational AI system that can tutor students through one-to-one humanistic conversation. So imagine it like this. If you could message your educational assistant or teacher at any time of the day or night and get help the way you need it, that's exactly what we're building with Dahlia. And it solves all the problems that we mentioned. Dahlia is available 24/7 in or outside the classroom. It's a robot, so it never sleeps. It's personalized and catered to the support of each individual, and it learns their unique learning styles. And most importantly, it's judgment-free. So no matter what question the student needs, they always feel comfortable asking the question that they need help with. Our go-to-market timeline with this app is to first pilot it in two schools, which we do have some on board in the fall. After that, we plan to do a public beta release in April of 2023 or sooner. Our business model is primarily licensing this app to school divisions and educational institutions. We may down the road do a developer API for people wanting to work with advanced chatbot technology. Our target audience for this is primarily high school students enrolled in the following courses of math, science, history, and computer science. Down the road, we may look into university when the tech is a bit more ready for that situation. I'd just like to make a simple call out. If anyone is interested in hearing more about this, educators, school divisions, etc., please reach out to me at landon@describe.ai.com. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect, Landon. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody. On the money. Yeah. Grab your coffee, take a sip as we call on Dan from Cultivatr.ca. Is Dan?
Sorry about that. Just give me a second
Okay.
here. Sorry.
All right. That's all right. We'll take another sip.
Sorry again. Bear with me for 2 more seconds. My deck was ready to go and now it disappeared on me, so bear with me for a second.
We'll get there. So has anybody been listening for those 4 words as Dan is preparing here? So far, we've got 1 traction.
Maybe we should expand the words that could be considered. Like maybe when you hear a word that sounds like it should be in bingo lingo, you should throw it in the chat. How's that for an idea?
That sounds great. Let's do it.
Hey
There we go.
everyone,
Great.
can you guys see my screen now? Are we all ready?
We
Sorry
can.
about that. So thanks everyone, and sorry for that. I'm Dan, I'm the founder of Cultivatr. Cultivatr is what we like to call the future of food, a de-risked food system that can benefit the farmer and the consumer equally. It's kind of nice to be presenting in an ML form instead of usually we get lumped into food tech, food, and we never really get to talk about the machine learning platform that we've built and how it actually helps consumers and farmers. So right now, we've got a broken food system. Most people don't realize this, but most farmers lose money more often than they make money. The biggest problem is farmers have to guess how much food they're going to have to grow and produce. And there's only a select few companies that actually buy and sell the food that they grow. So a farmer is always having to guess. If I've got 1,000 acres, I have to guess what to grow in that 1,000 acres. And then on the other side on the consumer side, as consumers, we're facing record high food prices. We're seeing transportation costs increase a lot in food. And so that's where the technology we've built that we call predictive ag solves that problem for farmers and producers. One of the biggest challenges is, and most people also don't realize, that 44% of food that's produced is wasted before it even gets a chance to get to the customer. That works out to be about $40 billion worth of food at retail that gets wasted. And as consumers, that cost gets passed on to you. And as a farmer, that cost gets taken away from what you get paid for food. So with Cultivatr, what we've done is we've built this technology called predictive agriculture. What it does is, from our data that we receive from our customers placing order on our marketplace, we're able to anticipate what customers are going to want when they want it, so that we can grow food accordingly. So if you're a farmer, instead of having to say, I'm going to grow, I think I need to grow 20,000 pounds of carrots and 10,000 pounds of potatoes, we can go back to the farmer and say, we only need 10,000 pounds of potatoes at this particular time, but, maybe you can use the rest of your acreage for something else we need, such as garlic is probably our number one thing. We never have enough garlic, which is a funny sort of thing in Alberta. And so that way the farmer gets a higher price, is not defeating itself, and our consumers are able to know they can get an access to a local food supply. One of the interesting things we've discovered this year is, with our technology, we haven't actually raised food prices. Where everybody else has been going up 8 to 10%, we've been able to stay pretty flat. I think over the last 3 years, we've had a 2% increase in food prices. And again, kind of an interesting analogy on that. It's not something we thought we'd solve, but it was something that came about. And then the other big thing about it is, about our technology and why there's a benefit is, in addition to the financial impact of taking $40 billion of waste out of the food system and providing that benefit back to the retailers, the consumers, and the farmer, it also solves the environmental impact. As in agriculture, if you're going to do anything regardless of how you farm, there's still an environmental impact. And what's the point of creating an environmental impact if we're going to end up throwing it out anyway? So if we can eliminate that.
Dan?
Yeah.
Sorry, Dan, I'm just going to ask you to wrap it up, please.
Sure. And then I guess what we're looking for is I'll show you guys quickly what we've done so far. But what we're looking for right now is we're looking to raise about $250,000 that we call to further develop our technology and to grow our customer base. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Dan. Next up, we have Alex with Arbor.
Hello. Just going to set this up. Okay. Everyone can see my deck, I'm assuming? Good? Yeah, awesome. Okay. So my name is Alex. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Arbor, and we're a sustainability as a service platform. As a brand, it is extremely difficult to understand the overall environmental impact of the products that you sell, but it's becoming exponentially more important to have this information, whether it's for consumers or coming regulations from government. The issue is that basically, if you were to do it yourself, it takes a huge amount of data, an exhausting amount of time to put it all together. You need to basically hire a full sustainability and supply chain team, which is very expensive. That's why we've built our solution to be fully automated so that you can have this information within seconds, simple enough for anyone within the company to use, and scalable so that we could do 10 products, 10 million products. There's no real limit here. So essentially, we're product sustainability made easy. The way it works is we import your products automatically and measure each individual product on its emission basis through our dashboard. And then through the dashboard, you can actually just directly show that information on your site to your customers or whatever it is. The way that it works is we look at basically, we start with the product and analyze, what is the type, the weight, and the raw materials that it's made out of. Next step, we look at how does it get processed in terms of the material, how it gets gathered, where in the world it gets manufactured and put together, and the overall transportation required to get it from point A to point B to point C, whatever the journey looks like. At the end, you get this nice calculation of total emissions that were emitted across the entire chain, and we use a lot of data to calculate all of this. We've been pretty busy, and we're working with some pretty large brands, including Schibsted, Simons, Fjallraven. We've also partnered with large organizations like Harvard Business School to improve the accuracy of our calculations. We're also currently at the tail end of our seed round, so we've raised so far about 1.5 million USD from firms such as Thin Air Labs, DNX Ventures, Schibsted. We're looking to do another 500K to finish things off. So thank you for your time. If you have any further questions, reach out to me on LinkedIn or email me at alex@arbordv.co. We're currently looking for two things: more customers and more capital. That is my pitch.
Wow, Alex, you had about 33 seconds left. That was great. So good job on that.
Thank you.
All right, we heard traction. I hope you guys took a sip. All right. So we're going to call on Ian with DAITA Inc. to get ready here, and we're going to kick off his next pitch. All right.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Awesome. Let's rock and roll. All right. Hey, everyone. My name's Ian Crozier, and I'm a co-founder of Taistr, the smartest way to shop for wine. And we're laser focused on revolutionizing and consolidating the $89 billion retail wine market, with a mission to interconnect retailers, providing predictive technology and data analytics to a heavily fragmented industry. See, the problem is 87% of wine retailers only own one or two stores. While carrying hundreds, if not thousands of different bottles of wine, they operate in a silo with little to no information at scale for any sales data or trends, essentially not knowing which bottles or what quantities to stock. Additionally, these retailers' purchasing and inventory management practices are typically very poor and reactive, leading to lost sale opportunities and low margins. Taistr uses data analytics to aggregate historical sales at a macro level and machine learning technology to provide predictive insights for our retail partners, reducing inventory costs and increasing its turnover. Even with a shift to online ordering these past 2 years, consumer behavior remains overwhelmingly in favor of purchasing from one of the 44,000 brick and mortar retailers, accounting for 69% of the $89 billion in annual total wine sales throughout Canada and the US. Consumer insights are a huge piece of the puzzle when predicting which bottles and how many to stock at a given location. That's why Taistr has a consumer-facing platform that analyzes individual taste profiles to provide real-time personalized recommendations based on live inventory counts at the retailer they're shopping with. This consumer platform will drastically improve insights Taistr is able to provide retailers, allowing for even better aggregation. because 80% of all wine purchases are made solely by the label design. This is a tool for consumers to cut through the choice overload and have the confidence in buying wine based on their tastes, wine that they're going to love. Using the results of a 30-second quiz, neural collaborative filtering and content-based techniques provide the consumer with hyper-personalized recommendations that only get better as they rate the wines that they've tasted. Currently, the online retail market is dominated by one player, Vivino. With 59 million users worldwide, they are undoubtedly the leader, but they are completely missing the mark. The online retail market only accounts for 5% of total wine sales, whereas Taistr meets consumers where they like to shop, at brick and mortar retailers, buying wine for their immediate consumption. Taistr is currently live in both Calgary and Edmonton, and we launch in Toronto this fall. Thanks for listening. Please check us out online, and even though it's early in the morning, cheers.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ian.
My pleasure.
Next up, we have Guy from Pigeonline.io. Are you here, Guy?
Bueller. There you go.
There we go.
Ready?
Ready to rock and roll. We can see your slides and whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Good morning. My name is Guy Gordon, and along with my co-founder, Cody Dodds, we represent Pigeonline Research AI. Our mission is to disrupt research through automation and artificial intelligence. The business problem we are tackling is that organizations lack the tools and skills to create real-time intelligence for decision makers. Traditionally, they hire vendors to collect this data and produce reports, or they hire engineers to build a dashboard. Both are expensive, slow, and difficult for managers to customize to their specific needs. We have built and deployed a SaaS platform that enables organizations to generate real-time intelligence from business models they trust in minutes. Our AI represents a new approach, combining natural language process to generate themes and sentiments. We use leading industry prediction algorithms in a unique, user-friendly drag and drop environment. And our recommendation engines clean the data and suggest relevant results. I thought I would add that because this is a technical group. How it works, clients upload data. Our data cleaning interface uses AI to help find and classify data from any legacy format. Common but tedious analysis is conducted automatically. Modern, insightful reporting can be produced in clicks. Our clients are able to generate reports that used to take them up to 6 weeks. They now can do it in a matter of minutes. An example is from a large Midwestern Arizona-based airport, where we worked with the airport to track data from 30,000 passengers across customer journeys involving which airline they flew on, what gate, what restaurants, what shops, what were the demographics. We captured performance data as to satisfaction, willingness to recommend and churn. And most importantly, we mined thousands of sentiments from open-end comments. What traditionally took weeks took minutes for their airport managers to discover what was upsetting passengers, which specific, and I mean specific, identifiable, individual, named, unique passengers were upset, and what specifically could be done to address the concerns. Managers at that airport never had this information at their fingertips. This is a list of our current 10 customers. They represent 4 industries: the public sector, retail and grocery, universities, and market research industry. We are on track to double the number of clients to 20 by the end of the fourth quarter of this year. As you can note, we are expanding through the University of Texas, through a partnership at University of Texas, Austin, into the US public sector. And we are expanding with the largest retailer in the United Arab Emirates into the Middle East.
Sorry, Guy, I'm just gonna ask you to wrap it up, please.
Okay, we need help in 3 areas. We need help with completing professional market fit analysis. We need help with digital marketing. And we certainly need a little bit of help in recruiting and deploying 2 customer success managers. As you can see, we're on the verge of exciting growth, and we're looking for partners who can help us maximize our potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Fantastic. Okay, we're going to be moving on. Next up, we have Bing with Nanode Battery Technologies.
Hi, everyone. Let me show my screen here. Okay. Thank you, everyone. It's my honor to be here, and I would like to thank you, the organizer, to find me a sweet spot between the AI machine learning and the clean tech session. So you may wonder why we are here. So let's figure it out. So my company is called Nanode, and we are a spin-off company from U of A, and we are solving a battery problem. So on a zoom out view, we are a anode supplier, which is one part of the battery. And we are producing our anode here and supply to battery cell manufacturer. And then what our products do is that by replacing the existing material with our material, we can boost the energy density of a battery, meaning like if your phone right now for one charge, it lasts for 10 hours. After using our battery, it can last 15 hours. So that's a big improvement on the energy density. And at the same time, our material is providing a low cost. So thinking about getting battery with better performance and lower cost in the future. And compared to the other competitors, we are the only one that combines the low cost and high energy density. And this is why we are here. So as you know, the battery discovery process is a long process. We identify some promising parameter and we test it out. We usually need to charge and discharge it for like hundreds of cycles to figure out if this material works. So what we are doing now here, we are trying to use machine learning and AI power to help us identify the next promising parameter we can try in the battery research. So this way we can learn from our past experience. There is some indicator happening in the first 5 cycles that will imply this is a good or bad option for a material after 100 or even 1,000 cycles. So we are really building this machine learning and AI platform to accelerate our R&D and help us go into the market faster. And this project is funded by the Digital Innovation in Clean Tech from Alberta Innovates, and we are also partnered with Amii and NRC's Digital Research Center. So right now, really, we are hiring now. So we are looking for machine learning AI expert to join us to bring your expertise to the battery industry. And we are also looking for battery material engineers and scientists, as well as looking for enthusiastic interns to come and work in your lab. Thank you so much. Feel free to contact me via email or LinkedIn or through Startup TNT. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bing. That was fantastic and under time. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first hour of the Great Prairies Pitch Marathon. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, waking up, putting on some nice clothes, you know, looking good on camera, bringing that coffee this bright and early morning, and to hear some very awesome pitches. Adam?
Yeah, thank you all so much for joining us. The pitches were great. And I know I look forward to seeing all of you to this evening at the wrap-up parties. I'll be at the one in Edmonton, but I know that there's awesome parties happening all across the prairies tonight. So I definitely recommend checking out one of those and having a beer. So if you're at the Edmonton one, I'll definitely have a beer with you this evening. enjoy the rest of the day's pitches, and I'll turn it back to you. Oh, I think, Jenilyn, you have one more thing you want to say, right?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Adam. I couldn't leave you guys without saying one joke of the day. One joke, all right? Okay, and bringing it back. So, why did Jesus hire Muhammad for his startup? Any guesses? No? All right, well, because he wanted to double his profits. Bum. Throwing it over to Zach.
That sounds like a dad joke. Thank you, gentlemen. Listen, I want to say this. I'm listening to these AI ML pitches, and I'm listening to companies applying AI ML technology from everything from improving social services, improving how we monitor the sewer system, how we shop and buy groceries, how we build better batteries. You know, that is freaking awesome. Love to see it. Really cool technology being showcased today. And I just want to give one big thank you to both Adam and Jenna. Let's hear it for them. Awesome job hosting, brought a lot of energy, making jokes, creating games for us. It was a lot of fun. And also a huge thank you to all of our presenters for joining us today. So let's hear it for them. Thank you. Started it off strong. Really, I was like really intrigued. Didn't know a lot of these companies, learning a lot today. Looking forward to another 8 hours. Oh my God. And you know, one important reminder for everyone, we've got a lot of people on this Zoom call. There are 2 Zoom calls happening simultaneously. So up next here on Zoom call 1, we're going to be doing energy and clean tech. Actually, Nanode was a good transition. They're both using AI ML and they're in the energy and clean tech space. But the rest of our pitches for the next hour, energy and clean tech. And in Zoom call 2, you've got B2B SaaS companies. So if you're more of a B2B SaaS person, maybe go check out Zoom call 2. Here are the links. I'm going to post it right now. We got more people on Zoom call 1 than Zoom call 2, so we're just trying to balance it out. All of the pitches are being recorded. They'll be stored on the website, pitchmarathon.com. Would love to get a few more people on Zoom call 2, so we got a good balance for all of our entrepreneurs. And also keep in mind, you know, each hour of the day has a different theme, so feel free to move around throughout the day. I know some people, you know, not all of you set aside 9 hours like I did to listen to pitches all day long. Okay, with that, I think we're ready to introduce the co-host for the next block. So up next to co-host Energy and Clean Tech block, I'm really happy to introduce actually an old friend of mine. We used to work together, if you can believe it. She can verify that I actually have a PhD. I used to work in a laboratory. Her name is Miranda, and a couple of things you should know about Miranda before we get started is that she's actually a local contemporary ballet dancer. And she's also named all of her pets after scientists, Watson, Crick, and Franklin. She just joined the team at Innovate Calgary. Miranda, how are you doing today?
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Zach. And I can confirm he has a PhD and he's excellent at bossing undergrads like myself around. Great to see you again on the call here.
All right, and here to host with Miranda, welcome Miranda, is Leslie from Foresight. Leslie, I think this is the first time we're meeting live on screen right now. So looking forward to this, Leslie. And, you know, Leslie shared some really interesting facts about herself. So can we share these, Leslie? Are you okay if I share these? Leslie's dog is part fox. I don't even know how you do that, Leslie. She's very interested in politics. We could see her representing us one day as an MLA. And she leans really, really hard on meditation. That's awesome. My form of meditation is listened to 9 straight hours of pitching. But anyway, Leslie from the Foresight team, welcome. How are you feeling today?
Thanks so much. Really glad to be here and excited to co-host with Miranda this morning.
Okay, I'm going to hand it off to you guys. You can start off with a little overview of what each of your organizations do, and then we'll get into the pitches for the block.
Amazing. Thanks. I'm going to start and then I'll hand it over to Miranda. So yes, as Zach said, I'm Leslie McKinnon. I am the Director of Investor and Indigenous Relations at Foresight Canada. Foresight Canada is Canada's largest clean tech accelerator. And our big, hairy, audacious goal is that Canada will become the first G7 country to reach net zero. So while our bread and butter is accelerating amazing clean tech companies all across Canada, we are also focused on accelerating ecosystems and adoption. So if you are not aware of Foresight, I will include our information in the chat here, and we would love to see you. If you are a clean tech company of any stripe, shape, size, and variety. We have our fall company recruitment ongoing right now. Our cohorts start in September for launch, deliver, and our investor readiness program, as well as some of our other workshops. And I also wanted to share with the group that we have our second annual Foresight 50 nominations open as of yesterday. Foresight 50 is the 50 most investable clean tech companies in Canada. That is an investor and industry sourced list. Nominations for clean tech companies are open now until September 23rd. And we would love to see you nominating your own company or nominating other folks in the ecosystem. A point of incentive for you, if you're not quite sure if it's a fit for you, the 50 companies in our program last year have collectively raised $590 million just in the last 8 months. So there is some reach and some opportunity connected with this program. I will pass it over to Miranda. Thank you all so much.
Thanks so much, Leslie. So I'm Miranda Stahn. I'm an innovation manager at Innovate Calgary, focusing on the energy and clean tech portfolio. So Innovate Calgary is the innovation engine of the University of Calgary. We support entrepreneurs in IP management, navigating investment streams, product development, and ecosystem integration. Our notable offerings, which might be of interest to some people pitching today, are the Innovation Catalyst Grant, which is a program for emerging academic entrepreneurs to develop deep technologies for commercialization. We also have our USeed Fund, which is a philanthropic fund through the university, which supports investments in health and social impact, as well as other sectors. It's a great way for investors to contribute to Calgary's emerging tech ecosystem. Now, underpinning all of this, if you haven't heard yet, this is super exciting. We have the launch of our Energy Transition Center downtown at the Ampersand building. This newly minted hub is building the future of energy by creating a collision space for clean tech entrepreneurs to engage with established ecosystem players. Highly recommend you send me a DM. I can get you in for a private tour. Would love to have you on site. Now, all of this is underpinning just the tip of a very large iceberg of program offerings that Innovate Calgary has. So please connect with us on LinkedIn or check out our website. I'll drop it in the chat here shortly because we would love to hear from you and to help bring you into Calgary's tech system. Now, speaking of entrepreneurs, that's what we're here to celebrate. We're here to hear pitches and get excited about new technologies. So I am honored to introduce our first company, Roshan Water Solutions, which will be presented by Amireza Sarabi. Happy to hand it over.
All right, let me share the screen. Everyone can see the screen and hear me? Perfect. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Amir, co-founder and CEO of Roshan Water Solutions. And I would like to start our presentation with this question that we always ask our users. Our users are water utilities, water management companies, and municipalities in general. And we always ask them, if you had a tool today that could test your water samples for bacteria in real time, how would that actually improve your operations? The reason why we ask this question is in a weekly life of our users, they have to make so many decisions on their operations, on the safety of the water that they provide to us, solely based on the test results they get back from a lab about the bacteria of the account of their samples. The challenge they are facing is the only option they have right now is to send samples to central labs, which for so many of our users in rural communities can be inaccessible. But even if they have access to these labs, like a big city like Edmonton, the test results usually takes at least 24 hours to be ready. So fundamentally, our users are making those decisions on their operations based on 1 day old data, at least 1 day old data. And at the end of the day, when they get the test results, it's normally a PDF attached to an email. So there is no actual management system to show the historical trends for them and enable them to actually make more accurate decisions based on historical trends. That's where we come in. Our vision is actually to provide our users with water distribution health maps with real-time data. How are we achieving this? It starts with our portable device. It actually enables testing water for bacteria to happen anywhere, virtually by anyone. Our patented cartridges allow testing to happen in 1 hour. Fundamentally, it's real-time data for our users. And at the end of the day, the combination of our mobile web app and our cloud-based data center tracks the location of each sample, tracks the test result for each sample, and at the end of the day, creates the map that you see over here. Of course, none of the success that we have had over the past few years even could be possible without the great team that we have. A combination of different experiences and backgrounds, but with one shared vision. Over the past few months, we were able to finish demonstration projects locally here in Alberta, but at the same time working with large organizations, UNICEF in Nigeria, as well as Suez Water in UK. And I just want to highlight the work that we did with Suez Water. Suez Water is actually one of the biggest water treatment management companies around the world, and they have been interested in our product for a year and a half now. We were able to do an evaluation and test with them. They have our product right now on site in UK, and all the great results that we got with them is summarized in the report that you see here. While we're working with Suez Water right now, it is on a strategic partnership, and that will help us to accelerate the commercialization of our product. It will actually enable us to deploy our product in the huge network of utilities they have in Europe and other parts of the world. And at the end of the day, we are looking and talking to them about the strategic exit and acquisition for our company.
Amir, can you please wrap up? Thank you very much.
What we are looking for is investors who share our vision and would like to help us to accelerate our growth, as well as introduction to larger water and wastewater utilities within that they have labs and can help us with evaluating our product. My name is Amir. If you are interested to help us, please reach out. Thank you.
Great job, Amir. Thank you so much for the awesome presentation. Up next, we have LightLeaf Solar presented by Christopher Moreno. I'm really excited to hear from Christopher. LightLeaf Solar designs, manufactures, and creates high-performance solar panels for things that move. So I'm excited to hear all about it.
Good morning, everybody. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you are good to go.
Fantastic. We are LightLeaf Solar. We are energy that moves you. Our founder, Rick Retzlaff and Katrina German, have been motivated to find ways to add solar panels to things that move. Why? Well, because we're seeing a huge shift in our transportation sector from petroleum, heavy, and expensive technology to lightweight, electric, and renewable energy. And existing solar does not work. These are actual images of things people have tried to add solar energy to moving vehicles. Traditional glass and aluminum, square and boxy and fragile, and paste-ons just don't have the efficiency. So we have developed the world's first and only carbon fiber-based solar panel. It is lightweight, rigid and strong, rugged, integrated, and has what we like to call refined looks. We build the photovoltaic solar technology directly into the carbon fiber composite in a trade secret and patent developed process. So we are future-proof and scalable in that we use a localized supply chain. We have very low impact materials, and we're proudly Western Canadian made. Every one of our panels comes out of Saskatchewan. Our competition has traditionally been rigid glass and aluminum that are 4 times heavier, very fragile and awkward, or solar films, which are basically glued on and have extremely low efficiency, or you can custom order a roof for your Tesla at around $220,000 a vehicle. We, on the other hand, have a proven track record. We've been selling carbon panels into the trailer industry for the last 2 years. They are custom designed and have been so successful that manufacturers have started using them as a required element on their trailers. We also have our C-Leaf panel. Our milestones, we are really dominant in the trailer market at this time. We have over 20 repeat customers, and we have orders for the next 6.5 months. We have just introduced the C-Leaf for the premium marine industry, and we're working on research projects to add carbon fiber solar roofs to both ambulances and also to tonneau covers for a large manufacturer in the automobile industry. Our financial projections are just like everybody else's. We plan to grow and grow aggressively. But to do that, we're raising 650,000 in pref shares. We've raised over 350,000 of that already. We're matching that with funds from non-dilutive options, including a grant project that's just about to come online. And we are STSI qualified, which means you get a 45% tax rebate. Use of the funds are mostly to increase raw material stockpile and to expand our facilities to allow us to quadruple our current production rate, which would shorten our deliverables to 30 days. We are LightLeaf Solar, power that moves you. Thank you very much.
I've seen this pitch a few times and it just gets more exciting every time I see it. Thank you so much, LightLeaf. We're gonna jump ahead to Digital Carbon Bank, presented by Cody Austin, who's gonna tell us how voluntary carbon offsets actually have proven environmental benefit.
You are still on mute.
There you go. Just was looking for the control because the second I go to share screen, it moves from my monitors. Good morning. I'm Cody Austin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Digital Carbon Bank, and I'm here today to talk to you as explained about carbon credits, and more specifically, how the current carbon offset market is broken and needs to change. The voluntary carbon credit market is exploding right now, with key companies like Meta and Google pledging $1 billion for high quality credits, and McKinsey expects that market to grow to over $50 billion by 2030. But the big problem with offset markets today are all caused by a complete lack of trust, transparency, which leads, more importantly, to the quality of the credits being suspect at best. The problem is purchasers do not have the chief scientist on staff to scrutinize the quality of the credits. So there are a lot of credits with poor quality that are purchased that leads to reputational risk when companies are thinking they're doing something good and it ends up being bad. Our competitors are making the same mistakes, and they're focusing on building marketplaces to sell the credits using blockchain, and they're ignoring the quality of the credits themselves that are entering the system, and it's a complete garbage in, garbage out situation. Because without proper hard technology validations, you can't tell me if your carbon credits came from this or this. And if you get it wrong, you end up on the front page of the Financial Post like this. So we built a better carbon credit marketplace where we focus on hard tech and high tech validations before the credits get on the platform to ensure real impact and quality first. For us, unlike other solutions, we focus on validation and use blockchain technology solely as a feature to maintain the metadata and not the entire solution. This allows us to create high quality, credible credits that are more desirable in the market. Our go-to-market is radically different from our competitors as well. We focus on fishing upstream and creating partnerships with the groups creating the carbon reduction technology. So we monetize their carbon reductions with every project they create in the future. This way, our hard tech validation protocols are tailored to fit the technology being used. While our competitors focus on the projects only, our goal is to contractually lock down the most effective reduction technologies before our competition even has a chance to access them. So why us? We have a highly experienced team with a proven track records, including a couple of successful exits, subject matter expertise combined with world-class expertise in the measurement, monitoring, and verification space, and a fantastic board of advisors of recognized industry experts. We've seen significant traction already. We have 2 substantial technology partners that will generate nearly 60% of our 100 million credit goal by 2025. We generate revenue through transaction fees, treasury percentages, and referrals. We're working with other groups in the agriculture, reforestation, and CCUS space in both Canada and the US. On the other side of the market, we have an initial agreement in place with offset purchasers and have a project starting with a Fortune 500 company. We've been in several clean tech focused accelerators, including Plug and Play's Brazilian Agricultural Program, Climate Ventures Earth Tech Program, and Foresight Canada. We're looking for introductions to strategic partners in emissions and hard technology carbon reduction space, as well as we have a seed round that should be opening quite soon. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today.
Great job, Cody. Sorry, I'm just going to reset my timer here. Next up, we have Stephen Campbell with CanaGas Incorporated, and we're really looking forward to hearing from you. Handing it over to you.
Why, thank you, Miranda. It's or Lacey, sorry about that. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm on screen, and I will give you now, if that's the case, our shared screen. And there we go. Are we up?
No, we're not seeing your slides yet, Stephen.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's actually looking like it's up. Oh, shared screen. Just a second. My apology. I was ready on the button. Shared screen.
Sorry, we're still not seeing it, Stephen.
And share.
There we go.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you very much.
No problem. All right, ready when you are.
Thank you very much. CanaGas has developed a new way to liquefy and transport natural gas and other gaseous fluids, such as biogas or liquid carbon dioxide.
Hey, Steve, before you get into it, you're not in like the presentation mode. Do you want to go to presentation mode on your?
Thank you. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Thanks, Zach.
Go for it.
Thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Campbell. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of CanaGas Incorporated, and we've developed a new way to liquefy and transport natural gas. Our business is that the transport and export of natural gas, which costs a lot less to do with compared to LNG or CNG, requires no pipelines. Our concept is to purchase market-stranded gas and sell in high-value markets such as Europe and Asia, from such locations as Algeria, Egypt, Western Africa, or Israel, and then to be able to bring that to such high gas markets as Europe and Asia, and potentially even Western Canada to Asia as well. We also, in lower pressure tanks, are able to transport propane, ethylene, ammonia, and other substances, which are we're very excited about for the potential of being able to transport ammonia as that develops mostly as fertilizer, not as energy. Our technology surrounds around the Type 4 composite pressure vessel that we've designed. That stemmed from the aerospace industry. It's a large volume, lightweight tank. The most important thing is the low temperature compatibility, which will allow for a combination of moderate pressure and conventional refrigeration to be able to liquefy natural gas. The filament winding process that's used provides a very consistent pressure vessel. In the shell is all of the strength, and this provides us as well with a very low cost to volume ratio of tank. The combination of liquefying natural gas is actually 100 years old. There's nothing new about that. It uses a combination of probably 80 to 90 bar pressure and a temperature between -50 and -70 degrees Celsius. And because it doesn't require stripping of the gas, OpEx costs are reduced by 75%, and CapEx costs are slashed by 90% compared to conventional refrigeration, compared to conventional LNG. Our competitive advantages are significant: low OpEx, low CapEx, short lead time, universal regulatory approval through Transport Canada and DNV, Det North Veritas, and we use a chartered ships to be able to transport gas. Our targets all across the world, as I mentioned earlier, potentially Algeria to Europe, West Africa, Europe, even Montreal out of the end of the pipeline to there, and other locations around the world. Why are we doing this? Well, the energy crisis has created a market like none other. I understand that gas in the TTF in Europe hit $60 per million BTU last week, compared to $5 in Canada. It's just an unbelievable spread.
Stephen, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, please.
Thank you very much. The founders, we have 150 years experience between the four founders, and our ask is $250,000. And then a Series A of $3 million. Thank you very much.
Very exciting work. Thank you so much. Over to you, Miranda.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. I'm excited to introduce this next group, Nubium Innovations, who is working on atmospheric heat reduction to address global warming. This company will be presented by Larry Danberger.
And sorry, Stephen, can you please unshare your screen? There we go. Thank you.
I was looking for it. Thank you.
Awesome. And Larry, whenever you're ready.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep, loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, yeah, my name's Larry Danberger. Nubium Innovations. This is about global warming, and this is a slightly different perspective, atmospheric heat reduction. Let's see if this works. Great. So solar energy arrives as ultraviolet, visible, or infrared wavelengths. The Earth energy budget process happens, and then it heads back out as infrared energy and infrared wavelengths. And that's what gets caught by greenhouse gases and starts causing the warming effect, as everybody knows. So it doesn't make it to space. Some of that doesn't exit the atmosphere. What we do is convert that energy to visible wavelengths instead. Visible light wavelengths do not get affected by greenhouse gases, so they're able to get beamed out fine, kind of restoring a little bit of the balance. We do this by, right now, the first product is owning and operating equipment and then licensing it out, yearly subscription, and also for larger clients for perpetual license, similar to software where it's all paid for up front. So the annual license, we recover in about 3 years the cost, whereas perpetual is paid for up front. And in scale to any number, using a unit similar, it's not removing carbon, but it's equivalent to removing carbon for estimating. We're looking for funding, of course, any amount, 10,000 to 100 million. We could put it all to good use, help the planet, and good profit. 5 to 7 years, 20x estimate at the lower end. Looking for information, contacts for different governments, for different programs. Also looking for feedback from yourselves as potential customers. What do you think about this? What would stop you from getting involved? There's more information down there below, including the book on Amazon and the website, where you can see more of the calculations, more of the science behind this, more of the longer term detailed plans. This is like an 80-year plan in the end to really make a difference. So this is just the start. And there's a lot of products, a lot of things to do yet. So we're just getting started. Love to have you all aboard. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next up from Drop Solutions, we have Dylan, and looking forward to hearing about some water treatment equipment and marketplace work. Over to you, Dylan.
Thanks very much. Okay, hi. Yes, my name is Dylan, and I'm here to talk to you about how drops can solve the drinking water problem. Now, we can all agree that everyone should have access to clean, safe drinking water. And what we don't realize is that cities are not recognizing that this is actually a problem. And it's very different for the small communities, even in this country where we have all of the water. So let me give you an example here. In the city of Saskatoon, we have 30+ professionals that are constantly 24/7 running the water treatment facility. But in the community of Leask, just 100 kilometers north of us, there is one person that handles all of those jobs. But he's also responsible for all of these jobs. And the problem is that his system has the same complexity as the system in Saskatoon. It doesn't scale down just because he's producing less water. And if he makes any kind of issues or errors that he can't deal with, it has the potential to shut down his town. And he's not alone in this. This is actually a Canada-wide problem. There's 2,400 communities that are just like that community 100 kilometers north of us. And the reason I know this is because I'm experiencing it every day. I'm either on the phone with an operator or actually in their plant helping them with some of these problems. And I needed a solution that was bigger than me because there are only so many hours in the day. I knew I could not do it myself. So this team came together and we started building the solution to make it possible to scale this up. And what is it? Well, Drops has the water system expertise built right into it. It reduces the complexity of these systems and eases the burden of water treatment for the operator. so their community can always have clean, safe drinking water. And how we do it is we give it to them on any screen. We give them this centralized database information processing thing on any screen that they might have access to. We give them simple guidance with the data they're providing us, and also notify them when something needs attention. For example, is your chlorine supply running low? Here are 3 places you can purchase it from, and here are their submitted prices. The Drops software keeps their system running. And Drops is actually free for our operators, and as we collect transaction fees from the suppliers. How are we doing? Well, less than a year ago, we started up, and we're now in 30 communities. We're constantly bringing on new ones, and we've had $200,000 worth of transactions go through the platform already. Our initial focus, as I said, is the Canadian market, and it's a very significant market, and we all agreed, but the problem is we all agreed at the start here that everyone should have access to clean drinking water. And with the foundations that we've built, we can start to look global, and that's what we're working towards, because that's the problem that we're excited to solve.
Amazing.
Thanks for your time.
Great job, Dylan. Thank you so much for that. Back over to you, Miranda.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to Change Energy, which will be presented by Shannon Hebert. I'm really excited to hear this pitch because they are born from one of our partners at the Energy Transition Center, Avatar. So coming from the Avatar Ignite program in 2021, Change Energy directly reduces methane emissions with a transportable and convenient solution for operations. Shannon, excited to hand this over to you.
Awesome, thank you. Just get my screen sharing going here. Can you guys hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
All right, and can you see the screen all right? Perfect, awesome. Excited to talk about Change Energy today. So again, born from the Avatar Innovations program, we wouldn't be here without our 6-member team that we had at the start of the Ignite program last year and through the accelerator, and moving forward with myself, Shannon Hebert, and my colleague, Abdullah Nabir. Throughout the Avatar program, the one question we had as a group is, if CO2 can be captured, why not methane? We know methane emissions are extremely harmful for the environment, and there's increased regulations federally and provincially to address almost 39 million tons of CO2 equivalent into the atmosphere. 56% of that comes from direct venting, not to mention that $70 million worth of wasted natural gas resource. Compounding the problem, not only with the methane emissions being 25 times more harmful than CO2 emissions, we have very short-term ESG goals to reduce these emissions. Operators are needing to maintain their base business while meeting these short-term goals. And again, a very wasted, valuable natural gas resource is being directly wasted to atmosphere. The Change Energy solution involves 4 main parts: directly capturing what would be vented to atmosphere into a transportable vessel. The secret sauce within the vessel is activated carbon, which can hold and store 70% more natural gas than compressed systems. The activated carbon can actually be sourced also from petroleum waste products. We can then transport that natural gas off-site to be reinjected in another part of the facility for the customer, or to be sold to a natural gas customer and provide that high demand natural gas. From a competitor standpoint, right now we're still up against the status quo, direct venting, but again, that's going to go away with the increased regulations and companies just wanting to do better from an ESG perspective. There are combustions and recovery methods too, but we're hoping that the Change Energy solution meets all the criteria and is relatively lower cost than competitors. The customer benefits of the service, whether it's a mobile service that we provide at site or a fixed service, we're directly removing those methane emissions. The customer is able to have carbon compliance savings or carbon offset generation. Again, it's a quick on-demand service that maintains their base business. And again, that wasted natural gas is brought to market or reused. From a company standpoint, again, we could actually monetize and have carbon compliance, carbon offset generation ourselves, the natural gas sales, and it's a simple service business model. So our path forward, we spent all last year within the Avatar three-part cycle. This year, we're moving forward with part one, which is split into 3 parts. The first phase, activated carbon validation, is where we're seeking our ask today. So the ask today would be for 25,000 for phase 1A. That's really to help us understand the gas adsorption and desorption process, which is a well-known understood process, but to actually select an activated carbon type for ultimately a field trial. Thank you very much for your time today. We invite you to be part of the change.
Thanks so much, Shannon. That was a fantastic pitch. Leslie, I'm going to pass the mic back to you.
That's great. Shannon, just a quick hello from Kathy McKinnon, who was very excited to hear about what you're working on.
Yes, hi.
It happens to be my mom. So just a quick note. So now we're going over to Mike Chen at MasterRandom AI Technology, working with natural gas producers to fight water breakthrough. Over to you, Mike.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Mike. I'm the co-founder of MasterRandom AI Technology. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. Here's a problem in the field. Water breakthrough reduce the life of the reservoir and limits productivity.
Hey, wait, before you get started, I think you're not quite in presentation mode yet. Are you able to put it in presentation mode?
It's in presentation mode on my side. I'm not sure if it looks strange. How about this time?
There you go. Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, sorry about that.
This is better.
Yeah, the problem in the field is water breakthrough reduce the life of the reservoir and limits productivity. How can AI help to detect it earlier? Here is our solution. Install our AI-based device around wellhead to detect water earlier. Our AI algorithm is able to read pressure noise in pipe and decode them for gas-liquid ratio, like displayed here. Why us? Because we have solid background. In 1998, our original research initiated in Alberta Research Council. Our first prototype was field tested by Petro-Canada in 1999. Here are research papers and multiple patents granted. Competition is very high. Here are the big players. We have a chance to beat them all. Why? Because we have so many advantages. Number 1, lower detectable water volume. Number 2, smaller footprint. Number 3, more affordable. Number 4, lower maintenance. Number 5, more environment friendly. And here is the market we're looking at. There are roughly 2 million active natural gas wells in the world. More than 50% of them are currently threatened by water breakthrough. The current average market price of this kind of device is about 200,000 per unit. So to sum up, the first 1% of this market is $2 billion. How to get it? Here's our milestones. Lab test and field test has been completed. We will start the commercialization June next year and launch our product in 1 year. And here is our ask. Marketing support targeting the natural gas producers. Join us to get this device commercialized and land AI into natural gas field. Thanks, everyone.
Great job, Mike, and wrapping up right on the 3-minute mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please stop your screen share and then I will pass it to Miranda.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
So we're finishing off already. Energy is effective. So we're going to move on to our final pitch of this block. This is TOTEC AI Energy, presented by Manolo Martinez. TOTEC is an energy integrator focused on capitalizing on early data insights by forming strategic partnerships to develop a network of hydrogen production modules in Alberta. Really excited to hear about this one because hydrogen is quite the hot topic. Happy to hand it over to you.
Hello. Hi there, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Manolo Martinez, founder of TOTEC AI Energy. Let me tell you a bit about my story. During my university years, During my university years, I became fascinated with commodity trading and all the ins and outs of a trading floor. It also became very clear to me that energy traders essentially will be replaced by computers, by the digital transformation. I can tell you that I fulfilled my goal to be a commodity trader. And over the past 20 years, I have worked in the energy marketing and trading world. You know, it's basically moving energy from point A to point B. This sounds very simple, but reality is that it is quite complicated. It is like in a spaghetti bowl. You see the many pipelines, the companies, all the different reports, the tariffs, but and many times the only tool at our disposal was just paper maps. I really don't like paper maps. So I can tell you that commodity trading indeed has advanced technologically, but even today, there is still room for some improvements. The biggest problem that we are facing today right now is spreadsheets, is all the models, inflexibility, and they're really hard to maintain all these spreadsheets. And this is where TOTEC comes in. TOTEC is a company that is basically dedicated to transform all these problems. So we are taking parts of the energy that is still depend on spreadsheets, the word of mouth knowledge, and the old-fashioned handshakes. So it's like an analogy is like how used to trade equities back in the 80s and 90s, and how it's trading today. It's using an app, using your smartphone. So think about that for a moment. Our business model is basically a subscription and an AI transaction fee, which works more like a profit mechanism, that type of sharing. Our first product is uniquely designed for the natural gas transport capacity business. Our application makes it easier to meet clients, do the deal matching, and do all the automation in a fraction of the time, generating big savings in time and resources. So you'll ask me, so what are the savings? Well, in Western Canada alone, the slice of the pie is $20 million. The whole pie, North America, is $170 million directly related to efficiencies and savings. We are positioning ourselves to be a front runner in the new hydrogen economy. So we are using our current applications as the launch pad to start developing hydrogen-related products. I know there's still a lot of work along. We are actually doing a lot of demonstrations with oil and gas companies, and we are hopefully to be commercialized in the next few months. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So that wraps up our pitches, and I'm going to hand it over to Zach because I think he's excited to get some conversation started here with some of the extra time we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Miranda. Thank you, Leslie. Great presentations. And with a little bit of extra time in the schedule, let's hear a little bit more from some of our entrepreneurs. So I want to kick it off with a question that I often think about. I mentioned at the beginning, Miranda and I used to work together in a laboratory. And back in those days was the first time I met Amir, and he kind of made the decision to go from being a researcher to commercializing this technology. And maybe Amir and many other speakers want to weigh in. One thing that I always think about is a lot of the sort of tech startup books that are out there talk about lean startup methodology, acting fast, getting feedback from your customers right away. And a lot of those sort of systems are designed more for software type companies where you can try things out quickly and get feedback. You know, how do you think about that approach when you're a hardware company, or when you're, building a product that has much longer time horizons? It sounds like Amir might need to be made a co-host again so he can unmute Dom, if we can give him, and maybe.
Oh yeah.
Here he is. All right, Amir, take it away.
Well, it's definitely a lot harder to develop a physical product. It takes longer time to go through the stages of the prototyping, to test them, to get feedback. But one good thing is that our industry, the water, the clean tech industry, is going to the path of to the goal of digitalization completely. So there's always a component of the product that is digital, and even if you are a hardware product like ours, there's going to be a play of the digital software too. So it's always challenging though to move to do physical products, just because the turnaround time is longer and longer.
Did you do anything specifically in the early days to really kind of validate the customer use case before you invested too much time and money into building out the product? Because I know you got customers now, but you spent many years without those customers, right?
Well, yes. So I know I see Lorena, of course, Lorena is here somewhere in this of people around here. So we worked with Lorena for the past 4 years. Oh, there she is. 4 years. And one of the things that we always did was, as the product was growing on prototypes, we always took them and talked to customers about what we think is the problem is and what they think the problem is. And I cannot really say how many times actually our ideal customer profile, our definition of the problem and the solution has changed over time, and even how our product has changed from I think Zach remembers the early days, a small handheld device idea to a like portable device right now. These are all just because we had the conversations early on with all the customers.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well, do any of the other entrepreneurs want to weigh in on this as well? Maybe Chris from LightLeaf Solar or anyone else about this sort of challenge of validating your hardware tech?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that having a real hardware product in an age where everybody wants SaaS is a different kind of pitch, and certainly it's taken Rick and our team quite a while to find a way to communicate what's unique about the product and its development. And it really has been 2.5 years of validation. And even though we're selling hundreds of panels a month, we still have people who tell us that we don't have an MVP, or we haven't really don't have a proven market. And that's a bit frustrating, right? Because you turn around and you go, wait a second, you just handed $4 million to a software company that's in an unpaid pilot program that's trying to make $1 a day off of people. And we're selling panels for $850 a unit, and we're making a 50% margin, and you tell me I don't have a market. It's really weird. It sometimes defies logic.
Yeah, that's a great point. I hear you. The hardware is always just more challenging. People just know there's more logistics involved. It does take longer, but excellent points, Chris. Okay, you know what? I just got a great question from someone else privately. Maybe I'll throw this out to one of our presenters. Why build it here in the Prairies? Why are you working here in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba versus another place? And on follow up to that, how can we make it better? Is there enough good support? Where are there gaps for us to better support entrepreneurs like yourself? Any of our speakers want to weigh in on that?
I can talk. I can actually provide my opinion.
Sure, let's hear it.
Sure, thank you. I think Alberta and Canada have a very specific, in terms of AI, it's definitely a renaissance. There's something new that everybody's just looking to do. I've never seen it, this push to actually to get technology to new levels, and that's very exciting. And in terms of the energy, I think it comes from both the provincial and the federal government. They want to see something new. Definitely, I mean, hydrogen is, everybody talks about it. I remember 2 years ago when I was mentioning hydrogen, and people thought it was futuristic, that it was something like, oh yeah, something down the road. Or even the product that I put together, they thought it was too futuristic. But the future is now, and the future is about water solutions, it's about alternative energy, and I think Alberta and Western Canada is probably the best place to do it.
Thank you, Manolo. Any other entrepreneurs want to weigh in about, I'll just kind of personally say, like, there's also that love of place. Like, if you're from your hometown, do you really want to move? But any other comments about advantages or why to build your company here versus if you think if you feel like you're facing challenges building your company here, why aren't you just up and moving to another region? Or does that thought not even cross your mind?
Hey, look, we've stayed in Saskatoon because we've got great people and a low cost of living, you know, relative to say Vancouver. And we find that the work ethic is just fantastic. The people that we get are really committed to the area and the community, and they see it as adding to the vibrancy of Saskatoon in our case.
Yeah, those are all great reasons.
Yeah, I just want to add to that what Christopher said is very true. We have a low cost of running a business and cost of life here, which makes it a little bit easier to actually run a business. But also, I think our community of entrepreneurs and startups and entrepreneurship is tight, which means that you get to know a lot of people in a very short amount of time, very fast, and the word gets out really quick. So that's a very great advantage that we have in our region.
Okay, great comments. Amir, Shannon, I think we can unmute you. I think Dom can maybe do it for us. Dom, can you unmute Shannon? You might not be able to.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
There you are. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, no, great question. Like, so from my perspective, like we're uniquely positioned in the West, especially Alberta, with the vast amount of professionals that we have that have gone through such trials and tribulations with the energy industry, and that we can repivot that professionalism, that knowledge base that's already here. Like I'm a geophysicist and I'm talking about methane emissions and pipelines. Like I went from subsurface to pipelines. That's how uniquely positioned we are. And that's how we can really make and facilitate this energy change is right here, where the companies are, where the expertise is and still is. So I think that's why it's great to be doing this and pitching this in these provinces.
And you know, follow up for that, Shannon, because you mentioned you were part of the Avatar program, right? Am I correct?
That's right. Yeah.
And so that's an interesting program where it brings a bunch of different talented people together to form teams. And so you want to tell us a little bit more about that experience? Like, who did you meet through that process? And you know, in terms of like what our local talent looks like, you know, your company might be a bit of a case study for us all.
Yeah, no, it was a great experience. I would say I had my head down, you know, like I stayed in my job and just wanted to kind of, you know, keep a stable foothold. But Avatar opened my eyes. So you get put on a team with people you've never met from all across the industry. And you have 12 weeks and you have a problem such as methane emissions and you have to find an investable business solution. And there's so many talented people, like the teams had everywhere from accountants to legal to, I had quite a bit of engineers on my team. Again, I'm a geophysicist. You probably don't know what that is. It's fancier than a geologist. Like it's just such a unique program that you put all these minds. And again, that professionalism, we all are good project leads. We have, you know, some people are very good in terms of the research space, and just put them all together in kind of a intense program to really flesh out these ideas. And we quickly understood that there's a lot of good ideas out there. Maybe they just need to be repurposed in a different way to make an investable solution that's going to move the needle. So it's a very cool program, and I've drank the Kool-Aid for sure, but it's wonderful. Honestly, it's for anyone that's maybe thinking about Avatar, definitely check it out.
That's great. Well, that's a great testimonial. We'll have to let our friend Brian Trudell, who we know quite well at TNT, know that he got a live testimonial for Avatar right here at the Pitch Marathon. Hey, listen, what about this question that came up from Larry at Nubium about how to kind of generally approach the IP question? Do you want to elaborate on that, Larry? Are you able to unmute? You might not be able to.
Can you hear me?
Now you're good.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, questions about IP, like the products and things that I'd like to talk about, but I want to be careful about because I don't want somebody jumping in front of me and kind of preventing me or causing problems because they can move faster than me, or things like that. The other kind of issues, you know, doing the patent searches and stuff like that. I'm just curious how others handle that. And I don't even know really who to trust to even talk about some of that. For some of the IP, you know, there's all kinds of IP idea companies and groups like that, but you know, who do you trust to even talk with?
You know, maybe I'll expand on this question because I think, like, you know, who can you go to for reliable advice? Who's a reliable resource for these like really important questions? This is a good one. And sometimes I'll just share this. Sometimes these IP, especially like IP, you can get really, really specialized. And sometimes the best person to give you that advice might not be someone who lives right next door to you. So I don't know, do any of our entrepreneurs want to weigh in on like how they're approaching their IP strategy and local resources they used or international resources they've used?
Yeah, I can. I think I DM'd about Larry about that, but we work with a great law firm down in Calgary, and it's not only IP right now for us. We actually work with them about. We started working about IP, which is still ongoing, but we get their advice on everything, like contracts, talking to big companies, small companies, everything like that. Though it costs you money, of course, but I would say it kind of pays off in the long run, because for us, it was a hurdle at the beginning, as you said, who do you trust? How do you manage your IP? We started talking to them, and they basically take that whole load off your shoulder very fast. So I'll definitely suggest that.
And one thing I might add to Amir's comment, Larry, is that I know that Alberta Innovates has some programs where they can help people do some of this early market research, IP assessments. If any of our friends from Alberta Innovates are here, they can post a link to those programs. But I think there might be similar programs in some of the other regions, but definitely like thinking through your IP strategy is super, super important. Because, if you don't think it through from the beginning, suddenly you go down a rabbit hole where you're spending a lot of money on patents across multiple jurisdictions. And is it worth it? There's a lot of key questions to go in there. So anyways, some entrepreneurs, I know an entrepreneur recently that basically said, like, for now, we're actually not patenting anything. We're basically just using a trade secret approach. So when, it's kind of a big question to ask about what should you patent, what should be a trade secret, sort of like the intellectual property of the organization and the best way to approach all that. Those are really important questions for, a lot of our clean tech companies for sure, where usually intellectual property is important to the product.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, we might have time for one or two other discussion points. Any other questions from the audience? Miranda, Leslie, specific questions to the group or more general questions for, how we're thinking about startups in the prairies?
Maybe I'll ask a question.
Go ahead.
So what programs or resources did you find the most useful to kind of get through that valley of death? What would you recommend to the next set of entrepreneurs who might be brewing in the background of this call?
I can make a couple recommendations. Well, obviously it depends on what are you doing. If it's a technology or something else, either Alberta IoT has a good program, and Foresight. I think Foresight. I was in Foresight, and actually that was a pretty good experience. So either or, fantastic resources.
Thanks for the plug to Foresight. Posted in the chat there. Yeah, great question. Okay. Maybe final question I'll ask the group, especially because I think especially important in hardware, is what about building that relationship with the first customer? Some of you already have some initial traction, some of you don't. Anybody want to share like kind of what's worked well for them and kind of building that relationship and closing the first customer? Especially in the clean tech space where, let's be realistic, a lot of times it's the organizations that are your customers take a long time to make their decisions, and the product itself might require a decent amount of effort and transition for people to test it out.
I can just say something that you really need to be ready to be rejected 1,000,000 times. Rejection, I love rejection, let's put it that way. But after that, I think talking with customers, they start to love what you're doing because everything is just more about practicing and polishing your product. And after that, you get to the point where people get interested. Even your most direct competitors will be like, "Oh, you have something very unique." So keep trying and love rejection.
Words to live by for an entrepreneur. Keep trying and love rejection. Amir, did you want to add anything to that?
That was a good one, actually. I would say two things. One is what we realized is because we work with a lot of utilities and municipalities, even the smallest one of them they want to be known as innovative. So they love to work with you if you have something that actually solves a problem for them. But even more than that, which is, I think it's a cliche, but actually works, you have to provide them with a knowledge and get something from them in return. So it's not always them helping you. You have to also help them with some sort of knowledge. So listen to your customers as well.
Sure. Yeah. Being valuable to them, building that relationship makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, we got 4 minutes left of the hour. Maybe we'll call it a wrap here on this session, so we have a couple minutes transition to the next one. Let's give one final big thank you to Leslie and Miranda for hosting this session for us. Thank you so much, all of our presenters, for not just pitching today, but sticking around for a bit of a knowledge share here for the last 15 minutes. Really appreciated that. Thanks, everybody. A lot of people sharing good resources in the Slack here, or sorry, in the Zoom chat. Might just also do a general call to people on the audience right now. If you have any good events or good resources or good things relevant to, especially to energy and clean tech, that you think people should know about, go ahead, throw it in the chat there, and let's share some knowledge here at the Pitch Marathon. That's what it's all about. Okay, we are just about ready to transition. Before we do, I want to give a really warm thank you to our sponsors. So listen, the Pitch Marathon is a massive effort among many organizations, and most people are providing in-kind support and helping us get this thing going. But we've got quite a few organizations from all across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba that have chipped in cold hard cash. And so those are all the partners you're meeting today. And thank you so much to all of them. They're actually co-hosting the event with us. They're putting in like real blood, sweat, and tears to make this thing happen. And here are our sponsors that are chipping in money. And most of this money, pretty much all of this money, is going towards those after parties. So this is kind of a bit of a plug for both. Opus, run by my co-founder, Tim Lin, who I can see right over there. Looking good. Infinity Shred, Green Umbrella Consulting. Actually, Green Umbrella Consulting is from our new lead in Manitoba. Health Cities, who's been a longtime supporter of Startup TNT. They'll be across our after parties this afternoon. Thank you so much, Health Cities. Vendasta, one of Saskatchewan's, shining stars in the startup community. So awesome to have their support. And the 51, the all-female angel and venture fund group, based out of Calgary, but actually a Canada-wide network of angel investors, women angel investors. They've got some funds now, and they invest in awesome women founders. And actually, Wakopa Financial, I think we're going to find out a little bit more from Richard Tuck just after the intro here for the next hours. Actually, Richard is hosting our next session. Neo Financial, another one of our shining stars in the Prairie startup community. And then two law firms, McKercher out of Saskatoon and McLennan Ross based here in Edmonton. So yeah, hey, maybe there's two groups to reach out to if you have questions about IP or other questions related to legal matters for your startup. They're right there on the screen. They're here supporting us today. So with that, let's probably maybe we take this screen down, Don, if you don't mind. And I think we're ready to introduce the next section. Maybe before I introduce the next session, I'm just going to give a plug to the other Zoom call. We've got 100 people on this Zoom call. In Zoom call 2, they're actually about to do another energy and clean tech session right after this. It's just about to get started. So if you're loving energy and clean tech, check out Zoom call 2. We can post the link in the chat here. We got 2 Zoom calls all day long. We're about to do B2C SaaS. And I'm really happy to introduce our next 2 co-hosts. Now, I'll remind people that are joining a little late. I asked some of our co-hosts, hey, are there any interesting facts we should share about you when I make the introduction? And these 2 co-hosts went all in. So let me share a little bit. Maybe you can guess which one's which. This person is the programs and marketing lead at Co.Labs, Co.Labs, also the co-founder of his own business called Leo Prest, where he helps develop brand strategies. And if any of you have ever been to the UP conference in Saskatoon, this person is a big part of that team. And maybe the fact that he's a brand strategist maybe helps us understand why that's such an amazing conference. You haven't been to Unite the Prairies in Saskatoon. It's one of the best conferences anywhere, and certainly one of the best that we have here in the Prairies. Encourage all entrepreneurs to check that one out. Unite the Prairies, it's probably happening again. Well, I'm sure our host here can tell us all about it. He's also a 2-time G20 YEA delegate. I have no idea what that means, but let's hear it for Dallas. What is a G20 YEA delegate, Dallas?
It was kind of like there's the real G20, and then the G20 YEA was for young entrepreneurs. So I got to go to Argentina and Japan, and it was a business thing, but I partied a lot more than I did any business.
Hey, well, meeting people is a big part of building a business. So you learn that the hard way. Also, we learned from Dallas that he has a personal list of his top 50 movies of all time. What's number 1 on the list, Dallas?
The Dark Knight. Gotta love the Heath Ledger performance.
The Dark Knight, great choice. Okay, Dallas is from Co.Labs, and before I hand it off to both our co-hosts, I want to introduce the next one, Richard, who I kind of already mentioned. Richard has an incredible amount of story behind him. He shared basically a novel with me about things that he's done. Let me just read a few highlights. Richard has lived in 20 cities across 7 countries and 4 different continents. He's already participated in 25 incubators and accelerator programs across Canada and the US. I don't even know how that's possible. How do you fit that in your schedule, Richard? He's got a garden in his backyard, and he still has students stop by on a regular basis to grab fresh produce. He met his partner, Curly, from France, and they're getting married very soon, and neither one of them are ready for it. And here's my favorite one, Richard. He has a whiskey and wine speakeasy in his basement with over 400 bottles. Let's hear it for Richard talk. How you doing, Richard?
Good. Nice to be here.
Very nice to meet you. Okay, we got B2C SaaS coming up here. I'm going to hand it off to Richard and Dallas. Tell us a little bit about your own organizations, and then we'll get into the pitches.
For sure. I'll start. Wakopa. I know that a lot of people pronounce it Wakopa, but it's Wakopa. Wakopa Financial specializes in startups and social finance, and that's all we deal with. I came up with the idea when I was in Boston at an accelerator for one of my own tech companies, and while sitting beside another CEO. So what you need to know is my second master's was in corporate finance, and I saw him watching a YouTube video on financials. Because something didn't look right with what his accounting firm back in Michigan had done. Anyways, I was busy, but after about 4 hours and he was still watching this thing, trying to do something, I leaned over and I asked, what the fuck are you doing? And what I learned that day, and then with dozens of startups that I've worked with since I exited that tech company, which was about 5 years ago. Is that founders are getting swindled by their accountants, which is wasting founders' money, time, energy, increasing their chances of failure. What startups really need is for someone to be their part-time CFO, and someone who knows what investors are looking for. My tech company, I raised 1.8 million seed round. And even though I had lots of education, nothing taught me anything about new business models, KPIs, red flags investors were looking for. And there's no CPA course that teaches anything remotely close to anything that's related to tech startups and what they actually need. So the horror stories that I've heard, even since coming to Winnipeg, are just really shocking, though not surprising. And I'm sure that if you live in a place with a smaller ecosystem that's a little bit more nascent, so outside of the Valley or New York, Toronto, Vancouver, I can guarantee that the hubris of the local CPAs, even the ones that are connected to your accelerators, are often detrimental to your organization as you go to raise money, especially when you go to the US. It's infuriating what they get away with and how much they charge. So good to meet everyone and look forward to these pitches.
Dope. Thanks, Richard. And then on my end, I run early stage programs here for Co.Labs. We're Saskatchewan's technology incubator. So we work with companies across the province here. We worked with about 150 startups. They've generated about $30 million in revenue, raised $20 million in investment, created about 550 jobs. And our whole goal here is just to grow the ecosystem, support founders throughout their entire journey. And we actually just opened up applications for our co-launch program, which is our early stage accelerator. So it's focused on one-on-one coaching, connection with mentorships. And at the end, we give away 20K. So I know there's a bunch of Saskatchewan founders here on the call. Some of you in the chat, probably past co-launch applicants or past co-launch graduates, past co-launch members. So we're really looking forward to the pitch marathon here. And can I just tee up the first startup here? Can we get things started?
Before you guys do, I just want to make one comment in response to everything Richard just said, because I have a lot of friends who are CPAs, and they're not all bad people, Richard. A lot of CPAs invest with us at Startup TNT. I know a lot of accountants right here in Edmonton that are specialized in startups, and they're awesome people. And so, Richard, I love what you're doing, and it's absolutely correct that as an entrepreneur, you need to think through any type of consultant that you're going to work with, because a lot of them probably are too expensive for you as an entrepreneur. But I do just want to maybe just give a nice shout out to all those accountants out there that are working really, really hard to help the startups and investing in our startup community. So let's get going, guys. Let's do it.
Yeah, all right. So let's kick things off. We got a doozy for the first one. They threw the hottest party at Collision. I think they're got some real exciting things coming, possibly some cool news. So I'll introduce John from Goodlawyer to kick things off.
Hey, awesome. I'm going to try to go a little bit off a little different here. I'm going to share actually my screen, and I'm going to share our web page here rather than, there we go. Okay. So, hello everybody. My name is Josh. I am the COO at Goodlawyer. Goodlawyer is where founders go for specialized legal expertise at prices they can trust. Our ambition at Goodlawyer is to build the law firm of the future in much the same way Airbnb has built the hotel chain of the future. The startup world needs Goodlawyer because the traditional law firm model, our primary competition, is fundamentally broken. Due to its opaque fees and resistance to innovation, startup founders like you have two totally inadequate options to address your legal needs. One, you can pay extortionate legal fees with traditional big law firms, or two, you can do it yourself with sketchy DIY solutions. So we beat these traditional alternatives because we are better, faster, cheaper. We're better. Our job is to recruit the best startup legal talent in the market. We aggregate these former big law lawyers, in-house leaders, and boutique firm specialists so that you can build a trusted roster of specialized legal experts to help you grow and scale. We're faster. As a digital-first solution, Goodlawyer is available on demand. And because you're not competing for priority with large multinational corporations with big legal budgets, our response time is better than your traditional law firm experience. We're cheaper. We have productized the legal journey for startups so that you can save up to 40% on your annual legal spend. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. We are founders' trusted advisors for all their legal needs, from new business formation all the way to Series C. We've helped more than 4,000 Canadian founders from cities right across the Prairies and Canada, including startups like Cherry Health, Propra, Cash to Crypto, Quickly, Proto, and Justo. Now, since 2020, Goodlawyer has exclusively focused on delivering legal solutions and products for early stage founders. You know this, you've seen it with your startup friends. But today, in response to inbound customer demand and feedback that we've been receiving, we are really excited to introduce Goodlawyer's Fractional General Counsel product. Fractional GC is our premium offering designed for our more mature startup customers and venture-backed businesses. With Fractional GC, you can embed a part-time legal expert in your team to help streamline your legal operations as you grow and scale to the next level. So if you're interested, in learning, okay. Scan me here if you want to know more. Thank you.
I love it, Josh. Great presentation. Goodlawyer is always kind of doing something interesting. Richard, did you want to introduce our next company here?
Yeah, for sure. So Heather is going to introduce SpikeFli Analytics.
Hi, everyone. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. All right. Hi, everyone. Heather with SpikeFli Analytics. Thanks for having me today. Myself and my partners have been working together for the last 15 years in the expense management industry, especially related to telecom and IT. Through that time, we have built a technology platform over the last few years to help us really truly understand the problems that our clients are facing, and ultimately being dependent on the telecommunications vendors and IT vendors for the facts wasn't a great place of strength. And so we have spent the last few years building this platform to be able to support our clients and help them reduce costs. Happy to say that to date we've been 100% bootstrapped, and today I'm here to talk to you about why what we want to be able to do with our product. So over the many years, we've been supporting a number of different companies, all with a need to increase visibility into wasteful spend. Our experience has showed us that business has thousands of different types of inventory to manage. Here's a couple of examples. They've got thousands of employees, hundreds of different billing platforms potentially to be accessing data from, thousands of invoices, and of course, millions of dollars are being spent every month to support these inventory. Accounting software just is not enough. It's typically numbers in, numbers out. As it is right now, business are depending on Excel as a database, and it's our experience that that's just not enough data to effectively manage inventory, especially to reduce costs. So our solution is a DIY SaaS management platform, so that all of these roles within business can now start to gain control and visibility over wasteful spend. No longer are they at the mercy of their vendors to ensure they've got the facts about such important parts of their business. Our goal is to be able to give them an easy to buy online product where they can get started either for free or not. Ideally, it would be limited touch points from SpikeFli, easy to use and obviously incredibly scalable. We are asking today for, we're looking for a $500,000 investment so that we can continue to build out our product in the DIY capacity. We're recognizing that we need some expertise as it relates to building DIY SaaS-based products. And because we've been really bootstrapped to date, there's been not a lot of expertise helping us get to this point. And to be able to count on additional experts to help us, we'd be extremely grateful. We've had some fairly steady growth over the years and have quite a few opportunities in our pipeline. However, we see the opportunity with some additional investment to be quite significant over the next 5 years. Being able to expand into other verticals beyond telecom and IT, such as utilities, electricity, freight, all things that a business needs to have that additional insight in so that they can truly manage their business effectively and without higher costs. We obviously have some challenges being a bootstrap company, and with this investment could go a long way in terms of helping us to expand our brand and expand our reach. We've got a lot of, sorry.
Yeah. We just got to start wrapping up. Want to give a final 10-second send off?
Yeah, great. We're looking forward to working with potential investors that can help us to grow and scale the business. We have strong referenceable clients, and we've got some really great traction so far. So please give me a call and let's chat.
Love it, Heather. Thank you so much. Next up, we have GasThank Rewards, and Michael will be pitching them. Oh. Michael, are you on the chat? Why don't we
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, all right, Michael, take it away.
I was muted. First, apologize, my screen, my slide will not come up. I do have one, but I was having some technical difficulties getting it from one computer to another. So what we're going to have this morning is the elevator pitch. And this works real well. GasThank Rewards is about gasoline and merchants, particularly restaurants, is the first thought. I see DoorDash and Skip the Dishes running around, costing restaurateurs a ton of money. We've got a simple rewards program that if you ordered online, ordered on the phone, and went and picked up the product yourself, the merchant would reward you with some gasoline, a couple of liters, costing $3, maybe $4. And in that way, the merchants save a ton of money off the commissions that the delivery companies are charging. And even I order regularly from Panda Hut Express. I spend an extra $3 or $4 on a half of wonton soup, so I clear the $30 threshold, and they deliver for free. Well, it's not free to the restaurant, it does cost them money. If they gave me a little bit of an incentive, would I go pick it up? Perhaps. And that's what GasThank Rewards is all about. But it works also for other merchants. If you're the brick, for example, and you come in from Tofield to Edmonton and you buy $2,000 worth of furniture, sure, the brick would love to pay for your gasoline. You can do it with this program here. Opting into Petro Points, trying to become a Petro Points partner, none of the merchants I'm talking about are big enough for them to even be interested. That's one of the ways we plan on delivering our gasoline is through your Petro Points, through your SO Points, through your Optimum Points, and we've got them all prepaid. We can ship them off to those various companies and you can collect your gas. So if you walked into the merchant, ordered your pizza, he gave you the pizza, you put 3 miles on, he just says, what's your email address? That's where the reward points go to. If you're not registered, don't worry. When you go and register and use that email address, those rewards will be there for you. Then you can start to redeem them and use them. What I'm looking for is somebody to do the heavy lifting. I'm 68 years old. I've built lots of software programs, and hey, nobody thinks like me. So if there's anybody that wants to participate in this business, get in the rewards business. I happen to meet the guys at my golf club back in Toronto that brought air miles to Canada. They did extremely well. And I think this thing's got some legs if anybody wants to come along. If you go to GasThank.com, there's some information there. My contact information is there. Again, sorry, apologize for the slide. And I don't have a stopwatch either, but I'm sure I'm pretty close to 3 minutes. Take care.
You are. Great job with all the technical difficulties. No worries. The next we have John from QuoteToMe.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Chabluk, the founder and CEO of QuoteToMe, and QuoteToMe is reimagining the construction procure-to-pay workflow. Our team is passionate about leaving the construction industry better than we found it, so join us on our mission to positively impact a $10 trillion global industry. In the US and Canada alone, over $1 trillion is spent on materials and equipment, and because of the current procure-to-pay workflow primarily being paper-based and manual, there's billions of dollars being wasted on overspend and rework on projects. So getting supplier quotations today requires calling, emailing, texting, so contractors are really struggling to implement effective purchasing strategies. QuoteToMe has built the solution. We help commercial contractors order, receive, and pay for their materials and equipment. Our product automates manual data entry and gives all procure-to-pay stakeholders a single platform to transact and communicate in. Contractors can easily get quotes, approve the quotation, create automated purchase orders, and digitally confirm receipt of goods on site and approve all invoices using QuoteToMe. We've validated our product market fit across our clients that range from 15 million to over $1 billion in annual revenue, and all sizes of commercial general contractors or subcontractors have been unlocked for us. We've built direct integrations with Procore, Viewpoint, Sage, and QuickBooks, who are the industry's leading project management and accounting softwares, and they've really helped us to shape our product direction and have also unlocked a $52 million qualified sales pipeline and go-to-market strategy. We added 3 new customers since launching our Procore integration in Q2 of 2022, and they're fully onboarded in less than 30 days, adding over $50K in new ARR for us. Our integrations and deep industry knowledge give us a competitive advantage over the existing competitors we see in the market and any new market entrants. We've also grown our marketplace volume of transactions over 2.5 times year over year, and have now processed over $50 million in spending volume. Our immediate focus is to grow a SaaS business with exponential recurring revenues. However, we see a grander vision to connect a fintech stack to our platform. Poor capital flow is a major inefficiency in the industry today, and QuoteToMe centralizes all the necessary players and the proprietary data to integrate a fintech stack to be able to digitally and directly process payments and finance transactions, opening up a massive additional revenue stream for us. Our leadership team has over 100 years of industry experience, making us authentic builders of our construction software who've actually experienced the problem. We're raising $2.5 million Canadian to ramp up our sales efforts, readying us for a Series A next year, and we have a laser-focused go-to-market strategy. So share in our team's vision to leave the construction industry better than we found it. Thanks.
That was a super clean pitch, John. I love the pitch deck too, man. Really good job on that one. Really good to see how far you guys have come in the last couple of years here, man.
Thanks, Dallas. Fun to be here.
Yeah, for sure. Now, moving on to our next pitch, we have Anil from WHIISL. Anil, come to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Anil Setha, and I'm the founder of WHIISL Inc. We help businesses avoid costly mistakes. The problem today is that we get inundated with so many notifications from so many different apps that it is almost impossible to stay on top of what is important and lose track of messages because we can't remember which platform they were on. From a business standpoint, this can lead to costly mistakes, leading to significant loss of revenue. Our approach is to replace hardware-centric solutions with an innovative software-based platform that allows employers to choose which messages get the highest priority. It's more relevant than ever because more organizations are allowing employees to work from home and use their own devices for work. We have 3 primary markets: remote workers, especially the transportation industry because they need real-time communication; political parties because they need to perform voter outreach, but they don't have the right tools or enough volunteers; small businesses post-pandemic are especially struggling with employee turnover, and more than ever, they can lose significant business when employee changes happen. We know we are not the only people that solve this problem, but we are cheaper than hardware-centric solutions, saving customers hundreds of thousands of dollars. For those who use single-use platforms like Teams, Zoom, Slack, we offer a unified messaging solution and broadcast capabilities, very importantly. We are growing our platform and hope to eventually meet competition from direct competitors like RingCentral and Vonage, but we are getting there. Our longest standing customer has been with us since our very first day, and they have helped us understand the challenges of the transportation industry. We acquired our latest transportation customer, GPEX, by addressing the same challenges. We currently have over 100 users. We are generating revenue, and we are getting asked to get into the enterprise consulting business since we are saving hundreds of thousands of dollars for our customers.
Good now.
I'm here today looking for feedback on the pitch, suggestions for the business, and introductions to potential mentors. Please call or text me at this number. Thank you.
Great job, Anil. Really interesting. Next up, we have Giuseppe from Perfit.
Then we should be up and running. Here we go. Hi, everybody. My name is Giuseppe, and I'm with Perfit. There we go. Technical difficulties. Here we go. Hi, everybody. My name is Giuseppe, and I'm with Perfit. We believe that we can reimagine shopping. There we go. So our goal is to make our investors money as well as our brand partners and to stop waste. And here's the truth of online shopping. 66% of online shoppers over purchase. That means that they purchase either a medium and a large and they send one back. Out of those returns, 40% of that actually ends up in landfills. And it's a vastly costly product issue that the brands are currently having right now. Our solution is the most accurate virtual fitting room on the market. Our team of experts, from physicists to computational modeling PhDs to applied science advisors and business advisors are honed in on this problem. We're trying to create something that is absolutely accurate with the ability to connect with avatars, and the results for that is to increase sales, reduce returns and abandonment, and become more environmentally friendly. In order for us to do that, and in order for us to increase sales, we have a fully immersive custom virtual fitting room for our brand partners that they can fully customize it. They can choose every aspect of the fitting room experience. And the cool part about that is that this will increase first-time visit sales by 30% and recurrent visits with a higher dollar value spent by 46%. Our avatars and our garments have no limitations. So our avatars have no limitations on body shape and size. And our garments are actually mirror the manufacturer's assembly process in order for us to have accuracy on the garments themselves so that they are digitally as they would be live. The environmental impact is that when we're able to reduce returns, we're able to diminish the CO2 emissions. We're also able to gather more data for our brand partners in order for them to be able to manufacture differently and more accurately for what is actually needed. This will allow us to reduce water consumption and water pollution. Our current partners right now, we have launched with the Saskatchewan Rattlers. We're working on the fitting room for Blue Rickshaw, and we are digitizing the inventory for Me Sports as well as Freckle Swimwear, and we just signed All in Splash. Our revenue model is subscription plus commission, and our integration is fairly easy. We have a web app, we do an integrated link, and then our partners can start selling right away. Thank you very much. My name is Giuseppe, and we are here to make our investors, brand partners money and to stop waste. Thank you.
That is co-launch graduate Perfit. They went through the program last cohort. So great to see all the progress you've made in the meantime here, Giuseppe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Delta from Get in Sync Strategic Management talking all about making smart technology investments.
Good morning, everybody. Do you see my screen okay?
We do, and we hear you.
Perfect. My name is Delta Holby, and I'm with Get in Sync Strategic Management. We know that businesses have trouble prioritizing their technology in such a way as to make good decisions. This is why we developed the Get in Sync digital adoption platform. We help small and medium-sized businesses take the guesswork out of the decision-making process, clarify their digital priorities, and grow their profits. The challenge, the challenge we typically see is that as a company, you're facing insatiable demand for new technology. There's no central prioritization and everyone is starting projects on their own. This creates wasteful duplication and each system is expensive. On top of that, there's no coordination. Each department is on an island with little centralized planning. Not to mention, IT often doesn't know where all the money goes and the company continues paying for those apps it doesn't use. Now you're stuck in the same different meeting using multiple spreadsheets to track applications, projects, and costs. You could use project management software, but it takes a master's degree to understand, and you need something simple, on the ground, and in real time. The burning question we get asked is, how do you shape demand for IT so that you know all the planned and unplanned investments? Well, you should consider virtual CIO management software. The 4 main advantages of virtual CIO management software is it will prioritize demand, stop duplication, help coordination, and provide data-driven insights. Don't be fooled though, not all VCIO management software is the same, and some have serious challenges, forcing you to maintain it manually, leaving you with no visibility, and you're left in the dark without a way to improve. GetInSync's virtual CIO management software is the best in strategy execution management, the best program and project portfolio management, the best application and technology portfolio management. It is the best at business intelligence and reporting, and it is the absolute easiest for SMBs to use. We know how you feel. We've seen it before. You're getting passive-aggressive reminders about an upcoming project that is supposed to be rolling out, and your CFO has asked for the IT budget forecast, but somebody has moved the Excel file yet again. It's 4:30, it's already been another long day, and you've finally made it back to your desk to service your ever-waiting email, only to find that security audit consultant says the door badge system isn't compliant, and now he's got questions. On your way out, HR pops in to remind you about the mandatory meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Your job kind of sucks these days, and you're at the end of your rope. Wouldn't it be nice to stop putting out fires every day and to have visibility to all projects, requests, and budgets? Imagine how nice it would be to quickly point out redundancies and save a bunch of money. Now look at this guy. Doesn't he look relaxed? That's because he's using the GetInSync platform, and everyone can see the status of each other's programs and projects in real time, and investment shortfalls are visible and easily managed. Your company is well on its way to getting unstuck and in sync. Our ask is that we need help in creating our pipeline and filling our funnel with 6,000 managed service providers so we can onboard 60 qualified fractional or VCIOs by the end of year 2023.
Great job and perfect timing.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda from allies.io talking to us about DEI.
Hello, okay, let me just get this going. Oh, sorry, wrong one. I apologize. I've got too many screens. I've got too many screens open. That's fine. Okay. I'm just going to share my screen again, and then I'll work it from there. Okay. Can you see that okay?
Perfect.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Amanda Knight, CEO and co-founder of Allies. We're a female-founded early startup starting to build our MVP. Why is everyone resigning? If you haven't heard, the great resignation is here. And what's pushing employees out the door? Not being treated fairly, not being made to feel welcome, or not being included in key decisions, all because of an aspect of their diversity, such as their gender, their ethnicity, age, or disability. So imagine this scenario. It's November 2019. Louise, a young woman who uses a wheelchair, has been struggling with her journey to and from work via public transport. She's always exhausted at the end of each workday. She speaks to her boss, Andrea, the VP of HR, about working from home a couple of days a week. Andrea explains she's unable to authorize Louise's request as it wouldn't be fair on other employees who also want to work from home. She suggests Louise could drop her hours instead. Fast forward a few months to March 2020. The employees are told they all have to work from home because of the pandemic. How might Louise be feeling about that? Now she has to work from home because her employer says so. Another 2 years later, everyone's told they have to return to the office full time. What's the impact now on Louise? The lack of care and concern about her diverse needs seals the deal. Louise decides to find an employer who is empathic and flexible. Many employees have woken up to the control and lack of trust and inclusion they experience at work. Their great awakening has created a new war on talent. The winners will be those companies that offer work environments that are inclusive, respectful, empathic, flexible, and psychologically safe. And organizations need to be known for this if they want to be recognized as an employer of choice in their industry. It's also essential for their ESG reporting. But it takes a team effort, a culture of allyship, to build a workplace that's truly equitable and inclusive. This is DEI, the new culture work, and it's so broad and complex, especially when addressing the deeper issues like pay equity, racism, discrimination, and bias. As many of our clients have shared with us, it can be overwhelming to know where to start, or frustrating as hell when the needle doesn't shift on their inclusion efforts. So through the Allies DEI system, built on our conscious allyship maturity model, we meet our clients where they're at, kickstart their inclusion journey, or accelerate the progress they are already making. 3 key ways we guide them. 1, gap analyses to find out what needs to change so everyone is valued, then ways to change them and measure them, because what gets measured gets done. 2, powerful learning experiences to get everyone doing the inner work needed to own their individual biases and to become conscious allies. And 3, identify and address their biases in their people, systems, and policies as well, to ensure all groups are treated fairly and with dignity. Our ask is that you connect us with one person in your professional or personal network, a business leader or head of HR who's talking about these issues, or maybe that's you. Drop us an email. Thank you.
Great pitch, Amanda. Quick question. Where did the idea from the platform come? Obviously, this is very like mission driven. What was your idea around building this?
Essentially to address the global issue that the needle just isn't shifting quickly enough, and seeing the opportunity to use technology as a means to do that, so that organizations have an easy, usable management system that enables them to drive their diversity and inclusion efforts, that also engages all of their employees. So we see employees having their own login, they can get involved in whatever aspects of the inclusion process they want to get in. But it's about driving that scalability across the world.
Yeah, I love that. And that's obviously such an important aspect. So great pitch, Amanda. Keep it going. Next up, we got Danny from Smarter talking about digitally managing your trade business. Danny, you're up.
Thank you. How's everyone doing today? I'm Danny, CEO of Smarter. Just need to get my video to work. There I am. CEO of Smarter. I'm a serial entrepreneur that's created over $150 million in shareholder value for anyone that's invested in the early stages of the companies I've founded. Love building companies. It's my favorite thing to do. I especially love building teams. I always tell my teams, if you want to go far, go together. It's really important to have like-minded people working together to a common goal. So let's talk about Smarter. So Smarter is a supplier integrated platform that automates and optimizes job management for our user. Our user are tradespeople or anyone that's handy. What we found is that our users can expect an average annual income of approximately 6 figures when installing our foundation smart lighting products. We're all about scale, and we're currently seeking $5 million in investment in exchange for approximately 20% of our business. In 18 to 24 months, we'll be looking for an additional 30 to expand further within the US and other countries. Business model. As you can see here, the platform's at the center of the business model, connected with the user. Something of note is third-party integration. What we mean by that is a supplier of material integration, as well as other third-party smart products that our users can install. We're particularly excited about anything that provides sustainability, things that help conserve power and water, and those sorts of things. Monetizing the user base, very important. If you focus on the bottom of the slide, you can see what we're doing here is material costs plus user merchant fees, any digital marketing efforts that we provide, as well as the sale of our products. With 500 users, we can expect to generate approximately $70 million in annual revenue. We're a data-driven technology company, and we're constantly looking for opportunities to drive our ARR, and we're very excited about the future. We currently have a lifetime sales of approximately $2.6 million, and we're on track to do about $4 million in revenue this year. Anyone that's interested can contact me. The information at the bottom of the slide. And always work smarter, not harder. Thank you for the opportunity today, guys.
And thank you. Love your branding. Next up, we have Carson from FastTap.
Hey guys, my name is Carson.
And I'm Zach.
And we're FastTap.
We're here to talk about the company that our team is building to help you experience next generation dining.
So who are we? FastTap is a customer relationship management tool for restaurants facilitated through guest digital transactions.
FastTap was created to help solve one major issue: 2022 restaurant problems.
As you can see, during COVID, a lot of experienced staff left the industry and went on to new walks of life. So right now there's a huge inexperienced staff issue as well as shortages. As restaurants get busier and busier, slower table turn. As inflation increases and costs increase, profit margins for restaurants are getting thinner and thinner, as well as there's currently no guest insight or any data on their customers.
We believe that we've created an easy solution for restaurant owners to implement today. Through our fast digital payment technology, we're allowing restaurants to increase their staff efficiency. We provide actionable and insightful data through AI-driven dashboards that are given to both managers, servers, and owners alike. We're able to allow restaurants the option with reducing their costs by either fully removing their terminals or reducing the number of terminals on hand, which reduces their terminal paper, as well as giving people the option to have an eco-friendly paperless menu option through our digital payment solutions. By doing all of this, we're creating memorable and exciteful experiences for customers, and in turn, creating more regulars at each of these restaurants.
We believe that we are the future, and our stats show 8% of customers in North America have used contactless payment this year.
On average, you're seeing an increase per basket size of about 12% when people use digital payment options versus what's currently available in the market.
95% of restaurant owners say that technology improves their day-to-day.
And servers are seeing an increase of up to 40% on their tips when guests choose to use payment in the digital space versus the traditional methods such as cash or card.
When QR code payment technology is available, restaurants are seeing 60% adoption.
So where is FastTap and where do we want to head?
We just closed our first seed round.
We're growing our internal team.
We're launching our MVP in September.
And we've signed over 20 local restaurants within Winnipeg to launch with us and use our technology to help increase the experiences and moments that guests are having within their own establishments. If you know of any restaurants across Canada that would be interested in this technology, if you want to get to know us, feel free to scan the QR code and join us on either LinkedIn or Instagram.
Love it, guys. Some Winnipeg entrepreneurs. I will always have a soft spot in my heart for some Winnipeg entrepreneurs. What's the big next step you guys need to take in like the next 6 months here to like really push this out?
Honestly, the next 6 months is just about proving out the model. So we're doing a lot of internal testing right now in August. And as Carson mentioned, we're launching in September with all of the local signed restaurants. We're really building out our data portion of this experience and the AI dashboards that we're building. So those will be launching with the MVP and just getting a lot of real-time feedback. So we've got a lot of great partners already on board that are coming through and letting us know what they love and what they don't love. And we're trying to build this, again, to cater towards restaurant owners and servers. The guest portion is actually easier than we had expected. It's about really the servers are frontline sales. So if the servers love it, they're going to push for it. Guests are going to use it. And in turn, the restaurants are going to get really awesome data that's going to help them hopefully get through not only COVID, but just anything that's going on within the economy and be able to understand more about who's dining with them, why they're dining with them, and how they can increase guest return.
Yeah, and I guess the after party in Winnipeg is at King's Head today. You know, maybe some customer acquisition could be on the slate for you guys.
Absolutely. King's Head's actually one of our signed partners.
Yeah.
So we definitely love King's Head.
There we go. Okay, love it, guys. Next up, we got Mike from ClearSource, possibly the last presentation here for B2B SaaS.
All right, let me get my screen shared here.
Sorry, hang on one second here, guys.
Hey, take your time.
This is weird. This is why we do tech checks, right?
It's my favorite thing when tech doesn't work at a tech conference.
I know, right? Oh crap, it's asking me to leave. Dan, can you share your screen? Have you got the slides in front of you?
Yeah, I think I can do that. Let's see here.
Perfect. Let's do that instead.
Okay.
I don't know why this didn't work. And this is why you have co-founders too, because they can be on a different call and or on a different screen and do the sharing.
All right, let's give this a go here. All right, you can see my screen okay?
Yep, looks
we
good.
can.
All right, well, let's jump into it here. All right, well, hi, everybody. I'm Dan. Obviously, this is Mike. We are excited to tell you about ClearSource. It's a new web app launching August 29th, coming up real quick here. We're bringing an Amazon-like experience to the industrial supply space. So you might not be aware that industrial distributors are about 10 to 15 years behind retail in digitizing their businesses. And this is largely because click-to-buy retail e-commerce solutions don't fit the business process of quoting. So ClearSource helps distributors overcome the hurdle of online marketing and e-commerce and saves industrial contractors hours a day in precious billable time. So like I said, we're just days away from launching this intuitive cloud-based sourcing platform that allows contractors to find the products they need, source from local distributors, generate multiple RFQs simultaneously, and then order.
So there are lots of companies that are trying to solve for this industry right now. So you have traditional e-commerce companies who are attempting to shoehorn B2B transactions into their traditional click-to-buy solutions. You've also got expensive purchasing platforms that are great for larger companies, you know, with dedicated purchasers and the like, but they aren't as practical for smaller contractors. And then there are even contractor marketplaces that are springing up. You know, they're primarily focused on the residential construction market. And these marketplaces, including Amazon, have access to loads of purchasing data. But ClearSource is the only platform that we've seen that intends to use that data to give actionable insights back to the broader community. In other words, we'll tell you how to buy smarter as a contractor and how to better service your customers as a distributor.
So in Canada, there are 88,000 companies that fit our definition of a small to mid-sized contractor, meaning 100 employees or less, and over 9,300 distributors across the country, not to mention the thousands of manufacturers of these products who would pay to have access to this industry data. So this translates to an obtainable Canadian market of $6.1 billion and a North American market of over $1 trillion.
As Dan mentioned, we're launching our MVP here in beta at the end of August, only 11 days away. And we've already signed up 6 distributor groups and have almost 4,600 contractor companies that are on our wait list and ready to be onboarded. This represents a revenue opportunity of just over $480,000 of MRR. We've also got 19 nationally recognized manufacturers signed up as well, and we've bootstrapped the majority of this to date. Folks from the TNT Edmonton Top 20 pitch will remember that this is the team behind ClearSource, and combined, we have almost 30 years experience in all aspects of the industry, as well as an advisory team of experts to help us along the way. So what we're doing, or what we're asking for right now, is we've got a small pre-seed round that will help us finish out our MVP, pay for some marketing, and launch us into our product market fit. But we're also looking for like-minded folks who want to help us become the global leader in the industrial supply market, who have connections, and anyone who's interested in lending some technical advice. If we do this right, in the next 5 years, we expect to be generating over $100 million a year in revenue, and will be another unicorn success story. So please come join us.
Amazing. That's since your first the first slide I was captured. Yeah, I think that there's just such a big opportunity there. I know lots of people that have experienced this problem. So that you're solving. So good on you. Looking forward to hearing more about what's coming down the pipeline after you launch. That's exciting. Lastly, we have Clint from Arcad. Go ahead, Clint.
This is one of the problem with tech names is I have no clue if this is arcade or arcade, and nobody gives you any pronunciation for these things, and everybody puts like the weirdest syllables in their tech names, and now you're reading them off a sheet just trying to pretend you know how to pronounce them. So one piece of advice next year, Zach, can we get pronunciations for all the companies, please?
Noted, Dallas. We're collecting ideas and feedback. Yeah, it's always a challenge.
Did not realize WHIISL was actually WHIISL. I'm sorry, you know. Clint, I think you're muted, by the way.
Oh yeah. Hello there. Oh, hello guys. So my name is Clint and my company's called Arcad. Arcad is it's an interactive map that is based on experiences in community. So recently, me and my team entered the YYC hackathon this past couple of weeks, and then we created something called YYC Hub. And then YYC Hub, like I said, was an interactive user-based map that focuses on experiences and bringing ideal services to the community. And we came up with this idea because we thought that there was a community or like a cultural problem that was happening within local communities like Calgary, for example, where no one was going outside checking out different events or checking out different restaurants that has just opened within the local community. And we came up with YYC Hub. So we came up with a feasible facade that integrates a web application to give services to buildings, businesses, and restaurants within the city. And then it focuses on the hyper-localization aspect, which focuses on the hub. And then Arcad is a separate software, or it's the main mother software where YYC Hub, for example, is integrated, which is the Calgary-based interactive hub. But we want to expand to other cities as well, like Winnipeg, Edmonton, all the way to different smaller towns and other cities around the different provinces across Canada. And I want to show you guys a quick rundown of what we have. It's just a current front end application that we created, but we are currently creating the other backend software to be able to be integrated and have an actual MVP running by early as September. So you can see this is the landing page for YYC Hub. And YYC Hub is only focused mostly in Calgary because that's where the interactive user-based map is focused on. And I'll show you guys. As you can see, we have different aspects that we differentiate from other competitors and other people, services that offer the same service. So right here, we have different events, like we can have access to restaurants, different events that's happening around. But we wanted to try something new. So we focused on just targeting simple buildings to be able to get pre-existing users on our app. So YYC Hub targeted one of the biggest high-rise in Calgary, which is the Guardian. So we used and worked with the Guardian's app and integrated our own application within the Guardian to be able to have it accessible to the users within that specific high-rise, so they can have access to different events and venues, or to be able to have access to like different places and restaurants around the city. And we hope to expand to other cities and other towns as well. But we just want to focus first and foremost in the city where I'm from, which is Calgary. And that's why we created this. And as you can see, we have different events that we have integrated within the app. And then we're hoping to have a mobile application as well running as early as September. And then, yeah, so we have that as well. And that's what I have right now. And I just want to talk about my background, so if I have more time. So I'm an innovator at the Knowledge Society. I'm 16 years old, just turned 17 like a month ago. And I was so scared to go up here, but this is what I have. And I'm very proud of the work me and my team have put into it. And yeah, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for listening.
Man, can we get some snaps for Clint? 17 coming up here. You know what I was doing when I was 17? It was not making websites and building software. So big up, Clint. Love to see what you're building. Love to see what's going to happen in the future. Keep your eye on Clint. I'm really excited to see where you're going to be when you're like 30, because it's probably going to be way farther along than a lot of other people here. So big thanks, Clint. Big thanks to everybody in the block. Really good pitches. Love to see B2B SaaS.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Dallas and Richard, is that the end of all of our presentations for this block?
That is. We were short one.
We were short one, but listen, that was an awesome hosting job. Let's hear it for Richard and Dallas now for hosting a great block for the past hour with the snaps or the claps. and a big thank you to all of our presenters as well. Let's hear it for them one more time. Clint might have the record for youngest presenter today. Just so you know, Clint, we actually once had like a 13-year-old on a pitch marathon, which really blew our mind. So loving getting the teenagers involved. That's freaking awesome. And you know what I'd like to do before we transition to the next block? I'd like to maybe just hear a little bit more from the Co.Labs team about Uniting the Prairies. I mentioned it before. I attended it for the very first time. I know a lot of people on the call have attended. If you haven't been to it, it's someone I strongly recommend. Dallas, do you want to tell us a little bit about what Uniting the Prairies Conference is, what it's all about, the philosophy?
For sure. I mean, the whole goal of Uniting the Prairies is to really unite the prairie tech ecosystem with a big focus on connecting founders with investors. That's really the goal, is like, how are we going to get deals out of this thing? And I think we might have something pretty cool to announce in like the next month. So I'll keep that on the low, but there's probably something real cool coming out regarding up. But yeah, for this year, we're doing May 24th, May 25th here in Saskatoon at the Delta Marriott. So different venue, bigger venue. We can get probably like 600-700 people in there and really rock it out. But yeah, really looking forward to putting together just a 6-speaker lineup, getting the best founders and startups. Probably a lot that are on this call will be coming out. Up 22, I mean, the energy was crazy. We're going to be back in person, bigger, even better this year. So yeah, really looking forward to that.
Tell us a little bit more about the format, because I think you guys take a pretty unique approach. It kind of combines like conference and curated networking. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we've always found time to make curated meetings between startups and investors, and we're going to look to do even more of that this year, where we're going to be looking to put the top startups with the top investors in a room. Honestly, we had an idea we might just lock them in a room and make somebody sign a term sheet to get them out of there. But yeah, the whole goal is, how do we get founders and investors connecting in meaningful ways? It's really hard to get, VCs from Toronto to come to Saskatoon for a day to meet one company, but all of a sudden we're bringing 75 to 100 of the best startups in the prairies in one central location. It allows us to get some of the best investors across Canada. And this year we're going to look to do a lot more in the States as well. Obviously last year with COVID and stuff, things were a little bit finicky, but I think this year we're going to really be able to bring just a solid group of investors, a solid group of founders, get them connecting together. And yeah, we'll be making, again, curated meetings between those two groups. So yeah, if you want to connect with investors and you're a founder, one of the best opportunities, I think, in Canada to do so.
Yeah, Richard just gave a testimonial. He met a company 2 years ago there that was pitching here today earlier. Arbor, great company. And I was just thinking about how I met some people just in May, then built some relationships, hosted them here in Edmonton. Just, you meet a lot of really down-to-earth, approachable people, and, you do a really good job of curating the attendance list and making it affordable for everybody. It's really impressive that you put that event on. It really makes for a special experience, I think, just the way.
Yeah, that's huge up to our sponsors. I mean, we really try and make it affordable, make anybody be able to come out. A lot of the startup tickets are free for startups. So yeah, really focused again on making it affordable for everyone. And yeah, sponsors are a huge part of that.
Okay, well, you know what? We're just about at the top of the hour. So thank you so much, Dallas. Thanks so much, Richard. Encourage everyone to check out Unite the Prairies. Encourage everyone to check out Great Prairies Pitch Marathon.com to see all these companies. We'll be curating a database of our own of all of these pitches on our website. All right, so I think, actually, before we go on, I want to give another quick shout out for anyone joining new. We got 2 Zoom calls. This is Zoom call 1. We're about to do Food and ag tech, kind of a good lunchtime session. I know that it's already noon for those of you in Manitoba. It's 11 o'clock here. We're getting a little hungry. We got a little food tech, ag tech session coming up here. And our friends over in Zoom call 2, they're doing life sciences and health right now. So if you're more interested in life sciences health, go check that one out. Just make sure everybody knows about both Zoom calls. We have good balance on both calls. All right, so we got 2 new co-hosts to introduce here, and I'm really excited to introduce the first one. Her name is Ariel. She's from Innovation Place. She is aptly called a collaboration specialist. Welcome, Ariel. What does that mean to be a collaboration specialist at Innovation Place?
It means I get to work with everyone. Isn't that the best?
Events like this, what better way to demonstrate your collaboration specialty than hosting one of the next sessions here? And Ariel, one fun fact that I know about you is that you're not actually from Saskatoon, right? And when we were out there, I remember you told me you're originally from, is it Toronto? Somewhere back east. Right?
Just east of Toronto. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And I'm just coming up on my 7 years being here. Can't send me
7
back.
years in Saskatoon. Why do you love Saskatoon so much? What's keeping you there?
Oh my gosh. What isn't there to love? The people, the river, the events. It doesn't stop. And now the tech sector.
Now the growing tech sector. I think really when my first experience in Saskatoon, I was like, this is properly a small town feel, very neighborly, but you got like 300,000 people. You're doing great things. Things are happening. Really impressive founders. Really collaborative community. I was really impressed with my experience in Saskatoon. Okay, let's move on to our next speaker, who I'm really happy to share a very special guest. It's Megan from BetaKit. She's a journalist at BetaKit, which is probably the definitive source for all of your tech news in Canada. And she used to be a political reporter before she was at BetaKit. So Megan, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here. It's my first The Great Prairies Pitch Marathon. So I'm very excited. I almost got the name wrong there too. But I'm so excited to be here. I'm based in Toronto. But whenever I come out to the Prairies, I feel it's my people. I just love the community, the chill vibe. So I'm so excited to be here and learn more about some companies I'm already familiar with, but companies that I'm not. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for joining us, Megan. Really great to have you here. Thank you, Ariel, for joining us. And I'm going to let you guys both maybe elaborate a little bit more about your own organizations. I'm going to hand it off to you. Our first few presenters are here. I'm ready to kick back and relax and listen to some food tech and ag tech companies. Take it away.
Thanks, Zach. All right, everyone, welcome. This is going to be the most fun hour of the day. That is a promise. My name's Ariel. My amazing co-host is Megan, and we're going to be introducing companies. So I'm excited here to represent both Innovation Saskatchewan and Innovation Place, following the Government of Saskatchewan's recent announcement of a single innovation agency in the province. We're excited to work together to advance our shared mandate of helping grow Saskatchewan's tech sector. We serve as the province's innovation catalyst with an integrated approach to providing programs, services, and infrastructure that supports entrepreneurs, startups, research institutes, and tech companies. We're pleased to support initiatives such as the Startup TNT Investment Summit and the Prairies Pitch Marathon, supporting all of their other events throughout the year to take part in the discussions and helping develop opportunities for new and scaling tech companies. Initiatives such as this are key to increasing the representation of Saskatchewan's tech sector and our local companies and entrepreneurs, helping them scale and succeed. Thank you so much to Startup TNT for playing a critical role in growing Saskatchewan's tech sector. Our government's growth plan aims to triple this growth by 2030, and your involvement is vital to achieving this goal. For everyone participating today and in the future, our collective efforts will ensure the province's innovation ecosystem continues to evolve and thrive. And without that, I'm going to pass it over to my amazing co-host, Megan from BetaKit.
Awesome. Thanks, Ariel. So I'm sure most of you are pretty familiar with BetaKit, so I won't go into too much detail. I'd love for everyone to just have as much time to pitch as possible. But just a quick recap, BetaKit is the publication of record for Canadian tech. We are a business news publication that connects, informs, and interrogates the Canadian tech scene. And we are read by people tracking, financing, and building, just like you guys, the next generation of Canadian businesses. So you can go check us out on betakit.com. And I'm also always happy to connect with new builders and investors. So please feel free to reach out and connect with me if we're not already. But yeah, so that's BetaKit. Yeah, that's me. That's Ariel. But let's get to the companies. Let's get to the ag tech and the food innovations that we're going to hear today. So over the next hour, you guys are going to hear 3-minute pitches from 12 companies. And just a reminder, I think it's super active already, but audience participation is super encouraged. So please feel free to note that in the, to reach out in the chat section. So first up, we have Greg Stewart with Geco Engineering. Greg, I'll leave it to you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks, Megan. Just let me. And everybody can see that. Yes. Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you very much and good day.
Greg, you just want to go to presentation mode first, though, before you get started. Do you go up to slideshow, probably? Or
Yeah, no. I've just lost my. What? Actually, well, I plan to do it in non-presentation mode. If you can see this, okay, I prefer having the preview on the side.
If that's how you prefer, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So good day. Thanks very much for joining me this morning. Right. So my name is Greg Stewart. My experience is in bringing data products to new markets. So I'm CEO of Geco Engineering, and we're working to solve farmers' challenges with stubborn weeds. Now, weeds in a farm must be controlled in order to maintain the productivity of agriculture. Now, however, applying the same herbicide again and again over time will result in the weed population developing resistance to that herbicide, renders that herbicide ineffective, and lets weeds spread rampantly. In a typical 10,000 acre farm, right, herbicide resistance can add $500,000 a year to the operating costs. With 2 billion sprayed acres in the world, this is a $100 billion per year problem for agriculture. Now, in addition, when resistance occurs, the chemical company providing the herbicide loses a product that cost over $1 billion and a decade to develop. Now, how this works, resistance starts with a single weed plant that's resistant in your field, drops its seeds, it becomes a resistant patch that then spreads to take over the entire field. Right? Now, with today's manual field scouting techniques, resistance is typically detected only once it's about 30% prevalent, by which time the only option is to introduce a more expensive herbicide. Now, recently, smart sprayer companies have started to come to market. They use cameras and computer vision to detect direct the herbicide at the weeds while avoiding the crop. This potentially saves more than 80% of the chemicals used. Now, while performing this amazing feat, they're also collecting maps of the locations of weeds several times per season, and this creates an opportunity. So Geco has developed a technique that uses machine learning and population modeling along with these weed maps obtained by the smart spray system to detect herbicide resistance while it's still just a small patch and is containable by the farm. In this way, the farm is able to prevent or postpone an increase in expenses. Chemical company prolongs the effective lifetime of its herbicide product, and a smart spray company using the technique gets a competitive advantage. Now, all of this is while encouraging the use of smart spray systems that will limit the chemicals going into the soil and the groundwater. Okay? So where we are, Geco has completed a prototype. We filed a patent, met with weed scientists, agronomists, and farmers to get feedback on the concept. We're now in the pilot stage, engaged with 3 smart spray and chemical companies for pilot projects this season, and have secured CEO letters of intent from 2 additional companies for next season. So based on our experience in taking data products to production, in this pilot stage will be followed by a service offering and then building the scalable software product. Right, so Geco is interested in introductions to farmers working in smart spray systems, introductions to appropriate contacts in smart spray and ag chemical companies, and funding opportunities. So I just want to say thank you very much for your time and enjoy presenting to you.
Greg, great pitch. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm just curious, what province are you from?
I'm located in British Columbia, so I think I'm the only one who is this far west for the time being, but all my projects are through the Prairies, right? So I got special permission from Dom to be here.
Wonderful, Greg. Well, it was great to meet you. Thanks for representing more of our beautiful Canadian provinces.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Kate with What's the Deal? Kate, are you ready to go? The floor is yours.
I sure am. Okay. Right. So you just finished work, you're hungry, and all you want is a burger and an ice cold beer, but you don't know where to go and you don't want to spend an arm and a leg. So where would you look? Would you enter your search on Google? Would you get frustrated after searching through 4 pages of ads and static blog posts with out-of-date content? What if you could quickly navigate an up-to-date curated list of all the best burger deals in your area? Even layer on tags like dog-friendly, patio, or free parking so you could find the perfect spot. I'm Kate Popiel, CEO and co-founder of What's the Deal? I'm a deal hunter myself, and I've worked in the hospitality industry for over 15 years, and we built What's the Deal to do just that. In 2019, I actually lost 3 jobs due to restaurant closures. Now, was this a result of bad food, customer service, or deals? No. So why did they close? Lack of exposure. Consumers didn't know about them or their amazing deals. Enter What's the Deal, a native deal finding app that connects restaurants with foodies looking to eat. Users can search, sort, and view deals from our database of restaurant-generated content, and restaurants can post deals, contests, daily specials, link to events, and view in-depth analytics across multiple locations, all in real time for one low monthly subscription. What's the Deal offers a competitive advantage to these restaurants that might otherwise close their doors, and we have the demand to back up that claim. This is an easy, inexpensive, and effective way to get a restaurant on people's radar. And unlike our competitors, our users are at the end of their buying journey and are ready to eat. Currently, our foodie audience is over 10,000, and we are on track to increase that number by over 200% by February. We'll be launching our MVP next month with 100 locations. Now, we operate on a recurring subscription model that starts at $20 and scales up to $250 a month based on user growth numbers in each city. We plan to introduce additional revenue streams, including PPC ads, consulting services, and other features once we hit our user base targets. And capturing just 10% of restaurants in Canadian cities with populations greater than 400,000 will equal over $13 million in our first full year of national revenue based on subscriptions alone. Picture this, you're a restaurant owner and it's turning out to be a slow night. Instead of sending your staff home and losing out on profit, you can push out a notification to people nearby and get people in the door with a limited deal like a free appetizer or a 10% discount. Using AI and machine learning, we'll be able to provide our users with personalized recommendations and our restaurants with suggestions on how to better serve their target audience and easily track ROI within the platform. And if I haven't convinced you that a deal finding app is needed in this market, consider this. 80% of Canadian food consumers say they are likely to try a new restaurant if a deal is available. And What's the Deal puts those deals at the fingertips of hungry foodies. Follow What's the Deal to find the best deal on exactly what you're craving. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate. I don't think there was a more apt pitch for lunchtime. That was, I'm super hungry now. I want to go check it out and find what deals I can find. So that was great. Thank you so much.
Yes. Hold on. Just stop sharing my screen. Maybe you could do it for me. Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Faiza from Field Notes, who hails from Edmonton, Alberta. So Faiza, please take it away.
Thanks so much. I'm just going to share my screen here. All right, I'm Faiza and I'm from Field Notes, and we make herbal liqueurs from distilled Alberta field peas. Did you know that Alberta is a big contributor to feeding the world? Canada is in the top 5 of 4 of the most major crops in the world, and Alberta contributes 30 to 50% of that total volume. But our yields are declining. Thanks to climate change and other unpredictable factors, we're producing less product than we ever have before. Last year, we produced 22 million tons, which is actually 30% below our 10-year average. But it's not all bad news. We're actually leaving a lot of opportunity on the table. Of the $12.4 billion that we export, only about 55% of that is value added, and the rest is just primary crops that are waiting for us to commercialize. And in fact, even Arlene Dickinson made a comment the other day on LinkedIn about the fact that if we invest in agriculture and commercial food production, we'll be able to grow the economy and serve the long-term health of Canadians. So at Field Notes, we're creating innovative consumer products using primary crops. We're doing this so that we can increase our GDP, increase jobs, and increase price stability for farmers. Why are we focused on spirits? Well, besides the fact that they're good and they're delicious, but there's a lot of growth happening in that market as well. So in Canada, we're experiencing 4.5% annual growth. In the US, 5.5%, and globally 7.5% annual growth. And we're focused on the mid-proof spirits, that's 12 to 30% ABV, and low alcohol spirits are actually the fastest growing categories within the industry. And premium is actually taking more share of wallet than any other. 62 cents of every dollar spent on alcohol is spent on premium, super, or ultra premium. In our first 12 months, we've actually done a lot and we're really proud of it. We got on shelves within 1 year of product development. We validated our product market fit within liquor stores, bars, and restaurants, and have some great recurring retailers. And we've won a couple of beverage awards that make us feel like we've got a good product out there. And of course, most importantly, we are profitable already. Here's a little bit of a sentiment of where we're featured, and we're really proud of those. And what are we doing in the next 12 months? Well, we're focused on only 3 things. We're focused on product development. We're going to be releasing a smaller size bottle for the holiday season, and we're developing a second recipe. We're exploring markets across Europe and the US, and we plan to expand into at least 1 new market. Right now, either Chicago or Los Angeles, and then in Europe, either the UK, Netherlands, or Italy. Here's our team. We're farmers, we are business people, and we are agronomists. So we really understand and care about agriculture and growing the Canadian economy, especially here in the prairies. And we've also got some great strategic partners and advisors to make sure that our product tastes and is delivered the way it should be. What we're looking for is capital, key team members, and strategic retail connections. We're actually looking to raise $500,000, and none of that is going to capital expenditure. It's all going towards growth in terms of product, customer acquisition, and staff. Thanks so much for listening, and we hope to continue the conversation.
Isa, thank you so much. That was so great. It's going to be exciting to see Edmonton on an international map. So great job.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Anna with Secret Foods. The floor is all yours, Anna.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Hello, Startup TNT Universe. My name is Anna, and my company is Secret Foods based out of Calgary. At Secret Foods, we want to be more than just a secret. We want to share our premium, pure, and plant-based recipes with you and shake up the sauce category for the better. My story starts with my parents who came to Canada to pursue their own food entrepreneurial passions. Growing up, I always distanced myself from my Lebanese culture, and I never wanted to be involved with my family's food businesses. But just before COVID hit, I was lucky enough to visit my family in Lebanon and Brazil, where I saw some of the country's best ingredients, and I discovered my own obsession for my culture. I had an idea, and I felt a deep sense of passion and purpose to pursue it. I grew up eating tahini sauce. We put on everything, and I made it all the time. When I came back from my trip, I realized that there wasn't this special tahini sauce on grocery store shelves, so I set out to make the best one I could. I created Secret Foods to fill a need in the market. Tahini paste, as you commonly know, is simply ground sesame seeds made into a silky smooth butter. I took this tahini and the traditional recipe of Lebanese tahini sauce, which is that mixed with water, lemon juice, salt, and garlic, and I pre-made a sauce dressing condiment in 2 unique flavors, a light and fresh lemon herb and a bold and savory smoked paprika. Our goal is to focus on high quality, clean label, plant-based, and purposeful ingredients in our tahini sauces, which are very versatile, on trend, and that can be used on any of your favorite foods. It's unique because it's creamy, but it's not heavy in oils. There's no eggs, no dairy, no sugar, and it's only 35 calories per serving. We did our launch in March 2021 at Co-op Best Fresh, Lena's Market, and the Italian Center, all in Calgary. At the end of March, I got into the Sobeys and Safeway local program. I did about 20 stores on my own and then brought on local brokers to help manage execution and expand into rural Alberta. In just 5 months, we were in 100 stores across Alberta, and by the end of 2021, we were in 150 across the province. In March 2022, we got listed in 150 Save-On foods across Western Canada, including BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Over the next few months, our focus will be to expand distribution into the East with our partner distributors, UNFI. I've built and scaled this company so far from scratch on my own, but I'm ready to bring on, ideally, a female investor to help support our growth and vision and expand our line nationally and eventually to the States. It's also super important to try to keep manufacturing in Alberta as we scale. Okay, thank you.
Megan, my friend, you're on mute.
Oh my God, I thought I totally clicked it. Thank you, Ariel. Just talking to myself over here. Thanks, Anna. That's great. I think we've already had some people in the comments saying that they've either tried your tahini or want to, and it's been very good. So I think that's great. I don't know about you, Ariel, but I'm getting really hungry now. I don't know. This is a mistake to do this at lunch. I haven't had my lunch yet. Now I'm hungry. But thank you so much, Anna. That was great. Okay, so next on the docket is actually another founder from BC, from Victoria, BC. Again, apologies. I think there was a note earlier that we didn't get pronunciation of names. So if I'm doing these wrong, please correct me afterwards. But Pankaj Puar from Farmers Legacy Bowtech is next. So go ahead, Pankaj. I'm just gonna say, are you here? If you're here, you might be on mute.
No, we weren't able to find her right now. Can we jump to the next one, please?
Yeah, no problem. Ariel, do you want to take it away? I think you're introing our next sketch.
You know it. Okay, next up, Kristen. I didn't have a second to message you. Kristen, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. So we've got Kristen with 7 Summit Snacks.
Awesome. All right, so hi and welcome to 7 Summit Snacks. I'm Kristen, co-founder with my sister Leanna, and we have Jason in our team as well, who is our GM. We are a team of everyday athletes who create chocolate that is crafted to conquer. We started our company because co-founder Leanna was tired of going to the grocery store or sports store where she could not find a chocolate that spoke to her as an athlete and a health-conscious mom. Something tasty and effective. There was not even a chocolate bar with a hiker on the package. Something that would innately cue that the bar was good for her and good for activity. The sports nutrition category is consistently overserved with new brands popping up selling the same old promises, natural, keto, protein. But akin to climbing Mount Everest, where many have tried and failed, few to deliver on function and taste. The solution? Tasty, functional fuel. We've designed a chocolate bar to fuel your adventures and athletes with simple nutrients you need to keep you going. I present to you 7 Summit Snacks. We have our go-to endurance bar, portable and effective for a solid hour or more of activity, and our everyday superfood bar. The single-serve endurance bar contains 140 plus kcals, 15 grams of carbs, and is fuel you look forward to eating. Our shareable, if you want, superfood bar has minimal ingredients, superfoods as the flavors, and is in sport-friendly packaging. What makes us different to the other competition? Well, you've probably experienced a melted Snickers bar at some point in your life. It's hard to eat, sticky, messy, and of low-quality ingredients. Carb gels contain weird ingredients that upset your tummy. And when you start fueling with carb gels, you're pretty much reliant on having one every 20 minutes for the rest of your event. Think how many that might be in an 8-hour ultra marathon. Us versus premium chocolate, well, although higher quality ingredients, the format doesn't lend to outdoor adventures. Why us? This product just simply doesn't exist. Chocolate functional fuel, positioned for athletic endeavors. It's not granola, not protein, not dates, not keto. It is a feel-good, good-for-you product. We have expertise in our team, food scientist, nutrition expert, consumer scientist, sport management, and we are consumers of the category. We're also gaining traction. We've gone from 30 to 70 retailers in year 2. Online sales growth consistently more than 50% than this time last year, and our total sales are increasing by 20% from January 2022. How else have we grown? Well, I'm very proud to say we've sold more in half 1 2022 than we did all of 2021. We have over 800 customers in our online store and 2,200 followers on Instagram across Canada. Where are we going next? I'm literally sitting on the paperwork for listings with distributors throughout the natural food and specialty grocery channels across Canada. We're also working with our listing with Marshalls, who will stock us in EIA and Vancouver Airport. Our goal in the next 6 months is to expand into Eastern Canada. What's our ask? As we are trying to expand, we're seeking both financial and mentorship support, specifically in business strategy, market expansion, and digital marketing efforts, as we aim to fuel your next adventure throughout the whole of Canada. Thanks.
Awesome. But thank you so much, Kristen. Feel good chocolate that's good for you. I'm in. I don't think I need any more than that. That's great. Thank you so much. Awesome. Okay, so next up, we have Nirmal Vesper of Raastah Inc. I think I pronounced that right. Again, I'm going to butcher my pronunciations, and you guys can correct me. It's totally fine. But Nirmal, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Oh, just a heads up that you're a little echoey. I don't know if that's just me.
Yeah.
Someone tell me if it is, but okay, great.
Okay, I would just be sharing my screen.
All right, here we go. You're going to see two people squished into one square. Please bear with us. But hi, everyone. I'm Jessica. This is Nirmal, and we will be your tour guides delving into our up-and-coming beverage company. So I'm going to open with a simple question for you. When you think of South Asian beverages, what is the first thing that comes to mind? For a lot of people, it's chai. South Asia, however, is so much more than just chai.
And that's exactly where Raastah comes in. Raastah, we believe that it's not a word, and it's more of a taste.
So our problem is that there is a lack of good quality South Asian beverage blends and mixes, where the few exceptions that exist, such as chai, are only depreciated versions of what they actually should be.
So Raastah was born as a solution to these problems. It advertises unique blends through a multi-sensory experience. Our customers get a preview of exactly what their tea will taste like by lifting these bell jars, and then they inhale the aroma of exactly what they're tasting, and they also get to see exactly what the ingredients are.
So our packaging as well is very aesthetically pleasing. I don't know how much you guys can see there, but it is both aesthetically pleasing and informative. You can see how to make the drink, where the drink is sourced from, what's in the drink, everything's inside that packet.
So what exactly is so special about our products? Tell me about this. Have you ever heard of a ghost pepper and black tea blend? Because we have created that. We call this the wellness elixir. It will definitely clear your sinuses, and that's a guarantee.
But if you're not a tea drinker or you're scared of ghost pepper, that's okay. We do have hot cocos or other herbal blends that you can definitely try. So at the end of the day, there's a beverage for everyone.
Not only are our products special, but our tried and tested multi-sensory experience is a successful approach in getting customers.
Our products also come from trusted sources. Nirmal here personally phoned a lot of local South Asian farmers in different languages, different time zones, just to import the freshest raw ingredients for our blends.
So since we do this, Raastah works exclusively with small farmers without any sort of middlemen in between. So we know exactly what we are putting into our blends.
So in terms of our business model, it's direct to consumer, farmers markets, festivals, special events. And in the future, we are hoping to enter retail.
So what you see here is our sales revenue over the past 2 years. We made 5x of our previous year's revenue this year. And for next year, we are estimating a revenue of $40,000.
Here you can see our amazing team. It is small. We are like a family. Nirmal, of course, is the founder, official leg breaker, whatever you call it.
And we also have another co-founder. He is unfortunately not able to be here today. And Jessica here is a creative advisor. And we have multiple sales reps, friends, and family. So we believe that we have a proven product that fits the market that we are targeting. Our major roadblock has been capital for marketing. We are trying to leverage physical interaction to grow our reputation. But hopefully with more capital, we can deploy more sales reps in multiple markets and pop-up shops at the same time.
So we're hoping on launching a website, having a local delivery system established, maybe something like a monthly delivery system. And we are applying to enter retail outlets by the end of next year. So there you have it. Meet Raastah.
Raastah in Hindi or Urdu means way or path. And at Raastah, we are slowly trying to create that path for our traditional flavors to reach your cup.
So yeah, thank you. Namaste.
Jessica Nirmal, thank you so much for that pitch. It was very interesting. If I ever see that ghost pepper tea in Saskatoon, I'm trying it.
We'll send it your way.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we have a Saskatchewan local celebrity up next. We're super excited. Now, you guys might think, why are they in the food ag tech sector? Well, people like to take pictures of their food and post it on Instagram, but this product is way better. So I'm pleased to introduce you to Jessica with Memory Keeper. Jessica, are you there? You might be on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I had some technical difficulty there. It was I was blown away by my introduction, so.
Great, well, we can.
Yes, hello everyone, thank you, because now I'm hungry and thirsty. I hope you can all see my screen. Someone speak up if you can, but if not, I'm just gonna dive on in. That's okay. So hi, I'm Jessie. I'm the CEO and founder of Memory Keeper Technologies, and I'm, of course, excited to be here, but I've got some bad news for all of us, and that is that the way we are creating, capturing, and protecting our stories is fundamentally broken. And that's my pitch for today. No, I'm just kidding. So I just don't want anyone to worry too much. We're fixing it. But I want to rewind us a little bit, take us back 20 years, where 15, 20 years, and we started getting this technology, which was we could capture things right in our hand. And first it was pictures, and then it was videos, and then we could do all these fun things with it. And we didn't really know what to do with all that. We knew that we could stop doing things like printing pictures and doing photo albums, but we didn't really know what to do. So depending on how old you are, came along things like MySpace and then Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat. And it was like, oh, now we have something to do with all this media. So we started playing with it. And now we fast forward 20 years later, and here we are connected to all our friends that we want to support, and we want to see what's going on in their lives, all the businesses that we follow and we also want to support. And an algorithm is choosing who we see, what we see, when we connect. And it's showing us that in between a plethora of painful ads that we're seeing. That was not the point. We're capturing 1.4 trillion pieces of media. We're actually not doing anything meaningful with it that allows it to be safe, protected, and future-proofed. And so that's where Memory Keeper came in. And I will say, I know this personally after losing someone very close to me, a niece, and then losing one of her social media accounts. Over 300,000 people every day are losing what they have on social media. And it's not social media's fault. Their intent is not to be our archival system for our most meaningful digital assets. That's where we come in. So our product is very simple. You create whatever it is you want to create, picture, video, voice, text. You capture, you can invite other people to create a story with you. You can craft it, design it, add voice tags to pictures, some fun things like that. Collect and protect. So it's easy, it's private, it's protected, there are no ads, and it's future-proofed. So we started about 2 years ago, and where we started was in the B2C space. So you start with an MVP product. We maybe had a couple businesses early on, but we really wanted to get the product right first. So our first year and a bit was really paying very close attention to our users, what was important to them, and where they were finding benefit in our product. And just in about the last 6, maybe 3, 4 months, really, we've started to find that businesses are coming to our platform as well. And they're saying, you know what? We need this too. So in the last couple of months, we've leaned fairly heavily into the B2B space. And what we're learning is not just people that want to archive and protect their stories, but businesses actually need a better way than social media is giving them to tell stories, to co-create meaningful stories with their users, to gather stories and testimonials from their users, and really magnify their brand through storytelling. So we're about 2 years in now, and just starting to lean fairly heavily into our B2B offering. We do have different subscription models depending on the size of your business. And I'm really excited to report that as of just in the last 6 weeks, we've entered into 2 very large, like opening millions of users, white label conversations with companies in the States in the memory capture and protection space. So things are happening very quickly, and we're recognizing there is a large void in the market. So since the beginning of the year, we've seen some, we're almost at 100,000 stories captured. We've seen great traction in the marketplace, really just getting started. But what we also have seen in the marketplace is these tailwinds indicating that we're on the right path for a very large gap that needs to be filled in the digital asset management space in the market. Berkshire Hathaway is predicting this being one of the largest areas of growth in the next 10 years. And we're also seeing people saying digital marketing as it is not working anymore. Facebook's losing users for the first time. The trend is that this is the direction the market's going to go. So where we are so far is we've had a ton of great partnerships, and we're making really meaningful stories, which is the important part, with all the people you see on the screen, as well as starting to look at some pretty incredible white label solutions as well, with people who everyone knows in the memory space. So excited to tell you a little bit about it. Right now we are raising. Our raise is partially filled, but there is still some left. And again, that raise is going directly to fueling business to business sales and white label and API plugin solution sales. So we are Memory Keeper. I guess my ask, if nothing else, is back your social media up, create a story, have a private place where you can put those really meaningful things for today and or for the future. If you're an investor that's interested, we'd love to talk to you more. And if you're a business who's having a really hard time getting your brand story out there because social media is so crowded right now, we'd also love to talk to you and help you with that. So that's us. Thanks so much for having us and giving us the time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jessica. Keeper obviously is so interesting. One question for you that I just had, are you more focused now on like the business side, or is there still direct to consumer?
Yeah, we are focused on the business side, but what we're finding is, for example, we're in a number of hotels and resorts. What we find is people go to the business side, they scan the QR code, they learn about the hotel, but then they say, oh, what's Memory Keeper? And then they go and create a personal account. So we're not turning our B2C off, and we are still getting organic growth through our B2B, but we're not focusing primarily our marketing intentions on the B2C right now.
Okay, super interesting. Someone who's been locked out of their social accounts. This is great. I had like a whole month. I was really mad at Facebook, but that's a story for another day. But
can I ask a quick question, Jessica? Is there a food tech angle to these memories?
I mean, obviously, I can find any angle for this if you like. We do have a lot of, actually, we have some good food bloggers who use it. We have a local grocery garden center that's making a cookbook right now with their users on all locally grown foods using Memory Keeper. So for sure there is.
Yeah, of course there is. Anyway, thanks so much for joining us, Jessica. We couldn't get everyone in the precise block that made the most sense. So thanks so much, Jessica. Great to have you.
Awesome.
Hey, that's okay. I needed a break from all the food stuff because like my tummy is grumbling. So great. I loved it. Awesome. Well, thank you, Jessica. Up next, we have Ian Spence. He hails from, I believe you're still there. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Lloydminster, which I today learned is the only border town that exists in Canada between two provinces. Super cool. But he's not here to talk about that. He's here to talk about Interlinks.ai. So Ian, take it away. And tell me if I'm wrong about Lloydminster, because I know I'm Toronto. I'm not an expert on the Prairie stuff. Everyone can hate on me for that.
No, that's our statement, is we're Canada's only border city. So I'm also halfway between Edmonton and Saskatoon. So pretty good spot for this type of thing. I'll just share my screen here. Perfect. Okay, so I'm Ian from Interlinks, and we provide real-time optimization for indoor farming. So who here has killed a houseplant before? I know I've killed many. I thought working for agriculture companies would be different, but the weather, the pests, we were killing plants out here too. I thought indoor farming would be easier, but controlling the environment quickly leads to a decision overload. Are we growing with the right temperature? Well, what about humidity? What about airflow, CO2? Are we growing with light? What about nutrient recipe, conductivity, pH, temperature? It can be a lot to manage. And right now, growers are using spreadsheets, binders, and PDF lab reports. And this leads to disease, deficiency, and diminished yield. Indoor farmers lose billions each year by making wrong decisions. So we created Interlinks. We help indoor growers gain deeper insight for decision-making on their farm. Our software allows growers to fine tune the production of their crop. There's no hardware, just better decisions for bigger crops. So first, our users create a greenhouse, and this gives us their location. Second, they select a weekly sample package, and this ranges from 4 weeks of weekly sampling up to a year of weekly sampling. After they take their sample, they send it to the lab, and then the lab sends us the results. So they take samples on their source water, their nutrient feed, their nutrient drain, their leaf tissue, and their fruit tissue. And for each of these, they get all of the elements. Because we have their location, we can also track their weather using a weather API. So essentially what we want is for the grower to be able to look and say, leaf tissue, let's look at how much calcium in the leaf tissue is there, and let's see how it correlates with the temperature, for example. I'm not going to get into the physiology of why this is important, but it's not available right now and super important for the grower to see the relationship between different variables. The global market is 13 billion a year. This is based on 10,000 a year for weekly sampling and 1.3 million acres of vegetable greenhouses. Canada's 5,000 acres of vegetable greenhouses with a market of 50 million. And initially we'll be focusing on the Alberta market, which is 2 million. And we're going to try to get half of this market before we advance to other Ontario and BC. My background is in agricultural biology, and I have a master's degree in bioinformatics. In 2017, I initiated a canola breeding program for Monsanto in Lloydminster here. In 2019, I worked for Bayer doing agrochemical development in Olds. We were doing chemical screening and efficacy trials on new types of chemicals. For the last year, I've been working at Ericsson. I started there as a machine learning intern, and after a year left, I was leading the machine learning team and about 9 people. I'm also a full stack developer, and I have some great advisors with me as well. Our main goal this year is to complete 5 paid pilots and move from customer discovery into pilot support and customer acquisition. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. And my ask is I created a LinkedIn page yesterday, and I'm the only one following it. So if you want to screenshot this, go follow me on LinkedIn. I have a content plan that I'm going to be releasing here soon. Thanks.
Ian, great pitch. Thank you so much for joining us. I will definitely follow you on LinkedIn, only because I'm also a plant murderer myself. So.
Good stuff. I'm glad I included that.
Yes. Okay, so next up, we have an Innovation Place's very own. You may have heard about them in the news over the last year. They've been doing some exciting things. I'm super excited to introduce Ken with Verigrain. The floor is all yours. Ken, are you on mute? I know you said, there we go.
I thought that was you, not me. Sorry. So yes, happy to be from Innovation Place. Actually, technically somewhere in the middle of southeastern Saskatchewan on the side of the road. So we're going to put technology to work here and see if I can do a pitch from 30 kilometers to the west of Yorkton. There we go. And if we'll start. Okay, off and running. So as advertised, Ken Jackson, CEO of Verigrain, and Verigrain has been recognized this year by some fairly prestigious awards, probably most significantly the Davidson Prize, which put us alongside John Deere and AGCO for the top 3 most innovative products in agriculture in 2022. So we're pretty proud of that one. We've also participated in a couple of the leading ag tech accelerators over the past couple of years as well. So the problem we're solving is that growers today don't generally know within about 10% the quantity of grain they've got stored on the farm. And they typically know even less about the quality of that grain. And so what this results in is that growers are not getting optimal utilization of their grain and lower prices than they could be. Spoilage is still a significant issue. From a buyer and processor perspective, they're dealing with inefficiencies and additional costs because of that. And then you've got sort of data requirements for things like traceability, carbon verification, and sustainability, which are rather limited or poor right now. So what Verigrain has developed is this grower to buyer information bridge, and it starts with creating a digital record using the Verigrain app. We've got tools that ensure grain samples are representative, that they're managed properly, and you've got chain of custody. so that the analysis of the samples can be accurate, the information can be trusted, and ultimately what gets delivered meets the specification that everyone wants. So what really sets us apart is how we do it. We're creating this new industry standard which provides the most accurate and real-time on-farm stored grain quality and quantity. And we do that by generating the data as the grain is sampled when it is loaded into and out of storage. So this results in a double win. The growers are getting increased revenue because they know what they have. They've got better samples, better knowledge. They can find optimal, better prices. The grain they sell is what they deliver, and they can provide traceability. So if, as a buyer, I'm really realizing decreased costs because of more efficient customer interaction. The grain I'm buying is what I'm getting delivered to me. And so I'm seeing increased operational efficiency and throughput. So we estimate there to be a $240 million annual recurring revenue total addressable market in Canada and the United States. We do have competition, as all do, but no other company addresses the data management piece that we do. So we've got quite an outstanding management group and board with quite substantial experience in both rapid growth and exits. And we're ready to go. We launched in 2022. We're forecasting 3 million in sales for 2023. We've got some quite substantial intellectual property. We're very readily scalable, exceptional management, and some very significant national and international recognition. So today, asking if anyone's interested in participating in the last bit of a $2.4 million raise. We're in the process of closing. We've got 900,000 left to go, and we are also seeking strategic partners. So if any of this is of interest, kjackson@beargrain.com. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ken. I'm so interested in the fact that you're kind of saying there's no other companies doing this using data management. That seems just so wild to me.
No, well, the gap that we fill is there's lots of companies that have sort of inventory control pieces in their software, or inventory management pieces, largely focused on quantities. Some have a quantitative or a qualitative component in there as well, but it tends to be secondary. And the problem is where they get their data from is they're relying on someone to input that either at a farm level or somewhere else. And so we sort of force the entry of that information because it's when you're creating grain samples, you're creating a sort of record for quality, the quality aspect, but you also have to associate a quantity with the sample when you create the sample. So you're automatically updating and in real time updating the quantity side of things. So it's, again, it's a rather sort of unique piece that we do.
Awesome. Okay, interesting. Well, thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate you taking the time today to share.
Happy to be part of it and back on the road.
There you go. Busy. All right. I think this is our second last company for today. For this block, sorry, is Care for All, led by Edmonton's own Julia Tran. So Julia, the floor is now yours. Julia, you might just be on mute there.
Sorry, I'm just trying to share my screen here. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Julia. I'm in Edmonton, and I'll be talking about Care for All, which is Edmonton's first community-owned, culturally honoring food box service. Our service is operated by a powerful and innovative partnership of stakeholders representing both the for-profit and not-for-profit sector. Our objective is to leverage our respective strengths as community agencies directly connected to the people and experienced food box provider to achieve our shared goal of responding to food insecurity and improving access to quality, affordable, and essential groceries during a time of inflation and high grocery costs with greater efficiency and collaboration. Care for All serves everyone. There is no membership, registration, or subscription required. Care for All helps all hardworking families to save 20, sometimes up to 50% on basic grocery items, and we focus on what is important to you and everyday food items. Our groceries are not donated or gleaned. Food is purchased at an affordable price by leveraging our collective purchasing power and working partnerships and passing on those cost savings to you and everyday families. We are asking our colleagues today to consider supporting our work through investing, advising, communications, or marketing support to help us increase our customer base. Our approach reframes food as more than just an issue of scarcity. We see food as a fundamental human right and a powerful gateway for socioeconomic inclusion and well-being. Our product focuses on the importance of providing good value, quality, and food items most important to families. Since our most recent launch in 2021, we have reached over 30 different community groups and have made over $60,000 in gross sales. Should we be able to reach our modest goal of selling 800 boxes a month, we will be able to achieve financial sustainability as a social enterprise. And important community work like ours that benefits everyone won't have to rely on grants and donations. And we can focus that energy and time on attaining scale, reaching communities with food deserts, using our platform to pursue income generating opportunities for those that we serve, and using Care for All boxes to share cultural knowledge and joy and more. Again, we are looking for colleagues to support with supporting investing, advising, communications, and marketing support to help us increase our customer base. Thank you very much for listening to me speak about Care for All. My name is Julia. Please connect with us with our contact information here. We look forward to connecting. Thank you.
Julia, thank you so much. And I echo exactly what Zach said. It's great to have another social enterprise today. So thank you. All right, it's time for the last company to pitch in this hour. I'm a little sad that I don't get to be here, speaking anymore. I'll definitely be in the chat for the rest of the day. I hope to see you. If you're in Saskatoon and you're listening, please swing by Boffin's Event Center tonight. We're going to be there for the last hour of the pitch marathon. 4 o'clock, doors open. Come hang out with us. And I hope to cheers you all there. All right, so last for the Ag Tech Food Hour is Matt with eGroceries. Matt, are you all ready to go? The floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Matt Wilkinson, founder and CEO of eGroceries, which will disrupt and revolutionize a $1.2 trillion industry. eGroceries is like Expedia, but for groceries. Our competitive advantage is using data analytics to instantly compare a list of multiple items between grocery stores. eGroceries will focus on the $120 billion Canadian market and then expand into the US and the UK. No current direct competitors, but companies that offer cost-saving and convenient e-commerce options are Flip, Instacart, and Checkout 51. eGroceries could be easily integrated into these companies. Last year, M&P stated that 30% of Canadian households are insolvent. 53% of Canadians have less than $200 left over at the end of each month after paying all household bills. This year, we've seen inflation greater than 7%, which increased average monthly household costs by $50 and $100 for a family of 4. Consumers lack a proactive and transparent solution to know which grocery store is the most cost-effective for their specific needs. We compared 20 items between Walmart, Superstore, and Save On Foods. A 30% difference between the highest and lowest cost just between these three companies. For busy and thrifty grocery shoppers who are conscious of their time and grocery costs, we have developed a price comparison app that helps save 50% shopping time per week and up to 40% on groceries. $2,000 difference per year between just these 3 stores, and an optimized list can save $600 extra per year. MVP is currently under development, and options available are bricks and mortar, click and collect, and click and deliver. An optimized order could include all 3 options. More than 250 people participated in our market survey, and we gathered these key insights. Initial target market is 1.4 million Prairie households. Marketing campaigns will be via media articles, Facebook and Instagram, then Canada-wide expansion to 14 million households. MVP and marketing campaigns launched this December, updated release in January, and final release by March next year. Unique opportunity for multiple revenue streams, consumer subscriptions, per-click fees for guaranteed orders, and digital advertising. Based on subscription revenue alone, e-groceries will break even in month 8, be cash flow positive at month 9, and generate a net income of over $3 million. I have over 23 years of relevant experience needed to help bring this product to market, but conscious of my lack of marketing skills. So my ask is for support with marketing expertise, as well as additional capital investment to support the marketing plan. E-groceries is recession-proof, pandemic-proof, and future-proof. Thank you very much for your time, and please reach out if you're interested in hearing more about e-groceries.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. I think we can all appreciate with the inflation that's been going on. I feel like every time I go to the grocery store, like everything just more and more expensive. So I think everyone can kind of appreciate the problem that you're trying to tackle there. Really interesting.
Thanks.
Awesome. Well, I think that's everyone. I know we had one person not show up. So maybe, Zach, I don't know if that person did show up and we're trying to fit them in. Maybe let me know. But if not, I think we're at the end of our pitches for this block.
Yeah, I think we might be able to squeeze that person in another session. I'll talk to the tech team. But thank you so much. Huge thank you to both Megan and Ariel. Awesome job pitching. Hosting all these pitches. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you to all the presenters again. Do you guys have any final thoughts from Ariel and Megan about reactions to hosting this event for an hour? What are you seeing?
I thought it was fantastic. I loved it last year. I loved it even more this year. It was great to see a lot of female representation. So girl power. And again, it was just really great to be a part of. So thanks, Zach, and everyone at Startup TNT for letting us be here. And thanks to Megan for being such a great co-host.
Yes, Ariel, so great. I was glad we were able to do this together, and I agree. Girl power all the way. So many awesome women pitched today at this block. But yeah, just thank you guys for having me. This is my first marathon, and Zach, hopefully we'll be able to do it again when next time this comes around. I'd be more than happy to participate. It was really cool.
Awesome. Well, and maybe a challenge for all of us on the call. When are we going to hit that next milestone that should be in a beta kit article? Let's get to it.
Yes. Reach out. I know everyone's got some things coming up. So I am super accessible, not to plug BetaKit, but if you're looking to reach me, I'm super accessible online. So feel free to connect. And yeah, it was great. I mean, good chocolate, like ag tech, machine learning, all this kind of stuff. There was some really cool pitches today. So it's neat to hear everything. And I can't wait to see when everyone's got news for BetaKit.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Ariel. Now, I got some exciting news. Before we go to the next block, I have a very special guest here with us today. I talked to him last night. You know him as that guy who's always wearing orange, always super energetic, supporting especially student entrepreneurs, and always has amazing books to give away. Welcome, Craig Elias.
Zach, thank you very much for having me.
So, Craig, thanks for coming. Tell us a little about what are you up to at Bow Valley College, and what are you here to pitch today? The first ever of its kind pitch in a pitch marathon. What's going on?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say congratulations to everybody who's pitching. I know how hard it is. I know my first pitch ever was for a $1 billion idea pitch competition, and first prize was $1 million. And I won. I ended up down in California for a while. And since then, I've actually spent a fair bit of time visiting and speaking at incubators, accelerators all over Canada, United States, Australia, Europe. And I learned two really important things. The first thing I learned is the biggest single predictor of success is how big is your network. So I just want to make sure if anybody here has not done this already, make sure you put your LinkedIn link, including the HTTPS, into this chat, because your network is going to be what's going to help you get to the next stage. The next thing I've learned was you need to learn how to sell and market disruptive products. And there is one book that is the Bible of how to do this. And it's been the Bible for 30 years, a book by a guy named Jeffrey Moore. It's a book that I believe in so much that it's one of only 6 that we give away during a free sales development program that's open to anybody across the province, or across the prairies rather. So if you want to copy the book and you're looking for some sales help, by all means, register for the next free session. If you don't want the sales help, just use the QR code on the right, or use the link that's down below, and maybe we can get somebody to put that in the chat for us. I don't know, Zach, can you stick that in the chat possibly? If you're interested in other books, so Zach talks about, yes, we give away books the first Friday and the third Friday of every month. We also run a program called Founder Fridays, where we pick an author, we interview them, and then we give away 100 copies of their book. If anybody wants to reach out to me directly, this is my contact information. My only suggestion would be you're better off texting me than emailing me, because as of about 5 minutes ago, I had 244,950 unread emails in my inbox. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, Zach?
That is crazy. Oh God, I'm glad you shared that, because people look at the unread messages in my inbox and I'm like, Zach, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, now I can say this is nothing compared to Craig Elias. It's nothing.
Let me maybe just stop sharing my screen and see if anybody has any questions. Or you know what I'll do? I'll go back to the slide before that has the QR link or QR code, so people can.
Yeah, show the QR code a little bit longer. I think there's a few people that want to get in on Crossing the Chasm book.
There's the QR code.
Yeah. Okay.
So I got
Craig,
20
awesome.
to give away.
What's that?
I got 20 to give away. So the first 20 will get there. And if I find a few extras, I actually found 5 today on campus. So I might be able to give away as many as 25. You fill in the form, I will actually mail you the book for free. Might take me a few days to get it out because I leave on vacation on Saturday. I have a cottage in the Muskokas. I'm gone for a couple of weeks. But if you fill in the form, if you're past 25, I might have other books that might be of interest, but first 25 that fill in the form, get a copy of the book. Anybody got questions? No. Zach, thank you for
Great
letting me
pitch.
doing this.
I just have a comment. I love how you start off the pitch by pitching an image of yourself.
The guy in the orange golf shirt, totally, right?
Anyways, listen, we do have to move on. Craig, thank you for this ad hoc pitch, and he's serious about texting. He texted me last night, and I said, let's do it, Craig. Let's do it. So he does everything by text, and he's got a lot of books to give away. Maybe I'll sign up for one. I haven't read Crossing the Chasm yet, Craig. So anyways, we'll leave it here, and I think we're probably ready to get started on the next block.
Zach, a pleasure. Thanks for having me. Good luck with the rest of the day, everybody. See you.
Okay, now before we go to the next block, I have a special announcement that I like to make right here in the middle. Am I going to be spotlighted for this announcement? Because it's the beer shout-outs. We've collected $345 from generous members of the community to contribute to the bar to have the after parties tonight. We've got 5 after parties: Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Regina, Winnipeg. They're going to be big. Calgary's got like 150 people signed up for it already. Like, Calgary's going to blow our minds. It's going to be a lot of fun. We start at 6 p.m. It'll probably go late. And if you would like to be one of those generous members of the community buying beer for a friend tonight, you can actually just e-transfer us at beers@startuptnt.com. And you can join the ranks of some of these amazing people. Stephanie Bailey, one of our investors in the Clean Tech Summit, or in the past spring summit. Chris Bunio from Manitoba. He was just quoting the paper in the Winnipeg Free Press. Who else we got here? Daryl Petros, long-time startup community member here in Edmonton, currently with Innovate Edmonton. Raheem, I don't think we've met yet. Welcome. Thank you so much. And Brett Whiteman. Love Brett down in Calgary, also a past investor with us in the Clean Tech Summit. So listen, thank you to all of those great beer sponsors. If you would like to contribute, it's beers@startuptnt.com. I'm managing the chat for us. And I think we're ready to introduce the next block. I think, can you guys stop? Do we mind stop? Let's stop spotlighting me, because I want to talk to our next co-host. Coming up next is Life Sciences and Health. And here to kick things off with Life Sciences and Health, we have someone from Ward of the 21st Century. It is Shane Barani, who, Shane, I was doing a little homework on you last night, and I found 19 publications on ResearchGate. Shane, is that correct? Was that the right Shane Barani?
I think that is. Yeah, that sounds about right. I should
That's
probably know
amazing.
that off
Well,
the top of my
a
head.
little background there, Shane. What is all your research in?
I do a variety of different research. I've hopped through different positions, but they're all kind of in the healthcare space. So, looking at biomechanics, neuropsychology, neuroimaging, clinical trials, epidemiology studies. So a lot of different areas. I like to keep busy and keep things interesting.
Awesome. Well, welcome, Shane. Very appropriate to have someone with all those research publications, hosting life sciences and health. And here also with us is Mega from Mars, calling in from Ontario. Our friends from Ontario. I ran into some of the Mars team in it's Startup Fest in Montreal. Actually, someone that many of you might know from Calgary, Vartika, is now at Mars. And it's really great to have you guys participating. They recruited a few companies to join us as well. They're looking to expand their reach across all of Canada, not just in the Eastern Canada. And so, Mega, really awesome to have you here. And Mega, I also did a little homework on you and learned that you are a certified international trade professional that also loves publishing in academic journals. So, how appropriate! We got two proper academics joining us today. And what does it mean to be a certified international trade professional, Mega?
More to help ventures tap new international markets, and also in terms of export import for small medium enterprises.
Okay, awesome. Well, you know what? If I'm not careful, I'm going to get us behind schedule. So I'm going to hand it off to both Mega and Shane. You guys can give a little overview of each of your organizations, and then we'll get right into life sciences and health companies. Take it away, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Zach, for the lovely introduction. Super excited to be here, and welcome everyone who's just joining us to the Great Prairies Pitch Marathon. Today, I think we have over 200 companies spanning over 15 different industries across our Great Prairies ecosystem. As Zach said, this hour is focused on life sciences and medical innovation companies, hosted by myself from W21C and Mega from Mars Discovery District. So for those of you who are not familiar with W21C, W21C is a research and innovation center based out of the University of Calgary with connections to Alberta Health Services. Our primary aim at W21C is to make care better for our communities. We do this by bringing new ideas, prototypes, products into the health system and testing and evaluating them with our interdisciplinary research team. In simple terms, we basically act as a research consultancy with a highly skilled team for health innovation. Our organization includes experts in human factors, clinical trials, and a variety of different research methodologies and techniques to help move your innovation to the next step in their commercialization journey. We also offer direct access to patient care settings, simulation capabilities, and guidance to direct you to partners in the ecosystem to help move your innovation and your business forward. Mega, do you want to tell everyone a bit about Mars D&D and maybe some housekeeping items for this pitch block?
Thanks, Shane. And for those who haven't heard about Mars Discovery District, we are a convener of the innovation ecosystem as North America's largest urban innovation hub. And we support over 1,400 Canadian science and tech companies that are tackling some of society's greatest challenges, providing them with tailored resources at every stage of their growth, from startups to scale-ups, basically from day zero till IPO. We focus on 4 primary sectors: cleantech, health, fintech, and enterprise software, turning breakthrough ideas into products and services with global impact. From advisory services to connections to talent, capital, customers, and many more, anything you name it under the umbrella, Mars offers a range of high-value services that help high-growth companies succeed and also improve your odds of winning in the market. Our ventures also get access to the Mars ecosystem, a curated community of entrepreneurs, investors, corporates, academics, and government partners. I work with the venture engagement team committed towards the success of these founders, and also portfolio ownership and oversight, and lead the enterprise sector at Mars. And over to you, Shane.
Awesome. Thank you for the introduction, Mega. Well, I think we should get into the pitches right away. So it's with great pleasure I welcome our first pitcher from BioStream Diagnostics Inc., John Murphy. John, you have the floor to go ahead and share your screen and start your pitch.
Okay, am I sharing the right screen there? Yeah, okay. So thanks, Shane, for the introduction there. So I'm John Murphy. I'm the CEO here at BioStream. And, I've been building sensors for like 10 years. And when COVID hit, our entire team, of course, I sent them home, I guess along with, folks that are doing that around the world. And, others had it a lot tougher, and all because diagnostic testing was actually very inadequate. And so we started BioStream to revolutionize, and I mean completely rethink the way that testing is done. Now, we started by talking to the industry and discovered that there's this huge need for trusted, accurate tests, right? Where people can get the results kind of right then, right there. But the results of these tests have to be lab quality. The accuracy has to be comparable to PCR and results in 5 minutes, and it had to be low cost. And that includes our two main parts, a disposable test strips and a handheld reader. And all three of those had to happen. And this all became possible when our team invented a new type of transistor, right? With the ability to amplify a change in voltage. I mean, that was just magic. Because then we're no longer limited to a COVID test, which we started, but in fact, it was clear we had a test detection platform for any organic biomarker, any protein. And working with test manufacturers and researchers, we can develop a new test on this platform in just a few weeks. The US government was pretty impressed with our transistor, but then they said, you know what? We want 4 different diseases to be able to be detected at one time. So we designed a new multiplex sensor strip. Now, since our reader is Bluetooth enabled, all the data from every reader in the world feeds into our cloud service. So this means that researchers can see voltage data, that's what they want to see, and end users, they want to see and share their personal test results. And as a business, we're making sure that we fit into this point of care market, which is a multi-billion-dollar space today, and it's growing. Now, our business model includes strong margins, and we make money every time a consumable sensor strip and reader is sold anywhere on the planet. And we control the data in the cloud, so we have multiple opportunities to monetize that. Our go-to-market plan is we provide our products to test manufacturers because they already have distribution and they're looking for the next generation test delivery platform. So my ask today, if you're in agriculture or human health and you see a need for point of use diagnostic tests, then call me. I'd love to chat. If you're an investor who sees the point of care market increasing, because you see telehealth and aging at home trends all going up, well, we're raising money and would like to chat. My contact information is there on the screen, and really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this. So thank you.
Thank you so much, John. If there are any questions, feel free to keep flowing them in the chat and we will keep monitoring that. All right. Up next, we have Deepak from Better Paws, committed to supporting pet parents and their beloved pets. Over to you, Deepak.
I'm just sharing my screen here. One sec here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All good.
Okay, it looks like I'm having some technical issues here. Let me just try this again here. Okay, that might work.
We are able to see your screen. That works perfect.
Okay, great. Awesome. Sorry about that, everyone. All right. we probably got a few dog lovers, dog owners in the audience, or people who might like cats, or maybe you have both. So you make up 110 million pet owners in North America. It's a growing marketplace that has been growing consistently over the years, and it accelerated a bit during COVID. My name is Deepak Lakhanpal. I'm a co-founder of BetterPaws.com, and it's essentially a platform to allow easy access to pet experts. So as I said, pet ownership has skyrocketed over the last few years, and there's definitely a need for easy access to pet care and advice at a lower price point. I recently got a dog a couple of years ago, and with Google search, it was information overload. I was very confused. It was very stressful. Going to the vet and hearing that there's nothing wrong with your dog has happy tail syndrome, your dog will be fine in 2 days, and that'll be $150, was not fun. So there has to be a different way. So that's kind of what led to creating this company and this platform. So our solution is that we've created the platform where we have veterinarians, behaviorists, and nutritionists on our platform, and we have the video technology, scheduling technology for allowing the customers to schedule video calls with the vets for free. We've also created an electronic pet medical record, and so our experts can look at this and proactively reach out to our customers and give them advice and help them out with their overall health and well-being of their pet. So that's something that is kind of unique to what we're doing here with that electronic medical record for pets. So a big part of the problem is that a lot of times, it's just education or training issue or behavior issue. And so we're really focused on that aspect of it. So we have some very good cat behaviorists and dog behaviorists on our platform who can really help pet parents deal with all the stresses that might come about from owning a pet. And, we're also very socially accountable, and animal welfare is a serious mission of ours as well. I'll get into that, in the next slide. But, with this increase in pet ownership, the sad side of the story is that the number of pets that have been surrendered has skyrocketed as well across North America. And, it's like millions of pets are given to shelters because the owners are stressed and they just don't know how to deal with the behavior, and et cetera, et cetera. So we're partnering with the animal shelters. We've partnered with the Saskatoon SPCA and helping their pet adoptees get educated from our platform. And one of our products, 50% of the sales from that are donated to the animal shelters as well. So the competition, so this is an emerging, as you can see, an emerging area. There's a lot of smart money that has gone into this area recently. So there's a lot of opportunity. There's not a lot of players in Canada. So the top three companies there are US based. And the one at the bottom is based in Canada. So it is a very emerging area and relatively recession proof. I mean, you're not going to get rid of your iPhone or your Google Android device or your pet in a recession. So,
sorry to interrupt, Deepak. We are just a little bit over time. So
okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So I'll just quickly, revenue model here, subscription service, and then my last slide. Please reach out. We're looking for partnerships, investors. We're getting ready for a raise to market and expand across Canada. So thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Deepak. I think it's a pitch that resonates with a lot of pet parents for sure, and it's much needed. And I love the idea of an EMR for our pets because we have one, and they need healthcare as well. So thank you so much once again for that presentation. I'm now excited to welcome our next pitch to the floor, and that is Lindsay from Back SCNR, who has created a innovative iPad app for scoliosis patients. So Lindsay, go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. So hi, I'm Lindsay Westover from Backscanner. Our technology centers on scoliosis evaluation and monitoring using surface topography. So imagine a young girl, 10 years old, she's a happy kid, has lots of friends at school and plays sports. One day her mom notices that one of her shoulder blades sticks out farther than the other. Something looks a bit off. She doesn't look symmetric. She's never complained about her back before, but just to be sure, her family makes an appointment at the spine clinic. She gets an x-ray, and where her spine should be straight, it's actually curved, 18 degrees. She has scoliosis. All at once, she's left with so many questions. 18 degrees, what does that mean? Will it get worse? Will it hurt? Have my friends noticed? Do I need treatment? And what happens next? She's told that up to 5% of the population has scoliosis, which is this curvature and rotation of the spine. Girls are about 8 times more likely to be affected than boys. It's called idiopathic, which means there's no known cause. For some kids, the curve doesn't progress, while for others, it continues to worsen as they grow, requiring brace treatment or even surgery. Since we don't know who will get worse and who won't, everyone needs to be monitored regularly until they stop growing. For our young girl, this means x-rays at least every 6 months. This means a burden to the family for doctor's visits and a burden to the healthcare system to administer these. And most importantly, all that radiation presents an increased risk of cancer later in life for our young girl. So what can be done to reduce the reliance on x-rays for managing scoliosis? One of the most promising radiation-free approaches is surface topography. So this is a scan of the outer body shape that provides a 3D model of the patient. It turns out that scoliosis ultimately translates into a lack of symmetry. And comparing the model of the patient's torso with its reflection provides the clues to this asymmetry, as well as the underlying spinal curvature. Our technology is a software platform that uses asymmetry measured from surface topography scans from an iPad for monitoring the severity and progression of scoliosis. For the approach to market, we first aim to bring the monitoring tool into the clinical setting and school screening programs. This will allow us to establish important clinical partnerships. Then we add the community piece. Patients and families can scan themselves at home using their phone or iPad. They can track their own progress and understand the effective treatment such as exercise. This increases access and reduces the burden to both families and the healthcare system. We have collaborators in Brazil starting to use the technology already. We have connections in both the US and Canada, so we've been focusing on these 3 markets. Until now, we have secured competitive research funding to continue to improve the prediction algorithms. We have proven technology with the research and testing to back it up. We've launched our iPad app and web platform and are working with partners to test it in clinics. We believe that Backscanner can provide substantial value to patients, clinicians, and the community and has significant market potential. So thank you very much for listening. I'd be very happy to hear from anybody, so please reach out at the contact information there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Great page, and definitely let's get in touch offline and hear more about your venture. Up next, we have Ismet from LightLeaf that provides AI-based cloud services, and they detect abnormalities in the medical test. Ismet, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm just... Alrighty, everyone can see?
Go ahead. Yeah.
We're good to go? All right, thank you so much. Today, I'd like to talk to you about Jeff here. Jeff, he wakes up one normal morning, does his normal routine, brushes his teeth, gets ready, goes to work. In the meantime, he's experiencing a little bit of fatigue, heartburn, indigestion, but he waves it off. A little shortness of breath, no big deal, maybe took the stairs. But this shortly turns into a major cardiac event, as these were all small warning signs of a heart attack. Now, took a sharp turn there, but you might be thinking, how often does this happen? Well, it actually happens quite often. As it turns out, it's a big problem globally. 1 out of 3 deaths globally are attributed to some sort of a cardiovascular disease. So now the question is, what's the solution? What do we do? What has been happening? Now, the first one is prevention. We need to prevent this altogether. Have a good diet, do your exercise. Another one is intervention. That's what the hospitals and doctors do. Noticing as early as possible warning signs of cardiac issues and doing something about it. But there's a third piece that's never been explored to its full potential. The foundation, the basis of both of these, the prevention, intervention, in our view, is actually detection as early as possible and as accurate as possible. This detection will actually alert and prevent these kind of scenarios from taking place. So hi, my name is Esmat. I'm from NIAD Lab. We use AI and machine learning to detect abnormalities and automate diagnoses for ECGs. In essence, we use real-life cardiologist data to train our algorithms for prevention and intervention of cardiac diseases by predicting things like age of the heart, mortality prediction, other kind of classifications. We're at 7 right now, trying to expand more. The system is provided via cloud-based. So it's very simple though. There's an input of ECG trace of different leads. Our algorithms in the background identify, work on it, and give a guided interpretation to the end user. As I said, we're a cloud-based service, so we provided this via an API, and we charge per API request. Thus far, we've had some we've had some very good success just this year alone, and that I'm very happy about. We established our technology, we finalized the pre-seed financing round, we have a go-to-market partner. We're in the market with this commercial partner, and we've launched our version 1. As of today, we are raising our seed round. We're looking for commercial partners and opportunities. Thank you very much for listening to me. But just before I finish, please connect with us. Let us know what you think. There's always much more smarter people on this call. So be happy to answer any questions. We always want to learn how to make the product better and become better entrepreneurs. So please don't hesitate. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
I'm done here.
Fantastic job. I just echo those comments. We want to use this session to connect with each other, build those connections, collaborate on our research to ultimately improve healthcare. So really fun to see projects like this. Up next is Jeff Budden from eSummit. eSummit is a staff scheduling and resource distribution tool for complex health systems. So go ahead, Jeff, and tell us more, and I'm excited to hear about it.
Hi, everybody. Can you guys see my screen now?
I cannot currently.
Okay, let me just come back here. Try that screen share again. Share. Oh, that's the wrong screen.
Looks good. Oh, I see the order. I think we're getting there.
Lots of screens. Too bad I'm not techie. There you go. There my slide. There we go. Does that work for everybody?
Yep, looks good.
Beautiful. 3 minutes to go. Okay, so let's talk about health staff scheduling in 3 minutes. All right, not going to work. Okay, eSummit. A couple primers. The back office, so the corporate stack inside the hospitals, right? Its job, focus on employees, facilities, and the supply chain. Does a very good job of that, and as do all corporate environments. As a part of that, inside the hospital, their staffing, it's modeled around functional centers, cost codes, budgets, FTEs, union contracts. Nothing is new here across the board. Everybody's sort of seen this and understands this model. I'm not about to break the model. I'm not about to change the model. The model works well and it functions good. All right, 2 more primers. Clinical care, it's delivered by a team of resources. We all know that and we experience that, we understand that. Those resources are employees, those employees we just talked about, employees of the hospital, nurses, techs, allied health folks, and so on. It also includes the providers, learners, consultants, exam rooms, procedure rooms, consumables, telehealth, and more. So what we're talking about is in order to deliver the care that we use inside of a healthcare system, it's more than just hiring somebody, employing them, giving them a paycheck every 2 weeks, right? We all know that. That's a lot of big stuff that happens. That's pretty standard across the board. So what's the big issue? Well, when you show up to the hospital and you show up for care, regardless of where you are, you're always greeted with at least 3 verticals. You're greeted with those employees, you're greeted with the providers, those physicians, and you almost always will come across a resident, a fellow, a nursing student, or any other undergraduate or graduate student that's happening in the place. You have 3 very distinct sets of human resources that are providing that care. Only one of those verticals exists in Canada inside the back office stack. Physicians are managed through medical affairs. They do their own private billing for the most part. The learners, they live inside the universities or the education programs. And we have the nurses and so on that have their rotations and such. All those 3 converge in one place at the point of care. And at the point of care, there is a massive coordination that happens between those 3 verticals and others. Where does that coordination happen? It happens in the back hallway. So for any providers or physicians on board, they can walk the back hallway of many of their ambulatory departments or many environments, even in the acute care environment. There'll be a big giant whiteboard somewhere with a bunch of post-it notes, and that whiteboard will get populated and filled every day with what's happening. Who's here, who's not here? Is there a staff meeting? What's going on? Are there any changes to the flow that we have that are going on today? This back hallway is eSummit. What do? We provide resource scheduling, staff distribution for administratively complex areas. Administratively complex areas aren't always complex care environments, but they are areas where it's tremendously hard to manage the myriad of clinics, the myriads of functions, all the different doctors, all the different types of care types that are happening in any given day. Cancer care and oncology is a very prime example of that. So what does eSummit do? We incorporate the work areas, patient load, activities, our physical resources, so our exam rooms and our procedure rooms, all merging at the point of care. We are rostering our staff and our resources directly at the point of care. So how are we different from that back office staff scheduling system? Our job is to replace those whiteboards, the spreadsheets, the binders, and those post-it notes that exist inside that area. A byproduct of that is the fact that having that information electronically set produces the enterprise schedule. We have full awareness of vacation, full awareness of exception, overtime, sick call, meetings, meeting time, academic time, and so on. Merging all those together, we drive out a timesheet. That timesheet feeds payroll. So instead of starting from the back office coming through, we actually start at the point of care and drive back to the back office. Here's a little bit of a visual. Where do we live? We bridge the gap between the EMR and the back office, the HR scheduling and payroll system. We believe that it's not just 2 stacks that are always trying to drive the boat. We believe there has to be firm communication between the EMR and the back office. We need to receive the patient volumes, our acuity volumes from the EMR. We need to then drive the assignments back to the EMR. We need to inbound the demographics from our back office HR systems, and we can also provide timesheets back to payroll from that perspective. Who likes this? AHS likes this, University Health Network likes this, Sunnybrook, STARS, the U of T Faculty of Medicine. We've been around for quite a while, and for those on board, these are some pretty interesting heavy hitters, and we've had multi-year contracts with many of these folks. Some of our stats. We have 4,000 clinicians, not just physicians, but 4,000 users across the board at the moment right now. We manage over 1,000 different types of clinics across some of those major sites. We have over 50,000 discrete clinical events. So who's running a clinic this morning, in what room, with which nurse. We have over 2.5 million scheduled shifts, almost 500,000 vacation and leave events, and 320,000 sick calls and overtime works, and so on. Our current annual growth is approximately 15%, and our ARR, we're running just north of 300,000 at the moment as a business. What next? We're a really small team. We've done some pretty great work, and we've got multi-year contracts with lots of people. And I got 3 young kids, 3 teenagers, and I need to see them. I don't need to work all the time. I need help and people. I need a business leader who understands business. I'm pretty good at healthcare. I've been in healthcare my entire life. I need to build a team. I need to expand through our existing verticals. I want to try to slow down, but it's really crazy right now. The amount of implementations we have on the go, it's insane. We can all see that because we read the news and we know what staffing shortages are like and the importance of coordinating with people. We need to look to new clients. That's my pitch. You can find me on LinkedIn or you can email me directly.
Great pitch, Jeff. And I love it how you are streamlining the complex workflow in the healthcare environment. And I hope you find a business leader pretty soon, so you can have more time for your family as well.
Thank you very much.
Wish you the best. Our next presenter is James, CEO of Cabresa, who provides the brain PET and advanced brain imager for improved Alzheimer's, epilepsy, and brain cancer imaging. Give it up for James.
Yeah, thank you very much, and happy Thursday, everybody. Let me just get my screen going. Okay, can you see that slide?
Here we go.
Very good. So Cabresa is interested in something big, which is brain PET for Alzheimer's disease imaging. Alzheimer's today in the US is about $305 billion in 2020, growing. And so the RAND Corporation started looking at the impact that a Alzheimer's drug, a therapy drug, would have on the marketplace. And the idea is that the drug could be given prior to symptoms. And so in order to see who needs the drug, you have to start a screening program. So RAND showed in their report that about 88 million US citizens would be in this screening program. The screening technologies that you might use, in the middle, you've got spinal tap, blood, and retina, or retina-based methods, all of which promise to maybe be a low-cost methodology. But on the left side, PET and structural imaging, structural means CT and MRI, that has some improvements over the blood spinal tap retina. And so Cabresa is looking at a Alzheimer's picture in 2027, in which the initial screen is done by one of these lower cost methods. But then the second screen, a confirmation screen or an image screen, would be done by a PET system, either with a CT or with an MR, to be determined. We also believe that drug and therapy guidance is possible with a PET MR image during the process of when people get a drug. So this is our brain PET. This is the optimized brain imaging PET device that we have made over the last 5 years. It is 1/7 the cost of the whole body PET MRs that Siemens and GE use. It's removable and with high performance, spatial resolution above the GE and Siemens models. So we think it's quite well positioned for the future Alzheimer's market. And of course, that market is 5 years away. And so you're saying, but what are you doing now? So this brain PET device is well positioned as well to enter into the brain research market. Approximately 670 sites in the US do some form of brain research, epilepsy, brain cancers, Parkinson's, dementias, and so on. These systems, our systems sell for about 1.5 million. So this is 1.6 billion TAM. We have entered that market. So 2 purchase orders to date, one for Barrow in Phoenix and one at Lawson in London, Ontario. We do sign paperwork like letters of intent and memorandums of understanding. And the US and European interest is growing. In the future, as we look at the Alzheimer's screening and therapy guidance market, that's the bigger market. So in the US and Canada, we think something like 4,000 units will be required. This takes 15 to 20 years to implement, but it's a large market. So roughly 10 billion on a TAM with a $1 billion run rate per year. And so as a company, we talk about being leaders in brain imaging with 2 markets, brain research, clinically, this is humans, of course, and Alzheimer's disease screening and therapy guidance. Together, Worldwide, roughly 35 billion will be spent every 10 years or 15 years on equipment in this area. So thank you very much. We are looking for financing at the moment, so we're happy to talk to any of you for that, and also partnerships or just in general helping each other along the entrepreneurial experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Very innovative technology that has very disruptive elements there. Imaging is very expensive, so anything you can do to bring that cost down is definitely essential to helping healthcare. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Our next presentation here is from Allskin, and Isabel will be telling us about her at-home cosmetic patch test, which is very exciting. So Isabel, go ahead and share your screen. Perfect.
Great. So hopefully you can see my slides okay here.
Looks good.
Okay, great. So I'm Isabel Valorant, and I'm one of the co-founders of Allskin, and we are a skincare technology company bringing about precision skincare. So Allskin was founded by a team of 3 MDs in dermatology, but we also have backgrounds as scientists as well. Our expertise ranges from big data science, AI, ML, engineering, and chemistry. Now, coming from dermatology, one of the most common skin issues that we see every single day is skin sensitivity. Affects about 1 in 6 people each year. Can lead to problems like redness, dryness, itching, cracked skin, or breakouts that is usually caused by personal care and cosmetic products. Now, unfortunately, navigating product ingredients for people with sensitive skin is very challenging. So that's why we created Allskin. Our precision skincare and beauty technology really empowers people with sensitive skin to make confident product choices. And we've done this with our 2 products that work together. That's the Allskin patch and the Allskin app. So here's how it works. First, users will create a profile in the app, and then they will apply our patent-pending pre-filled and water-resistant patch to their skin. And at the end of the testing period, they'll use our app to take a photo. And that's when our patent-pending AI technology kicks in to identify exactly which ingredients their skin is sensitive to. This then links up with our product database containing over 20,000 products on market to identify exactly which products will be optimized for their unique skincare goals and their sensitivities. So it's really, in essence, creating this streamlined, precision-based skincare approach for people with sensitive skin. Now, we think that there's a tremendous opportunity for Allskin within the existing $500 billion global cosmetics market. And so we plan to target millennials and Gen Z and to operate within key growth segments of the beauty industry, including trends in dermal cosmetics, clean beauty, and beauty technology. Now, we've achieved a good amount of traction over the last few months. And so we've raised so far $1.2 million in our pre-seed raise, and we have secured some key strategic partners, specifically the Rejuvenation Dermatology Clinic franchise that spans across Canada, that will be our lead partner in sales of the patches that will be launching in about a month. And this will be our beachhead market before then transitioning later on towards a B2C approach. We also have software developers on board who have invested in this round. And earlier this year, we were the winners of the Life Sciences Summit at Startup TNT and got some follow-on investment from Halo Health. And we recently graduated from the CDL Rockies program and were successful with the UC Health Fund at the University of Calgary. But we still have a little bit of room left in our round currently in our pre-seed raise. So we are seeking $1.5 million total as a post-money stage with a 20% discount and valuation cap of $6 million. And with that money, we're planning on bringing on a COO full-time. And we've recently just hired on a chief brand and marketing officer who comes to us with several years experience at L'Oreal. So if there are any leads in terms of potential investors to close out this round, we would certainly welcome those connections today. Now, in summary, Allskin is the first to market an at-home test for skin sensitivity, and our in-house AI and dermatology expertise will really drive innovation forward. And instead of competing with existing cosmetic brands on market, we are making recommendations for products from brands that consumers already know and love. Thanks so much.
Amazing, Isabel. Great pitch, and love the traction so far. Our next presenter is Amii from Tiny Heart Scan Foundation, looking to improve the prenatal detection rates and outcome of infants with congenital heart disease. Take it away, Amii.
All right. Let's do this. Perfect. Before I get started, I do want to say that the next slide does have a sensitive photo of an infant with medical equipment, so please take care. My name is Amii Porter, and I am one of the founders of the Tiny Heart Scan Foundation charity. Heart defects are the most common type of birth defect and the leading cause of infant mortality due to defect worldwide. 1 in 100 infants have a heart defect. So for Alberta, that means approximately 550 Albertan infants will be born with a heart defect annually. Unfortunately, half of those heart defects will not be diagnosed before they are born. We have to do better. I'd like to introduce my son, Arturo Porter. His critical heart defect was not detected at my 20-week anatomy scan, but thankfully, a different sonographer was able to recognize it 8 weeks later. Without prior knowledge of his critical condition, he would have died 2.5 hours after his birth when oxygen was no longer able to reach his extremities. Instead, doctors were able to prepare for this scenario, and they were able to surgically intervene by racing a catheter into the inside of his heart and ripping a hole between the top 2 chambers of his heart. This action saved his life alongside his open heart surgery at 7 days old. He is now a happy, healthy, and incredibly busy 2-year-old. But my experience can just as easily happen to anyone else. Most of the time, heart defects have absolutely no known cause and occur in gestational parents with very low risk factors, which is why Tiny Hearts Foundation is going to work to provide frequent subsidized training programs for ultrasound technologists so that they can recognize these potentially life-threatening heart defects at that 20-week anatomy scan. Our charity plans to do a lot, and the only other charity in the world who is doing what we plan on doing is in the UK. Since their inception in 1999, they have doubled their national prenatal detection rate of heart disease in infants. Aside from myself, our founding team consists of 2 of Alberta's leading fetal and neonatal cardiologists, and they have been providing exactly this kind of programming to sonographers since 2009. But what we need are 2 volunteer board members who can help guide us through our infancy. If you are a business or a financial expert, we would love to connect with you to see how your knowledge can help to save the lives of approximately 63 infants who have a critical heart defect that would go missed on an annual basis. You can reach us and me personally at Amii@oneinone00.org. Thank you for your time.
Wow, thank you so much, Amy. And what a story that is. I really pulled at my heartstrings, and it shows the important work. And I hope you get a lot of people signing up to help you on this amazing journey and this amazing vision you have. Moving on to the next talk, it's with great pleasure that I welcome Addie from Addie Wanmei Skincare. Apologies if I mispronounced that, please correct me. But go ahead and share your slides, Addie, and I'm looking forward to hearing more. Sorry if I'm catching you off guard here. We have a bit of a change in schedule. There we go. Perfect.
No worries. Awesome. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Looks great.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Thanks everyone for having me. My name is Ade from Addie Wanmei Skincare. And what we're doing is we're creating AI-powered skincare. Just by show of hands here, is anyone in the crowd here use skincare products at all? Just realized I can't really see anyone's hands. And have you ever been, has your confidence ever been impacted by the way your skin looks or feel? If you just show me your hands a little bit. Okay, awesome. So Addie Wanmei Skincare is essentially trying to find a way to get people better skincare products. Just a little backstory. I had acne for about 10 years. I struggled a lot to find the right products, and dermatologists recommended Accutane for me at one point, antibiotics, moisturizers, and pills for me for quite a while. But eventually all of that was just really time consuming, and it took a long time, and they didn't actually really work for me. And then I realized that I needed special skincare products to actually put on my skin that were more suited to me. And I am not the only one that has this problem. We have quite a lot of people suffer every day from acne, from dry skin, and from hyperpigmentation. And the current solutions that already exist are not good enough because people still have these problems every single day. So what we're doing is we've created an AI system that can actually scan your skin and identify the unique features of your skin. We will also ask you for your personal preferences of what you like in terms of scent and texture. And then we actually create the custom formulation for you, and we mail that custom formulation to you. And what we're doing that's a little bit different is the step here in the middle. We actually created a skincare robot that can take the scan from our AI system and automatically generate the formulations for you and make the products as well. So it's dramatically streamlined. In terms of validation, in the Mercer building downtown Edmonton, we actually created a small pop-up where we had over 1,000 customers come in and they talked to us about their skin and we're able to learn about what to do. And then we took that, we went to Southgate Mall in the middle here, and we created a kiosk where we talked to more people and we generated more skincare formulations. And then we had a full-scale pop-up at Southgate Mall where we had over 5,000 customers come through, and we did over 2,000 transactions making custom skincare products with the customers. We have overall generated over $100,000 in gross revenue. And right now our profit margin is 65% of the revenue that we get. In terms of the market, the skincare market is growing annually. It's a $26.2 billion market. Acne, as a segment of that, is $4.5 billion, and hyperpigmentation is $410 million. And these markets are growing annually. Our competition, there's I Don't Want My Skincare, there's L'Oreal, which is one of the biggest skincare companies right now. They don't create customized formulations. They don't use sustainable packaging. Their ingredients are not always naturally derived. Functional Beauty and Proven are also one of the competitors as well. And we've done over $100,000, $110,000 to date, and we're projected to get to just about $2 million by 2027. This is the team. So I am the founder. We have a CTO, and we also have a data analyst consultant. This is some of the testimonials that we've gotten from people using our system. They love our moisturizers. We're looking to raise $500,000 so that we can hire and grow our AI team and our online team, and so that we can also increase our marketing spend and our production capacity. Thank you so much. I'd love to chat with you if you have any questions.
Amazing, Eddie. Love the traction so far. And finally, like there's a skincare brand which is more with specialized and personal formulations for our skincare needs. Love that. With this, we come to the end of our life sciences stream. And I would like to thank Zach and the whole Startup TNT team for giving us the chance to co-host and be a part of this. It's been great. I love the energy I've seen since the morning. I got a chance to catch a few of the pitches in the morning. It's pretty sad that I wouldn't be able to make to any of the after parties being based out of Toronto, but I hope you all get to have lots of fun, make new friends, and build what you're doing. It's always amazing to chat and connect, learn more about what you're building. So I will put in my contact info in the chat box.
Thank you so much, Mega. What a great end to the session. Thanks for those kind words. Let's give a round of applause to both Mega and Shane for hosting another great session. You know, it's the co-hosts are putting quite a bit of work into prepping and doing this. It's a decent time commitment. It's a hard job. I know from experience, it takes a lot of concentration. So thank you so much, Mega and Shane. Mega, before we let you go, can I just ask a couple of follow-up questions about Mars? Because we often think about Mars here in Western Canada as like a Toronto.
Would love to answer them, Zach.
Sorry. Anyways, can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
So just a follow-up, like, can you talk a little bit about kind of how you're viewing Mars and positioning Mars as more of a national organization rather than just say like a Toronto-based organization?
That's an amazing question. And I often get this question from a lot of ventures based out of Western Canada or Eastern, because they have the idea that we, being based out of Toronto, we focused on more Ontario-based startups. But it's not that. And we are trying to help all of the innovators across the country, whether you are based out of BC, Alberta, Prairies, anywhere. And it's more of an idea if you're building something which is kind of helping solve the real challenges in this real world, right? So we try to focus more where it's helping the needs of the people, and also be it anything that you need help with. Our applications are more on a rolling basis. We don't have timeline specific that, okay, from this time to this time, there are cohorts running. It's more wide open. So as and when the applications come, we review them weekly, reach out to the ventures, help them with what they need. So the idea is to help you from day zero, when you're in the ideation phase, till the time you scale and become an unicorn. Maybe that's the idea where we want to see all of our early stage ventures too. And till the time, at least target 100 million in revenue in the next 5 years, and till the time you IPO. So that's an overall, but we are trying to partner more with people like you and teams like Startup TNT programs in the Western Canada, and also help ventures based out of in the Western Canada too.
Yeah, well, I'll share this with the audience. You guys named a couple of companies when we were talking last week that are from the Prairies that are in your programs, and there's some really impressive names in that list. So I think if any entrepreneurs are like interested in learning more, maybe talking to some peers about their experience working with Mars could be a good first step. So I encourage everyone to connect with Mega, connect with Shane from Word of the 21st Century, share your information in the chat here. And again, thanks so much for joining us from Toronto today.
Thank you so much, Zach. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Okay, we got a couple of minutes, so I'm just going to give a quick update, because one of our last entrepreneurs that just presented did something very honorable. He donated to the bar tab. Thank you, Ade, for the donation to the party tonight. Hope you could join us as well to celebrate. And actually, my co-founder, Tim Lin, just did something very ingenious. He created, I think, a better address to send your transfers to, which is cheers@startuptnt.com. I think that's a much more appropriate celebratory email address if you'd like to make a donation to the tab tonight. Thank you, Tim. Entrepreneurial all the time here at Startup TNT. And on that note, Dom, can you help me show the screen with the sponsors again? Let's do it. We've got quite a few sponsors from across the Prairies. Let's make sure we all take a moment to recognize them. So we got our after parties happening tonight. And the people that are helping to make this event happen, because there are some hard costs associated with it: Opus, Infinity Shred, Green Umbrella, Health Cities, Vandasta, the 51, Wakopa, I think I got that one right this time, Richard, Neo, McKercher, and McLennan Ross. You've got startups in there, you've got investors in there, you've got support organizations in there, consulting companies in there, you've got legal groups in there, you got health represented. These people contributing to the party tonight, or to the event overall, they also represent the entire startup community. So great to have them with us. And many of them will be joining us in the after parties as well. So I hope people stick around. Okay. And don't forget all of our partners, of course. The partners, I can't believe how many partners are. I'm not going to read all through these because they're all helping us out throughout the entire day. But just one last kind of look at this. We've got 35 organizations putting this whole event together, co-hosting different sessions. And again, they come from all Prairie provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and they also represent investors, incubators, accelerators, service providers. They support startups at the ideation stage, university startups, scaling startups, life sciences, deep tech, clean tech, B2B SaaS, everything is represented here in our community, in sort of the support community around the entrepreneurs. So really great to have everybody participating in this. This is what it takes to put this event on. I think we're probably good, Dom. I think we're about ready to move over, but I actually wanted to give one special shout out. Dom, do you want to? Dom, are you listening? Dom, I want to say some kind words about Dom right now. I hope I don't embarrass him, but I think a lot of you probably were working behind the scenes talking to Dom in the last week and a half. I think he's answered probably 1,000 different emails or more from everybody. He's been working tirelessly. He's doing all the technical stuff behind the screens right now, still working on moving people around, getting them slotted in. It is so much work to figure out where to place 200 startups, 35 different support organizations. Oh my gosh, think about all of that. Dom leading the charge here at Startup TNT, putting this whole thing together. He's working tirelessly, still is. Thank you so much, Dom. Can't say enough how much we appreciate all the goddamn hard work you put into this thing.
Well, thank you so much there, Zach, for the representation. The shout out.
Look at that. All right, with that, Dom, hope you get a chance to relax finally at about 5:30 p.m. when we can relax and go to happy hour. Meanwhile, we've got 5 more hours. How many? I can't do math. 4 more hours of pitches. And up next, I'm really excited to bring up, actually, can we stop the spotlight view? I'm really excited to introduce the next session. We've got B2C SaaS now, sticking with the software theme. A lot of software companies in our community. And here to host it, actually, is two great hosts, Faye from Hunter Hub and Christina from Sprout VC. And they both shared a couple of interesting facts about me. So for this one, I wouldn't mind maybe you guys want to share those facts because they're really quite unique. Faye, do you want to tell us a little bit about what happened when you took a trip down to Machu Picchu?
Hi, yeah, thanks so much, Zach. Nice to meet everyone. So my name is Faye. I'm from Hunter Hub for Entrepreneur Thinking. So Zach asked me to share one interesting fact about me. So I went down to Machu Picchu in 2012, December 21st. As someone of you may know, this is supposed to be according to the Mayan calendar, which is supposed to be the world doomsday. So I went up there and a lot of people, groups are doing some ceremonies I don't know about over there. And trying to save the world, and apparently they succeeded. So where there's a will, there's way. So
you went there, survived, the world didn't end.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
amazing. And Faye is from the Hunter Hub. So in a moment, she'll tell us a little bit about the Hunter Hub. We're looking forward to hosting this next session. And our other co-host is actually a longtime friend and somewhat of a personal mentor throughout my life here in Edmonton. Now, I've been here for 10 years, and Christina Milkey was probably one of the first people I met from the local investor and startup community. And I just learned a really fun fact about Christina today, in the last couple of days. She is an avid foodie, and every time she goes on a trip, she spends lots of time researching where the best restaurants are, where the places to go are. And she made a comment that the rest of her family thinks she's a little bit crazy, but once they arrive and taste that food, they all are like, this was totally worth it. So Christina, where are you going next? What are you excited about?
Next trip is actually to Invermere. It's a big family trip. And we have booked, I sourced out the best restaurant in town, which apparently is called Birchwood, and that will be where the family dinner is.
Wow, okay. Invermere, okay. And I know, aren't you taking another trip to Montreal to go to a famous location?
Yeah, that will be the trip after Montreal. And I managed to secure a reservation at Joe Beef, which has been on my list for so long.
Yeah, and is that a place where you have to reserve it like 6 to 8 weeks in advance or 6 months?
Yeah, but they won't let you do it any sooner than that either. So there's a small window where they open up reservations, and if you don't get one, then they're gone, right? So
awesome. All right, listen, I'm going to hand it over to Faye and Christina, and you guys, both of you, I'd love to share a little more information about Sprout Fund and Hunter Hub, and then we'll get into the pitches. Take it away.
Do you want to go, Faye?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go first. Thanks so much, Christina and Zach. So a little bit information about us, who we are, who is Hunter Hub. So Hunter Hub for Entrepreneurial Thinking is essentially the University of Calgary's central innovation community hub. So we really aim to foster entrepreneurial thinking in everyone, students, faculty, staff, and also the broad community. So we have our mandate is really to cultivate support change makers like you. We want to celebrate you. And also we want to embed entrepreneurial thinking into all the activities we're planning for all the have experiential learning opportunities for everyone as well. And also we really like to connect and build community. We connect innovators to each other and also help you to navigate the ecosystem, because it's a lot to figure this out. So we really help you to find the right resources and support you along this entrepreneurial journey. And also we want to amplify stories and impact. We really want to promote innovators and also innovation initiatives across the campus and also beyond as well. So I would also personally like to invite everyone to join us at our Launchpad Live, which will start in October this year, which is a 6-month program, which Launchpad Live on Tuesday night, which is going to be a speaker series. So each night we're going to invite speakers talk about different topics in entrepreneurial journey. So you'll learn something you already know about, but I think entrepreneurship is just like learning how to drive. Like the more you do, the better you are at and it becomes until like that's a muscle memory for you. So we're gonna talk about like how to do pitch, how to do communication skills, prototyping, customer delivery, as well as negotiation, how to build a team, how to be a leader for your startups. So all those exciting topics. So I will share the links down below, and then please feel free to get connected with us. And also I'll share my LinkedIn information as well, and then to plug in and also get notified by all our amazing activities throughout the year. This is
okay. Wow, that was fast. I'm going to try to not talk that fast because my heart's racing listening to you, Faye, and it's so nice to meet you. It's the first time we actually get to meet here.
Yeah,
and thank you, Zach, for that lovely introduction. I really appreciate all those very, very kind words. I am so excited to be part of this event, the second annual pitch marathon. I couldn't participate last year, but I'm happy to be here today. I am one of the founders of Sprout.vc, one of the general partners, and we are a B2B SaaS fund that invests in early stage companies in Western Canada. So anything from Manitoba West. We just completed our first close of our second fund at $10 million. We closed at the end of April and are actively looking for deal flow. We made 5 investments in our first 60 days after close and are actively in due diligence with a couple other companies. So our first 4 investments were in BC, and our 5th investment was in Alberta, specifically in Edmonton. We like to provide not just financial capital, but mentor capital as well, mentor, whatever, mostly mentor though. We're really excited to work with the founders. We're looking for great teams to invest in. We care a lot about diversity. We track diversity, visible diversity at the founding and C-suite level of the companies that we invest in. And we like to be available to help our founders in our portfolio with whatever needs they have. We've all been operators, raised money, help introductions to their next round of capital and potential investors. So whatever our founders need, we're happy to jump in and help. And we have some great announcements that are going to come up soon. So in the next 60 days, you can look forward to some new announcements coming out of Sprout. So thanks very much, and look forward to hearing from all the pitches coming up.
Awesome.
Thanks, Christina and Faye. Yeah, you guys take it away. Let's introduce the first presenter.
For sure. I think the first up, we'll have Dirk Prop from Immigrants. Let's welcome Dirk to the stage.
Let's give Dirk a moment. Dirk, is it true you're at the West Edmonton Mall right now? That's the rumor I heard.
Yeah, I am. I'm in a photo booth. I wouldn't miss this for the world, you guys. So, on holidays, taking a break from the water park, coming out to do this. You can see it. I'm doing it from my phone here. I haven't done this, so we'll see how I can make this fly. And like that. Okay, let's give her. All right, so hello everyone. My name is Dirk Prop, CEO and founder of Immigrate. We're making immigration easy. Trying to make it a one-click process. Each thing you need to do is only one click. There's a serious labor shortage right now. It's a $10 trillion industry worldwide, where there's a massive talent shortage, and everybody's fighting for the best people. Not only that, but there's some other things that are just fantastic going on there. But anyways, Canada, especially right now, we normally have around 20 to 30% foreign workers. Right now, we have about 0.5%. So there's a huge opportunity for more foreign workers coming to Canada, and not to mention the people that are retiring because they're just getting a little older. So we solve that problem because we have a plethora of experts in our system. We've helped thousands of people, hundreds of businesses, and at a very high success rate. So with that, our software makes it really easy. It's trackable. It really gives the data back to the employers and cuts the processing time down from 40 hours to 3 hours. So the people that are doing the work can spend their time doing something else, especially when they're short staffed, they can spend that time elsewhere. We have significant traction to date. We started in 2017, and to date we've made, just this past year we did 1.5 million in revenue. We've done over $1 million in the last 6 months, and things are rolling. So just one example of a case study, one employer that we're dealing with has 42 restaurants. They've spent a pile of money with us, and we have a whole bunch more like that are in our portfolio ready to start spending. Right now in Canada, it's over $14 billion for the industry, for all types of applications, not just for businesses, but most people that are come here, they want to bring spouses and families and kids and parents and you name it. They all want to come here, and honestly, let's bring them. So we're on pace to do about 2.5 million in revenue in the fiscal year that we're in right now. I'd like to see it at 3 million because we've doubled year after year after year, and we're going to keep on doing that. So over the next year, we do want to raise a seed round right now. We're trying to raise $1 million, hopefully get it matched, and then we're going to be able to go into the United States next year and find a nice partner down there to bring our product to their portfolio. Thank you so much, everyone. 3 minutes is quick, and here for any questions or comments. And if anybody would like any more information, please check out immigrate.biz or contact me direct. Thanks.
Thanks, Dirk. And thanks for your flexibility. That's probably the first time we've had a pitch from a photo booth at West Edmonton Mall, I'm guessing. Yeah. Excellent. So that makes you very, very unique, and no one will forget that. So I get the pleasure of introducing the next founder, someone who I've known for quite some time, from back in her very, very early days when she was just thinking about and brainstorming about this company. And I get to introduce Shelby from Fly and Fetch. And Fly and Fetch is a really interesting company. They're a very modern shipping company that uses technology to optimize travelers' luggage space and provide cheaper international travel. So I'll let Shelby take it from here.
Thanks for the intro, Christina. There we go. So this is 6 years old, Fashion is to Me. I used to live in the Philippines, where my house is 5 minutes from the beach and there's waterfalls all over. When I was 20, I moved here in Canada, and I did not just leave my friends and family that I grew up with, but I always long for food, clothes, and things that I can only source back home. There are 8 million Canadian immigrants that share the same sentiment as me, and 86 million more in the US. Hi, I'm Shelby, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Fly and Fetch, and my team is hacking international shipping. Me and my co-founder, Victoria, share the same problem as immigrant, and that is international shipping is very expensive and slow. For me to ship a 1 kilogram package from Calgary to Manila, it would cost around $300. It would take at least 10 days to get there. And as immigrants, we never really use these companies because it's just unreliable and expensive. Instead, we look for friends and family that are going home and ask them to ship the packages for us. In fact, there are hundreds of Facebook groups with hundreds of thousands of members that does this informally. And so we created Fly and Fetch. And our mission is to make shipping cheaper, faster, and friendlier. Today, Fly and Fetch offers 80% cheaper shipping fees, 2 times faster delivery, and we don't have infrastructure costs. We also offer a premium service with our concierge that are helping our customers. So how do we do this? Well, we hire travelers to transport packages for us. We give travelers free flights in exchange for their luggage space. And don't worry, it's legal. So all packages are sealed, and we follow customs protocols and pay necessary fees. Our pricing starts at $50 per kilogram, and that is comparable to $300 per kilogram from our competitors. And with that, we have 40% profit margin. Our target audience used to be immigrants. Now we're seeing a lot of e-commerce stores coming to ship with us, giving us a recurring revenue with them. We've delivered more than 1,000 packages and generated $115,000 of revenue. We have 11,000 travelers on our wait list waiting to travel for free, and our customers love us with our 5-star rating on Facebook and Google. We're growing at a 65% average quarterly growth. And this is my team with advisors and backers from our community. And together, we are trying to get to our mission, which is to hack international shipping worldwide. We want to be recognized as an alternative for international shipping. Today, we're fundraising and we're looking for intro for investors. And our goal is to get to 1,000 hubs in the next 2 years. Thanks for listening. And I'm just going to say my tagline: touch the world with us. Together, we can make shipping cheaper, faster, and friendlier. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Shelby. What a wonderful pitch and amazing what you have achieved so far. And personally, I kind of really related to the problem and also the solution as well. So amazing. Next on the stage, we're gonna welcome Darren Trang from Maxim Calc. Welcome, Darren.
Yeah. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yeah, we can start scoring.
Okay. So my name is Darren. I'm from Edmonton. I'm the COO of Maxim Calc. So oftentimes, Python projects are unable to be shared in a comprehensible way for non-developers. Current methods right now are creating a website, application, or sharing a Jupyter notebook. And they all involve either a lot of additional time for the developer or some sort of programming experience from the user. So what we've created is something that allows developers to create apps that only require knowledge in Python, requires minimal time and effort, and is easily shareable. So our product, Maxim Calc, is available on both desktop and mobile. No installation is required, meaning that you don't have to worry about hardware constraints such as storage space on your computer. And this also means that you can create and view apps from anywhere, as you just need to go to maximcalc.com on your browser. So some key features with Maxim Calc, everything is in browser. There's an explore page so you can see apps created by others. We have an editor with error highlighting, drag and drop inputs, an HTML incorporated output, and you can share or embed your apps on your own website. So it's a three-step process to create an app. You drag and drop some inputs, write some code using our in-browser IDE, and you create a simple text output. This can all be done within 5 minutes, and once published, your app can be viewed by anyone just by sending them a link. So some technology, browser code editor powered by VS Code. VS Code is just a really common IDE for developers if any of you guys have programmed before. We have a language server for error highlighting. This just highlights things when you're coding to show if you've made any syntax errors. All apps are hosted on the website, and we have extensive community features. So market size, 8.2 million developers use Python. Of those 8.2 million developers, it's the primary language for about 80% of those developers. And it's a very common language used by non-developers, so people such as like data scientists and engineers. So our target market, we plan to target people in education, data scientists and engineers, as well as people doing hackathons, because of the fact that Maxim Calc is such a fast tool to create web applications. We believe that if you guys have ever done hackathon, it's usually 24 to 48 hours. You have a very limited amount of time to create something. And so oftentimes people who have just experience in Python might not be able to create a full website within that time. So forecast, best case scenario, if we can get 5% of all Python developers to use Maxim Calc, we can have thousands of apps created monthly. Maxim Calc would become the Wikipedia of web apps, and we have an estimated of around greater than $10 million annual revenue. A more realistic scenario, if we can get 1% of all Python developers to use Maxim Calc, it would still lead to hundreds to thousands of apps created monthly, up to 1 million site visits monthly, and an estimated $2 million annual revenue. And then a worst case scenario, we'd still have a few hundred developers. We'd create apps commissioned by clients and thousands of visits monthly for useful niche apps. So our market plan. So first of all, we will be able to spread Maxim Calc through referral. So as users create apps through, they can share these apps through links, social media, and embedding onto their personal websites. Search engines. So Google searches will result in impressions for community created apps. When an app is created, it has its own URL, which can then show up on Google searches, such as mortgage calculator, BMI calculator, engineering calculator, etc. And this allows for more organic site visits as our Google search ranking increases. So as our Google search ranking increases, more people will be able to find Maxim Calc just by searching for generic apps, and we will show up at the top of the Google searches. And then hackathons, so competitions hosted by Maxim Calc and sponsorship and other competitions give developers incentive to use Maxim Calc. So our business model, we plan to make money through ad revenue from web traffic. And then we also plan to do something like YouTube, where we would return 40% of ad revenue back to developers through a pay-per-view model. And this incentivizes users who create apps on our platform to create quality apps, to share them with their friends, and to host it on their own websites in order to get back some profit. And then MaximCalc Enterprise, we would also allow clients. So this would be like companies to host MaximCalc on their own websites. On there, they would just have apps that only their employees would be able to see and use. And it would just be more of like a private version of MaximCalc. And then MaximCalc Pro, we plan to, in the future, add a subscription service that provides additional features such as making private apps, as well as having MaximCalc Pro would allow you to make revenue back from the pay-per-view model. So some competitive advantages. As we get more impressions with more keywords, we will get more organic searches. Apps can be made for any topic imaginable, and we have the ability to dominate Google searches. So a brief overview of our team. So far, our founding team has a group of 3 people. The CEO, Samer, he is a professor at the University of Alberta. Wei Chen, he's an undergraduate student who's done software internships at Huawei and DriveWise, and I'm the COO. I'm also an undergraduate student, and I'm going to be doing some more internships upcoming this fall. So our global user base. So this is the user distribution by country taken from our Google Analytics. And this in total is around 3,000 users and distributed among all these different places. So MaximCalc is something that we've been able to get people from all over the world to use. So milestones: in December 2021, we released our beta version. July 2022, we had a hackathon sponsored by 1984 Ventures. In July of this summer, we had 3,000 total users on MaximCalc. And then also in July, we released masonry apps for the Alberta Masonry Council. If you guys go to the maximcalc.com and then check out the Explore page, you can see them featured. And so these are apps created and that are going to be used by the Alberta Masonry Council. And then as of August, we have 645 apps created on MaximCalc. So what we were looking for? We were looking for capital for full-time and part-time salaries, capital for server advertising and running costs, capital for a legal entity, and feedback on the product and pitch deck. So thank you for your time. This is my first time doing a pitch, so please connect with me. I want to know like what I could improve on, what you guys thought about it, and just overall what you guys think of MaximCalc. So here's my LinkedIn and my email, so you can contact me at.
Thanks, Darren. So I don't know, I've never been in a hackathon, but you had me hooked when you said how fast you can get this done and the fact that you have quality checks built into it, because I'm a terrible typer and always make mistakes. So great. And I'm happy to give you feedback. You can reach out to me at Christina@sprout.bc. I see thousands and thousands of pitch decks. So happy to give you some feedback if you're looking for some. Okay. Anyways, next up on our list is I'd like to introduce Heba from Trigger Tracker, and I hope I pronounced your name right and didn't wreck it. Apologies if I did. Maybe you could correct me actually if I did. Take it away.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. My name is Heba, and I'll just share my screen. Can you see my screen? The slides?
You're good.
Okay, awesome. Okay, start away. Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Heba, and I'm one of the co-founders of Trigger Tracker. I'll start out this by introducing you to my dear friend Jeff. Jeff is a young entrepreneur just like you and me. Jeff also suffers with IBD. IBD is an autoimmune condition where certain foods and ingredients trigger inflammation and lesions in your intestines. Now, the tricky part with IBD is that you don't know what these trigger foods are until you eat them, and they change throughout your life, and everyone has different triggers. So one day, Jeff eats his favorite lunch, a fried chicken sandwich, and prepares for his investor meeting. However, his investor meeting gets cut short, and he loses out on his investment because he spends hours in the ER because he didn't know that something in the chicken burger may have triggered his IBD. So, but Jeff is not alone. Jeff and myself are part of 270,000 Canadians who have IBD, and this number keeps growing. So how do we help my dear friend Jeff, myself, and the thousands of people who suffer with IBD to accurately pinpoint trigger foods and avoid them? Introducing Trigger Tracker. We are a smart food diary app that correlates user diets to their symptoms with just a snap of their meal. So how Trigger Tracker works is that users can snap a quick photo of their meal or scan their barcode, and our AI outputs the ingredients in that meal. And throughout the day, users can input any symptoms that they're facing, such as cramps, energy levels, nausea, etc. And then you have a visualized food diary with nutritional values. And then our app then correlates any symptoms with the foods you'll be eating and pinpoints a possible trigger ingredients and warns you the next time you eat them. Looking at our competitors, we provide a visualization and the ability to pinpoint trigger foods that some of our competitors don't have. Looking at our timeline, we just are finishing our initial customer discovery and we're starting to work on an MVP with the hopes of rolling out this app by next year. Our team consists of myself and Yan. As co-founders, I have a couple of years of experience with startups, and Yan has experience with software development. And we've also been part of some incubators at Startup Edmonton, the Health Innovation Hub, and LOI. Our ask today is for any funding resources, mentorship, and feedback, and anyone who's interested in our project and joining, please feel free to reach out to us. And with that, I thank you for listening and welcome you to check out our landing page or email me if you would like to be connected with me or Nyan. And we welcome you to join our journey to simplify diet, simplify life with Trigger Tracker. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hiba. That's wonderful. I really love the design of the app, and I know UFA has a really great health innovation hub that will be there to support you through this journey as well. So amazing. So next up, we'll love to welcome George from U2Go Enterprises Inc. Welcome, George. Hi, George.
Might have to jump on to the next one first.
Sure, yeah. Then we're gonna, hi, Jeff. Jeff, we're gonna welcome you to the stage then from Geco. Hi, Jeff. Would you like to present now? Yeah. Oh, I think you just muted yourself. Yeah.
There, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Let's see what we can bring up here. Can you guys see anything?
Yeah.
How does that look?
That looks great.
Okay. So my name is Jeff Simpson. Back when my co-founder Megan and I were growing up in Saskatoon, it wasn't very difficult for dealing with child transportation issues. Fast forward that to today, and it's a much different story. Life has become quite complicated for modern families and getting kids to their activities, both parents working, etc. In fact, there are 35 million parents just like us across North America. We have a survey out right now, and early data has indicated that 100% of parents in Saskatoon say their kids miss activities due to lack of transportation. In the Geco world, that is unacceptable. Current options for parents are limited. You think, well, maybe I'll put my child in an Uber. It's actually against their terms of service to have a minor unaccompanied in one of their cars. I'm certainly not putting my kids in a taxi. There are spotty hyperlocal solutions across Canada. They're booking based and not tech based. So with that, I'd like to introduce Geco, your kids on the go, safe, transparent, flexible, and reliable rides for kids. And our difference, of course, starts with our driver community. Our drivers are highly screened. They are interviewed and then trained specifically for child transportation. So also our Guardian app has live tracking if they so choose to watch. And we have support agents that will be watching the rides throughout the day. So safety is at our center and trust is at our core. And that's what sets up this unique business model. So how do we make money? Well, we have a 70-30 split with our drivers. We have a booking fee paid by the parents. And of course, ongoing relationship with our school boards. These are the projected revenues. They're quite conservative. Our target audience is 5 years to 17 years of age. And we have never used more than 1% of that eligible age group in these calculations. Also, these are based on 6 days a week. We run 7, and these are based on single rides, and we do carpools up to 5 families, 5 different kids. So you need the right team, of course, to accomplish all of this. Myself, 30 years business experience. I think outside the box like all of you, and I've always taken pride in getting the right people and to get the job done. And with that, my co-founder Megan spent her entire career in tech business and is one of the VPs of PayPal. We have 2 advisors, Sherry out of Chicago and Mark out of Calgary. Our ask today here right now is $500K. That launches us in Saskatoon, Regina, and Edmonton. And we are currently doing trials right now. That's real guardians, real rides, real kids, testing everything, and it's going very well. The feedback from the guardians has been excellent. Everything is running smoothly. Of course, we're very excited as that is the pathway to our soft launch, which is coming soon. I'd like to thank all of you for listening. Have a great day and have a great night tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff, and thank you for jumping in like that. Looks like you got some great traction. You got a pretty impressive team, so I'm pretty sure you're going to get some good success. Next, we are going to introduce George. George from U2Go Enterprise Inc. Take it away, George.
Yeah, good afternoon. Let me get my presentation up and maybe put it in the presentation mode here. Can you see my presentation?
No, we cannot. You have to, do you know how to share screen at the bottom?
Yeah, so let me take a look at that and let's go back here and see where the presentation share screen is here.
It's right at the bottom of your screen. It's a green button.
Okay, so let's go here. Share a screen, right? And I will share this screen here, share, boom. I guess that you can see it now.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. So, and you can see me also, I guess. Eh?
No, your camera doesn't look like it's on, but that's okay. You go ahead and everyone's looking at your slides, which are the most important part.
Well, that sounds great. Well, thank you very much for having me. We are U2Go. It's a package delivery and ride platform that has a very innovative technology and business model with certified drivers and technology that is in the process of being patented and that we have named geofencing technology. Today, current challenges is the rides and delivery services are expensive in terms of delivery. People deliver to the wrong destination or don't deliver. It's a $1.6 billion problems. Drivers don't make enough money, and the companies providing the service are totally unprofitable. Our solution has extremely high automation, very low operating cost, and high profitability. This allows us to pass the savings to riders and delivery partners. We will be 30% lower in every jurisdiction we operate than our competitors, and our drivers can make more money. We also have an ecosystem where everybody that participates of the U2Go solution can benefit. Our solution, because of our technology, is a franchise, is also a service, and it's also a product. Just if you want to take something away with you, we have run some deterministic models. If we were going to run the Uber business on the U2Go platform, we could do it with 10% of the people. It's cloud-based, feature-rich. It have a great business model and a lot of technology innovation. This, in terms of revenues, we get revenues from the service that we provide, from the business partnerships or franchises, or from white labeling product sales. This is how we go to market, and we are having a social media campaign. We are going to be doing advertisements and target list and local sales executives. We are planning to launch in Winnipeg in Q4 2022. This is the traction interest that we have gotten so far, right? So there is a lot of interest from companies in Canada, the US, Brazil, the United Arab Emirates, Chile, And so we are excited about the traction we are getting. And so we have a very strong team with significant advisors that are very experienced in the business, like Alan Robinson, the ex-CEO of Raymer, and Randy Oler, ex-VP of Acquisition of People Corporation, both companies based in Winnipeg. The market is growing at 20%, right? Double-digit growth, right? So we are planning to capture 20 million in the delivery service in year 5 and about 100 million in the ride services in year 5. This is how we compare with some of our bigger competitors. And this is our projection, right? We are looking for $1.3 million of revenue that would be spent mostly in marketing and product enhancements. Our solution is ready. We are doing road tests in Brazil, in India, in Canada. And we are planning to produce $27 million of revenue in year 5 of operation. Why invest with us? Well, we are in a market that is high growth, and with our solution, it's gonna be high profitability. Our solution is the future of the ride and delivery service business, and we have a very experienced and motivated team that will make things happen. Any questions? So I will be happy to answer them. We have tremendous features in terms of being able to track, in terms of being able to provide safety, in terms of being able to monitor every aspect of the ride or delivery. I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks so much, George. Love it. I love how there are some common themes in today's pitches, and I would love to think like today's pitch is not. I'm not sure if it's planned or not. I'm like to think it's not just a pitch event, but also like a collision space, which we'll learn from each other's pitches, and also maybe it will spark something new of getting out of it. So wonderful. Next up, I'd love to introduce Chris from Toonly. Toonly is a music discovery platform. Welcome, Chris.
Hello. Let me share my screen here in a second. Let me know if you can see my screen. Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. Just gonna load it up. There you go. Well, welcome to Toonly. You know what? I'm gonna start a little bit different. I'm gonna have my ask up front. My ask is not investment. We don't need investment. My ask is not that you spend any money on it. My ask is that at the end of this pitch, you're so excited about Toonly that you will all sign up for an account. It's free to sign up, and you start listening to music on Toonly. That's my only ask. Now let me explain you what Toonly is. So let the music play. There is plenty of options for you to listen to music, Spotify, Apple Music, whatnot. Well, you pay for all these options, right? Let me tell you something about Toonly. We'll pay you to go on Toonly and listen to music. And how that works is basically, you go on Toonly, you listen to brand new songs that nobody has ever heard yet, and you help us scout those hits, because we're a music discovery platform, but we're also a music publisher. We need the input of you guys to figure out what could become a hit tomorrow, so we can sign those songs to music publishing deals. Now, how that works is that you come to Toonly, you listen to those songs in the genre that you like. You can pick your genre, but we will not give you any identifying information of the artist. So you don't know, are you listening to Ed Sheeran, Beyonce, or somebody you might have never heard of? There are no artist images, there are no artist names or any popularity metrics like how many likes do they have. We don't share that with you. You just get to listen to the song. If you don't like it, skip to the next one. If you do like it, give it a star. You have 1 star per day that you can give to a song. If you really think that this could be a hit, you give it a star. Now, if we end up signing that song that you gave a star to a publishing deal, you will earn Toon coins and an NFT of that song. Toon coin is our native cryptocurrency at Toonly. And why do you want Toon coins? Well, here's the thing. Everybody who owns Toon coins of songs that we sign to publishing deals, we will share 50% of the publishing royalties of that song with all the people that helped us actually scout those songs. And here are some catalog acquisitions of recent years, how much money they've actually made in terms of royalties. We share half of that with all the listeners that helped us discover those songs. So that's why you should sign up for Toonly. If you want to learn more about it, go to toonly.com/listeners. That's where you can find the music discovery platform. If you want to learn more about TuneCoin and how that whole works with the whole royalty share and what else you can do with those TuneCoins, go to tunecoin.com. And if you have any questions, you can email me at any time.
Thanks, Chris. What an interesting business model. You got me at you can make money because I like that comment. So, but I'm gonna share this your app idea here with some people that I know. So hopefully I can get some signups for you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next company I get the pleasure of introducing is BeLive Music, and we're going to bring Ken up on stage. I like this music theme we've got going on.
We're on a bit of a music theme. Yeah, thanks for having me. Let's see.
Take it away.
Okay. Awesome. Well, the best way to start is to talk about the power that underlies this whole thing. Have you ever hung out with someone that you really admire? If so, you've shared the feeling of exhilaration you see on these fans' faces, because we're naturally drawn to people that excel, and the thrill of getting to meet and know them becomes part of our story too. Well, BeLive replicates that same feeling for audiences and performers over and over again. When we started this venture, we recognized two critical things early on. There's tons of talent out there that is structurally out of reach for music lovers, and there are huge gaps in between concerts, meaning that right now, the only way to make these meaningful kind of connections happens either by chance or at great expense, and the opportunities are really few and far between. Well, we exist to build communities, create connection, and bring relevance and promotion to creators during the dead time in between their traditional shows. And we've discovered a really cool way to make this happen, a powerful way to facilitate online connections that lead to that intense joy by doing live streaming differently. And that's through hosting. We spent months talking to musicians, venues, media people, radio people, fans, testing our theories, running simulations, and ultimately hosting a bunch of shows on our app to solidify where we fit. And we've received great feedback from our test audiences that our solution helps them make these connections in a vicarious kind of way. And we're excited because our platform makes way for a new category of creator with hosts at the forefront, a category where hosts get to leverage people's desire for connection and be the bridge to getting to know intimately those performers. And here's a little taste of the magic that we've observed. Hosts curate content with an intimate feel and bring friends and followers along for the ride. They bring promotion and entertainment and facilitate connection. And the ultimate magic is when audiences and performers graduate into the host role themselves. And while these hosts are fostering new relationships, they're also creating a new economy, turning the downtime in between concerts into engagement time. And we see a future where this concept even goes beyond music to other performing arts too, like comedy, for example. We've made serious progress establishing our product, our value proposition, and narrowing our ideal customer profile without any marketing, I'll add. And we've got some big wins under our belt, from being selected out of so many applicants to pitch at this year's Inventures 2022, to getting to work one-on-one with a respected VC who many of you may know. We've got a strong team with relevant skills and plenty of strong relationships and advisors. And most importantly, if you ask anyone that's advised us along the way, we've executed on every commitment we've made. We're very pleased to have the things in place, the team, the learnings, the expert advisory that we need to take our business to the next level. And we are preparing very soon for a 500K pre-seed round. So we'd like to start getting to know all of you. If you can imagine coming home from work, sitting down with a glass of wine and catching some authentic live music instead of throwing on a playlist. Or if you can imagine an army of do-it-yourself Oprahs out there making amazing content. Or if you're just interested in getting to know a team that gets it done, then let's meet. If you have any intros, connections that we should make, partnership ideas, or if you just want to build a relationship and talk music, get a hold of me here. My phone number and email are on the page, and thanks for letting me tell you about BeLive.
Thanks so much, Ken. This is amazing. What an amazing platform, and also an amazing idea. I'm also sitting on a board at a live theater in Calgary. During the pandemic, we're scratching our heads about like how to reconnect with the audience, how to engage with them. So I think we might find a perfect solution for it. So yeah, I'd love to connect afterwards.
Great, thank you.
Next up, we have Pen from Local Boosts. Hi, Pen. Welcome to stage. Yeah, we can see your slides. Perfect.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I hope you guys can see my screen. Okay, perfect.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pant and I'm the co-founder and chief operating officer at Local Boost. I'm sure we've all woken up to a cold morning with a car that won't start. Currently, the commercial services solving this problem keep their customers waiting too long while also charging them way too much money. And in such cases, as you can see on the screen, people very often resort to social media to request for help, and they don't always get the help that they need. And so when that happens, we want to be there to help. Local Boost is a peer-to-peer battery boosting service that provides a quick and affordable solution to our customers. With a simple app available on all platforms, our customers can request a boost with the tap of a button, and we'll be there within minutes to rescue them. We plan to use the existing network of delivery drivers to offer a service that's twice as fast as an average tow truck and only half the price. This way, you don't have to be extremely late for your work, or your kids don't have to wait for hours for you to pick them up. Local Boost is the first roadside service platform specifically geared towards the convenience of our customers. And without full-time employees and our ability to scale the business to match our demand, this makes Local Boost the only service that's both convenient and affordable for our customers. Our revenue strategy is very simple. We charge our customers $30 per boost, and Local Boost gets about 40% of it. At an estimated 8,000 boosts in the first year, we are aiming for a revenue of $240,000, with Local Boost getting about $96,000 out of it. We know that our customers want really fast service, and so we aim to be there in under 30 minutes. Lastly, we understand that marketing is a really important piece, and hence we plan on leveraging the enhanced social media platform and other web marketing tools such as paid searches, etc. Based on our research, we have a huge market for our business. At a simple penetration rate of about 15%, Local Boost can have an annual revenue of $15.7 million when launched in the first 5 key cities. When expanded across Canada, that turns into $157 million and over $1 billion if we also include the United States. Our journey has actually been quite unique. We were born out of a 24-hour startup challenge in early February this year, and we decided to take the company off from there. After completing the Cultivatr Start Cohort 6, we are currently raising funds to support our plans to launch as early as this winter. And we also have a lot of exciting milestones coming up in the next few years. We plan to scale very rapidly, and we see a potential acquisition or merger in our sights in a few years once we become really successful. And all of this is made possible by this top-tier team of technical, operational, and business talent. And I would also like to give a shout out to Kendall, who is our advisor for a lot of marketplace businesses. Our ask today is $450,000 of investment, which will help us fund some of our key activities like marketing, corporate services, web hosting, and tech costs. And lastly, of course, hiring some key personnel. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and please follow us on LinkedIn. Also, please feel free to reach out to me if you have any advice, anything that you can help us with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pantha. I have to say, you kind of threw me off with your first slide there that had snow on it. I'm like purposely trying not to think about snow for at least another like 8 to 10 weeks. So I'm going to just pretend I didn't see that slide right now. I'm going to hand over to our last presenter, and whose name is TJ, and he's from Relic, and looking forward to having TJ join us.
One second, sorry.
Oh, TJ's a she. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, all good, all good.
That was a terrible assumption on my part.
Nope, all good. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm TJ. I'm a professional thrifter, a project manager, and the founder of Relic, a digital buy and sell for home and outdoor goods. In 2019, I noticed a major gap between how products are being served in the marketplace. To fix this gap, I started to curate home decor and resell it in marketplace, online, and host craft events. While I was able to make $5,000 in 2 years, I noticed this was not a sustainable business model. What I was doing, though, was getting in front of customers and understanding the full problem they were experiencing when buying secondhand home goods. For thrift stores, it's the disorganization, the chaotic, dirty stockpiles of goods with little to no customer experience. If it's Kijiji or Facebook Marketplace, people are vetting their own strangers, setting up times, and scrolling through multiple posts and ads to actually get products. Now, the number one solution to all of these products or all of these problems is to just buy new, which opens up an entire larger set of problems. Mass production means waste. Last year alone, 10 tons of home goods ended up in landfills in North America alone. So while my business model has changed since 2018, my purpose has not. And that's to reduce waste, increase the capacity for people to share goods with each other, and to make thrifting an enjoyable experience. Relic is a secondhand experience that makes buying and selling easier, more effective, and trustworthy. My high-level concept is to monetize the home goods and furniture section of Kijiji or Facebook Marketplace by providing a UX design and targeting two niche customers of buyers and sellers who are young professional North Americans who have previously shopped secondhand before. 83% of North Americans spent a total of $8.2 billion on secondhand home goods last year. I would like to capture 5% of that. And to do that, I will need your guys' help. I am looking for first-time users. If you have something that you'd like to sell, please send it to me so I can list it as inventory. I am also looking for mentorship in social media presence, brand development, and brand strategy. And lastly, I'm looking to speak to somebody in the SaaS development area so I can look into starting an MVP and onboarding my first-time customers. Please screenshot and save my information and reach out to me. And thank you so much for the host for having me here today. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you.
So that wraps all of our pictures. I think Zach's going to take over. And is that right, Zach?
That's right. We can, TJ, you can probably stop the screen share. And we ended a couple minutes early. So let's first give Christina and Faye a huge round of applause and thanks for hosting another hour-long block. Like I mentioned, it's a lot of work. So great to have you. And how about, let's hear from the presenters too. B2C SaaS, a lot of different types of companies out there, a lot of really good pitches. Music was a bit of a theme, which is very, very cool. And you know, we've got a few minutes here. We've got a special guest joining us in just a couple of minutes. But before he gets here, I wouldn't mind sitting down and hearing a little bit more from Christina Mielke about her experience launching Sprout Fund, because we often think of investors as being different from entrepreneurs, but you know, raising a $10 million fund, that's a pretty massive entrepreneurial effort. So Christina, tell us a little bit about that experience over the last couple of years building out Sprout Fund.
Sure. Yeah, it's a great point. You know, I like to remind all the founders, they think they're coming to us and that we don't understand their journey. And we absolutely understand their journey because it took us a year to raise this fund. And we did it during a pandemic where, you know, we couldn't meet people face to face. And we really, really relied on our personal network. And it was a lot of work. And when you're raising any kind of capital raise, you get turned down a lot. You get no's. And so you have to grow some thick skin and recognize that it's not about you personally, but it's, you know, potentially the person you're talking to doesn't have the right risk appetite or whatever the various reasons are of why they might not want to invest with you, either directly into your company or into your fund. I'm really excited to say that in our second fund, 50% of our investors in our first fund followed us into our second fund, and that 95% of our investors in our second fund are Alberta-based investors. And I think almost all of them are entrepreneurs and business owners themselves. And so what really got them excited about the fund was they understand how important it is that, you know, every big business started as a small business. Small businesses, regardless of what type they are, need some type of help and support. And some of that help and support comes in the form of capital. And so our message of why we wanted to do this really resonated with them. We are the first fund like this with a head office in Edmonton, surprisingly enough. So, you know, Zach started Startup TNT, his model is quite different. And then there was just no other fund that was located here. Any Alberta funds that we know of generally have a bigger footprint in Calgary. And so that was really important to my partners and I, is that we really felt our ecosystem needed to have a fund in the ecosystem, even though we don't just invest in Edmonton companies, obviously. But I do see one of our portfolio one founders on the next set of companies. I can see his face right now. Hi, Blaine. Anyways, so we love to support some of the Edmonton companies. I see our banker on the phone here. Hi, Chase. Chase at RBCX is my banker. He gets my emails when I'm frustrated about anything related to banking, and he's laughing because he knows that happens. But yeah, this is a real true Alberta effort. And we really wanted to try to focus it with Alberta investors so that we can help create wealth in Alberta and get more money out of some of the other industries that typically are the ones getting the capital, like real estate, like oil and gas, and get people excited about investing in the tech space. So.
Yeah, Christina, let me ask you this follow-up question, because, one thing that stuck out of my mind when listening to once at a conference, another speaker from another ecosystem, he talked about the importance of simultaneously, building out your entrepreneur community, your startup community with your local investor community. And I look at, that's a big mandate of us at Startup TNT. And also, like, just listening to the stats of your fund, you guys are doing that at Sprout Fund as well. Do you have any thoughts on the importance of that?
Yeah, I mean, we're relatively a nascent ecosystem here in Alberta relative to so many other geographical areas in the world and even in Canada. One of the ways we decided to do this fund was looking at the disproportionate amount of funding that happens relative to population size to Eastern Canadian startups versus Western Canadian startups, which is how we came to part of our investment thesis was to focus on Western Canadian business, because there's so many great companies out there that are starting and need that extra help. And we are happy to be part of this ecosystem to help support some of those companies. So it is really critical. And anyone that knows people that are looking to invest and have never invested in this asset class before, there's now multiple funds around, like Startup TNT, like Sprout, and others that we're happy to have conversations to talk about whether we might be a good place for them to put their money.
Yeah, it's really beneficial for the startup community to have multiple local funds like this. If you look at the Prairie, like especially in Alberta, but if you look at the Prairies in general over the last 5 years, it's changed dramatically. I feel
and it's changing at a good rapid pace, which is great to see. Yeah. Thanks, Zach.
Well, thank you, Christina. And it looks like our special guest just arrived. It's none other than Corey Jensen. Corey, are you able to unmute? What's going on? Did they give you permission to unmute yet? Here you are. Welcome. Okay, listen, we're doing something a little special this year. We have a couple of special guests that are taking a few minutes out of their day to tell us a little bit about the story of their own startups that are off doing great things. And one of them is Corey Jensen, been part of the Edmonton startup community for many years. Corey, can we start with just a little bit of the origin story of AltaML, your current venture? How did that get started? What happened there?
By complete accident. And I don't want to discredit everything. I know there's all these great programs in terms of as you lay out business plans and stuff like that. But Nicole and I did not want to start another company. We were, in a former life, I started Investopedia, co-founded Investopedia. We had an exit there. And so we were happily just managing external capital, not having to deal with all the pain of starting a business. And so it was actually a result of a failure. Through another we made a bunch of angel investments in a bunch of digital media properties, tried to do a project at the U of A. Didn't realize at the time, because I knew absolutely nothing about AI, that we were taking on one of the hardest problems in algorithmic content generation. So Elon Musk has spent tens of millions of dollars through OpenAI, and GPT-3 would be essentially what we were trying to do. And we had no idea what we were up against, but we're absolutely blown away by all the talent. And with this light bulb moment came off, if this small nimble startup couldn't actually make it work with the academic model, maybe there's an opportunity there. So I asked the dean of science at the time, Jonathan Schaefer, said what's the deal? He's like, we need a company that actually, can absorb the talent that's coming out of the U of A and actually act for commercialization. You should start that. And we did. It's evolved over the years, but it was even the same way with Investopedia. We didn't plan on starting that. We wanted to start something totally different. We had all the other websites. So if the one things I've learned is the way that I've had the most success in starting businesses is just getting in the game. And my initial idea is always wrong. And it's just, but once you're in the game, it's getting those data points to figure out what you don't know to go on to it. And every once in a while you get lucky and you stumble into something.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I spent many years of my life thinking about the best idea, and Startup TNT wasn't one of the things I was thinking about back then. Okay, Corey, let's fast forward to today. So what does AltaML look like right now? How many employees do you have? Who are your customers? Why are they using AltaML? What's going on? What do you guys do?
So we are a venture studio whose unique edge is that we build labs with large organizations. So we are a company builder. We've launched 5 businesses so far. We're 4 years old right now. 5 businesses we've launched in the last year and a half. Unlike most venture studios, we're not set up as a VC. We just invest off our own balance sheet. What gives us the edge is we go out and we build labs for like Suncor, ATB, really large enterprise customers. And the reason we do that is not because we want to build a consulting company, but rather because every AI startup we believe is screwed unless you have a unique edge on data. And unless you actually understand the business processes to the utmost degree. So you need deep domain expertise, you need a unique edge on data. We've seen more AI use cases than anybody in Western Canada. We think probably more than the country. So from that, we get to develop some common building blocks, but more than anything, these two sides go together. So from the labs, we then spin off various ventures. We have those in asset management, industrial AI, legal tech are the big 3. And really, we think that we're trailblazing with this unique model. It's really, really freaking hard to explain this to a VC because they freaking hate us. So we can get into that in terms of some of the tips on fundraising that we've experienced, right? And who you're targeting to. But this venture studio model, like a lot of people don't realize, Moderna was started in a venture studio. That little database company called Snowflake was started in a venture studio. And so Diagram right now in Montreal by the Desmarais family is probably the best known one in Canada. We think this is like a whole new asset class, and it's a new way that companies are created, another alternative beyond going your own or going the accelerator route. And we think specifically within AI, we have an edge that can build $1 billion business headquartered right here in Alberta.
That's okay. You know what? I'm glad that I'm catching up with you now, Corey, because I know that this comes up. It's like, isn't AltaML just a consulting business? And I feel like I didn't fully understand your business model to answer that question, and now I do. Can you just clarify something? When you say you're a venture studio, are you like AltaML is like the sole owner of these ventures, or are they all like joint ventures with some of your customers?
It can be both, right? Because the thing is, you need to be able to actually really understand that business. So we've done one of the ventures we started off. Aimco was the initial partner in asset management. Like, if any of you are going to try to start something using AI and institutional asset management, to get in touch with those portfolio managers that run like $300 or $400 million funds, they're busy people. It's kind of tough to get to them. So think of our labs as a gigantic experiment in terms of we're getting paid to actually go to from 0 to 1. So we fuck up all the time. Like, of all the projects, like probably under 10% actually make it to actually proving off something. But if we add value within another organization, we can actually create a profitable business where we're generating real cash flow. Like, imagine that, real revenue and actually generating cash. It actually matters, because right now we're not incumbent upon having to raise capital to keep on going. We can fund what we need to. So if we have the right partner, then they can add value. Great. As we do our next capital raise, and I don't need the capital, we don't need the capital, then that gives us a little bit of an edge to actually fund directly without having to have that other partner involved. But we've got, for example, a great partner in Spartan Controls in the industrial AI space. Beyond capital, you can't replicate the knowledge that exists when you're in on, like, say, 2/3 of the industrial operations in Western Canada. So that gives us a unique edge for that early stage of product development.
Okay, wow. And I feel like in this question, you kind of hinted at like where you're trying to go with AltaML, but do you want to expand on that? What does the future look like for the next few years for AltaML, Corey?
But like I say, we're not going to sell out. That's the main thing, right? Because I've already sold ones. I mean, Christine knows. Christine worked with us, left a lot of money on the table afterwards with Investo. You know what? There wasn't the ecosystem, wasn't the mentorship. I wish someone kind of smacked me and said, "Don't sell because you've got a freaking rocket ship here," right? And so the goal is to really create a sustainable business that, again, we've got offices in Edmonton, Calgary, there's another one in Toronto, but we think we can create a platform that is really durable when you think of like a Constellation Brands, when you think of a Brookfield, in terms of being able to continue to launch off each of these ventures. So we're in the process of raising 25 million. But I'm doing it like a really funny way. I'm going to go to strategics and family offices, right? Which is something I wouldn't recommend for necessarily all of you. But it gets into kind of, a core lesson that I've learned that might be valuable for the group. A lot of early stage entrepreneurs that I've found go fishing in the wrong pond for capital. There are thousands of VC funds. Your job is to understand what the investment mandate of that investor is. Don't waste their friggin' time. Like if you're a biotech startup, do not waste your time going to somebody who invests in, hardware tech for whatever, right? Like, and that sounds obvious, but that's what everybody does. They get a meeting with a VC and they wonder why they send out their deck. I don't care if you sent your deck to 500 VCs. That just tells me you're doing something wrong. So it used to be you had to go to the value, you used to have to go for networks like my subscription to PitchBook. It's super expensive, but it's the best money I've ever spent, because when I go down, so say we're raising money for our legal tech spinoff, right? My A list is all the investors who just focus on seed stage for legal. And there's like 50 of those in North America. So fish in the right ponds and you get there. Now for us, like we're uninvestable for a VC. They're like, hey, you're a fund, right? Well, we're not a fund. They go, well, you have all this portfolio. I'm like, true. So we can't invest in you. So I've even wasted a ton of my time even understanding, oh, by the way, the partnership agreements within a VC aren't going to actually be able to fund something that we do. But then I have the conversation with family offices. They go, we freaking love this. Can we co-invest with everything you put out? I go, yeah, you definitely can, right? And so that gives me longer term capital, more permanent capital at the venture studio level, right? And a unique edge for my investors. So that's our plan as we raise capital. And I would, happy as well if there's any younger entrepreneurs or people that are starting to raise capital, like, if happy as well to make some of my team available or myself in terms of, and I don't want to create like 17,000 hours of work, but like there's usually a way we can connect you in the right spot. And so if you're just not an asshole, like people like Christina and that, like if you go, hey, you know what, here's what I do. I don't think I'm a fit for Sprout, but who do you know that fits like, I'm looking for like 2 to 3 million and, here's my tracks on SaaS and this and this and this, like ask people, just don't be an asshole and they'll usually connect you to the right spot, right? But if you just come in with a little bit of humility and going like, can I understand your investment mandate? What I read about Sprout before and you guys do this and this, I know I'm not there, but you're local. Can you help point me in the right direction? That's a far more productive approach than just being like, why didn't you apply to my pitch deck, Christina? It's like, well, you're raising $10 million and you're a biotech fund. That's not Sprout's mandate, right? So I think it's just really, if we can all support each other in this and some of this education and some of the connections, let's keep it in this ecosystem, but let's learn from the rest of the world and bring in some of those, that quote unquote smart money or the big dollars, right? To be able to come in different areas. And over time, we'll have an ecosystem we can all be proud of.
Wow. Okay. I feel like everyone just needs a moment to take in everything that just happened. I will echo Christina's comment. Be careful what you wish for, but Corey, I really like where you're going with this. There's so much knowledge young entrepreneurs can learn from senior entrepreneurs. I wonder if there's a way to do this so that it doesn't take up all of your and your friends' time, but maybe we can put something together. I'm interested in that idea.
Well, like, listen, like it's So a lot of times when people asking, so number one, people are too afraid and they don't ask for help. Okay. So first of all, you don't know unless you actually ask, right? And then second of all, just don't send requests like, hey, can I just get like an hour of your time for a coffee? Like, no, like you either need mentorship, you need money, or you're trying to sell me something. And that's fine. I buy things, I give mentorship, and I'm doing things like, so just be open, at least like that would be for myself. If you say, hey, I've got a specific request, I'm not sure where to go, or this, and this, just don't ask for like blindly time. But if you say like, I'm looking for this piece, or if you can be specific about it, you'd be amazed how many people would help. And Zach, like your connection, your network, especially as we talk about things like rainforest, we talk about all the amazing things that didn't exist a few years ago in the ecosystem, right? You just gotta, not be an ass and just, try to actually help out other people and try to support. And it kind of goes around. Like, it's just, I'm not a spiritual person. There's some sort of weird karma that happens when you're just, like actually try to help people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's not really that complicated.
Yeah. Don't be an asshole, as was noted in the chat. And I'll also, I can give a very recent testimonial. Corey's right. I asked initially Corey, I said, would you like to join us for the pitch marathon? He's like, I'm not sure if I have time. Not sure if it was kind of a vague ask. And then I asked him something very, very specific. How about 2 p.m. for 10 minutes? And he came. So there we go. Look at that. Be specific. We might be running low on time. Is there any final questions from the audience for Corey? Like, this has been great. I think
I'm just trying to say, it's tough to see in a thing like questions for raising capital out, or Christina saying capital outside your geographic area. The funny thing is, I almost find it's easy outside, further outside, right? I don't know, Christina, like, so look, Jobber raised their money outside of Edmonton. We raised our first round outside of Edmonton. You know, I don't think, I mean, Cement has local investors in Calgary, but their big funds are always out. Neo is always out. So like, you don't even have to get on a plane anymore. Like you can be super lazy and actually just sit like that. There's an advantage now that didn't exist. So I don't know what your experience is, Christina, right? But I think like every once in a while you do, like I did actually get on a plane and go to Toronto and actually meet people like on like old school face to face. Like there still is, you know, but you need a warm intro for a lot of that too. Like
yeah,
you don't need to,
I just want to say, Corey, you used the word, you can be lazy and do this. No, you can't be lazy and raise capital. So I just want to, you know, let's be clear. The whole point that Corey said about researching, so you don't, you're time efficient. We talk a lot about capital efficiency, but your time is valuable. And when you do things like throw out 500 pitch decks to a whole bunch of random people that you think might fund you, that is not being time efficient. You're actually disrespecting yourself and your team. Spend some time figuring out what kind of investor you want. Focus on and research who they are, and do you fit their investment thesis? Because we have one.
Thank you for correcting me, Christina. You're right. My laziness was more like you don't need to. You used to have to go get on a plane, think of like the Toby story and like Toby like from Shopify going to like San Francisco and like hanging out in cafes for 2 or 3 months. I guess that's what I'm saying. You don't need to do that anymore per se because of these data sets, because you can start that. You still need to. I like how you said whatever efficient, however you said that, Christina's
time efficient.
Time efficient. Yeah.
Time efficient, and you can save money because you don't have to travel, but you should be really, really time efficient on how you do this so that you get a higher probability of a yes, or they'll take a meeting with you.
And when someone says no, the immediate question is, hey, I really appreciate that. Very much open. Is there any feedback? How could I improve my pitch, my deck? And then shut up. And then the second follow-up question is usually like they'll let like people just ask the question, then be quiet. And then second, once you put that out there, you say, okay, do you think there's anybody else that is a better fit or that we would fit in their mandate? Who else do you think might be better for us to talk to? Because like every VC knows every VC, every angel knows every angel, right? Because often it's not that they don't like you, like just don't take offense. Maybe you just don't fit their mandate. Like maybe they like and so quite often I think that almost like if you take things personally, you're never going to have success. Like just aim for 50 no's, right? And you're going to have the yes. And sorry, the one other thing that I'll put on, even when we did our seed round, like our seed round, externally, I think we did 3.5. Nicole and I put in like 10% of it. So like we had, you know, we're more than that. Anyway, we were 4 million for our seed round, right? I did not a single person committed until the first domino fell. And this was all old school Edmontonians who never invested in tech, right? So like this was, I tried to raise it all locally and it was like more painful for it. I won't say who the exact name is, but I had 5 or 6 soft circled. And then once one person went in, boom, it all went. So it goes super slow and then it goes all fast, right? And the trick is like, it's like, you need to soft circle enough and don't lie to yourself. Like everyone says, oh, I've soft circled 10 million. No, you haven't. It's bullshit, right? Like, you know, in your heart of hearts. So look at your, like you look in your spreadsheet and go through, what do you truly think that's going to be in, right? And if you look at soft circle, then the key is giving them the deadline to create that FOMO, right? Because like at some point they need to miss out, because otherwise it's really easy to just put your hands in your pockets and not do anything, right? And I've done this a bunch when I've been on the other side investing. It's like, it's just easy to do nothing, right? So it's like, it's this game, right? Like, and you got to get it up to that right point, and then you got to go in for the kill, right? But it's all about back preparation, because if you get that wrong and you give a piece of people deadline and that closes and the deadline passes and you haven't actually closed, all of a sudden you're dead.
Yeah, I just want to add though, don't come to a fund and say we're closing this week, because that's just a fast no for me right away. I can't work on that timeline.
All right, this has been a lively, invigorating conversation. I might start getting worried we're going to get behind in our next block if we don't make the transition. A few awesome ideas came out of this conversation for maybe a follow-up session on 1 or 2 different topics. So why don't we end it here? Let's thank Corey Jensen. Thank you, Christina, for jumping in and hosting. Thank you so much, both of you. You know what? One thing to keep in mind, there's a lot of entrepreneurs in this pitch marathon right now that have successfully raised money, both locally and nationally. And there's quite a few people that did raise money 2 years ago and were in the pitch marathon 2 years ago and have raised money today. So you can do it. We can keep doing it. And we got to share more best practice. And how to do
Hey,
it well.
and Zach, I just want to put a big thank you for you. I mean, man, your energy is absolutely infectious. You've done as much as anybody in this community for this. So thank you for all you do and Startup TNT. It's just absolutely amazing. And yeah, like if there's a way that I can help out, ping me on LinkedIn. I'm not hard to find. And just if you be specific, if I can't help, I'll just tell you no. Just don't fucking send me flame emails when I say no. But if I can, I'll do my best to help out. Like, again, it's all about the ecosystem and how we can build this together. And we don't have anybody else if we can't lean on each other. So Startup TNT is I'm a massive fan. I know I've been trying not to drink as much, so I haven't been out as much as I should be, right? But anyway, thank you for what you do, Zach. And like, let's just all support each other. So appreciate the opportunity to come chat a little bit.
Well, thanks for coming on the show, Corey, and thank you so much for those really kind words. It means a lot to me. Okay, let's keep it going. Up next, we actually have two bankers who are ready to host FinTech and PropTech. I couldn't think of a better host for us. We've got Jean-Luc from BDC, and we've got Chase Christensen from RBCX. Chase already got a shout out earlier from Christina. He's banking for a lot of us these days. We bank with RBCX. How you guys doing?
Yeah, thanks for the introduction there, Zach. It's great to get in front of so many entrepreneurs and ecosystem partners. I mean, tough to follow up after Christina and Corey there. That was an unbelievably great conversation there to get the inside view of both the VC and the entrepreneur at all stages. So that was a great, interaction there. In essence of trying to, stay on pace here for all the pitch event, right? We're going on everywhere here. I'll try and be brief with, what our team is trying to do at BDC. We're really trying to be, support system to get additional non-dilutive funding into the hands of entrepreneurs from their early commercialization stage all the way up to, Series A or pre-Series A, just to whether it's, give you a bit of bridge room to your next funding or to add on top to a seed round or a pre-seed round. We want to make sure that, runways are long enough and that entrepreneurs have enough runway with that additional investment to get to that stage where they can either exit or get to that next, equity raise. So the most important thing is, get in touch with someone at the BDC technology team. We've got someone in every big city in the prairies here. So even if you just want to know, okay, what do you do? Just come out and talk with one of us. I know we're all extremely nice people and we'd love to, sit down and have that conversation. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Chase to talk about RBCX.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jean-Luc. Yeah, thanks, Zach. It's fantastic to be in front of everybody today. And I know it's hard to follow up Corey and Christina, and I'll happily cede some of my time so we can hear them talk more. But RBCX really, like, what we want to do, and similar to what Jean-Luc mentioned, we have individuals across the prairies in all the areas that thankfully Startup TNT is located in as well. So we're so happy to be partnering. But RBCX is really, it's having the biggest bank in Canada, a tech bank, or a bank that just understands the tech side of it and challenges and opportunities that are available or that are facing those entrepreneurs. And so really from a capital perspective, but that's only one small part of what we do. The capital is one of our three pillars, but really looking to be better partners and advisors and connectors with our clients, leveraging our broad national platform to be able to make introductions to investors or partners or through our recent integration of RBC Ventures, if we can potentially help with designers, with commercialization, with things like that. So just RBC just being better partners for our clients across Canada. So with that, Jean-Luc or Zach, I don't know if we want to hop right into the next pitch.
I think we're good to go. I think you guys are good to introduce the first presenter. Let's do it, guys.
Right on. Well, the first presenter in the FinTech PropTech section is Andy from TerraGen. Here we go, Andy.
Thanks, guys. Just give me 1 second here to share my screen. Okay, thanks for the time, everybody. It's probably no surprise to many of you that the farming industry is at a pretty uncomfortable position right now. The cost of production for farming has skyrocketed in recent years. Actually, many ingredients over the last 12 months have doubled in cost. And it's put many farmers into a pretty uncomfortable position where they're being forced to either scale up or to be for sale. The challenge is that farmland just is not accessible for most of these investors. And that's leading to a significant transfer of land ownership. And the USDA predicts that roughly 32 million acres of farmland in America alone will change hands this year It's about $110 billion in value ballpark. And the majority of those transactions are involving or include large investors and not other farmers. Everybody's aware that Bill Gates is buying up farmland like crazy. Now there's a few companies who are trying to improve access to farmland, and they're doing a decent job of it, but they still service a very select group of accredited investors only, which makes it really hard to partner with them. So TerraGen is disrupting the farmland real estate industry by using Web3 technology to create fractional investment opportunities for small-scale farmers, retail investors, and for large investors as well. We're creating a web-based marketplace where people can invest as little as $50 and own a piece of a Canadian farm. So right now, I'm the sole founder of TerraGen. I just completed the Founder Institute Startup Accelerator out of Toronto this spring. And right now, I'm really leaning on my team of advisors to kind of guide the ship as we build our core team. Our revenue model would be based on us retaining or charging a one-time management fee, which would work out to about $150 per acre in value. And their additional revenue would come in the form of service fees for all our active users. So to date, I've got some soft commitments from local investors. I'm in the process of interviewing some development firms to actually start building the core technology. I launched a very basic MVP website, and I'm running some Google ads to increase our awareness. I did a survey of 157 farmers, and I found out of those 157, only 8 said that they were not looking to increase their farm size in some way. And then we would also partner with local farms at each location to manage each of our properties using sustainable farming practices. So right now we're looking for investors and connections to build our platform, to complete our regulatory compliance, and to shore up our marketing efforts. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Andy.
Yeah, and next up we have Scott with Snapcash. Scott, if you're ready.
Awesome. Yeah, maybe I'll give a bit of a preamble before we get going. So we were, I guess, joined under the pretense of a company called Kiwi Grocery. But similar to, I think it was Corey, we've pivoted a bit. So we've raised a bit of money and have been looking in the face of like the new funding environment, have really focused on something that was more short-term profitable and a bit more tech focused than the more like operationally complex model, which was Kiwi Grocery. So with that said, I'll talk about our new project. So our project is called Snapcash. Snapcash is a modern payroll solution that enables employees to get quicker access to their funds. So there is a Calgary startup in this field, Zayzoon, and there's some differentiating factors that we're looking to carve out. So one particular problem that we've explored, so this isn't on the deck because this is still very much a work in progress as we're not actively fundraising right now. But we've had a number of international employees, and we've had tremendous difficulty being able to pay them. In some cases, we've had money hung up in the Brazilian government system for about 6 weeks. There's often delays and many costs to wire money to a service like WHIISL, have that go to a second party, which is we've used stuff like OnTop or Husky in Brazil. And then there's a delay then for the employee to receive that. So we're actually building a product we're really excited about in addition to the product we have today, which is the Canadian kind of, on-demand payroll access, which is we want to build on-demand payments internationally. So that's really like the niche that we're carving out. So based on I think it's Ethereum, but one of my co-founders can speak to this. We want to enable instant payments for international folks. So really just eliminating the time delays and some of the fees associated with some of those cross-border payments, which is something we're still scoping today, but we've already, I think, built a light MVP around that. So hoping to get that rolled out quite quickly. But in the meantime, what that looks like is again access in either scenario with the seamless integration, kind of an API infrastructure to integrate into almost all international and national payroll services. So that would be like an ADP or a Dayworks or some other international options for payment processing. And then there's with regards to like national payments, we're going to be working on some credit reporting, some earning dashboards, so that we're able to, through that API architecture, read how much they've earned. So we're kind of never extending credit. And in the short term, we will extend credit, which is another differentiating factor that we can get into. But really kind of just having full visibility on those earnings and what we can provide in terms of short-term lending.
And we are just getting to time here, Scott.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Thanks for that. Back over to you, Jean-Luc.
Yeah, what a great pitch there. All right, next up. Now the sheet says Kim from Dry Run, but it might be Blaine, so I'll open it to both, whoever's going to pop up next. Take it away.
Hi there, that would be me. Let me just share my screen here and we will get moving. And thank you so much, Zach. And it's really great to see so many friendly faces. We don't get out and about as much as we used to. So it's really nice to see those friendly faces. Hi, everyone. My name is Blaine Birch, and I'm co-founder and CEO at Dry Run. And here at Dry Run, we're revolutionizing business advisory with uniquely powerful financial modeling and cash management software. We were selected as a top 10 new app by Intuit and part of the AICPA Accelerator, equipping us to identify and target our new financial professional channel and make the move up market. Our go-to-market strategy targets the $5 billion market of 800,000 US-based accountants and CFOs to gain traction fast, but we have much bigger aspirations as we solidify ourselves as a financial professional's tool of choice. Automation is disrupting accounting, replacing tax and compliance services, yet CPAs and CFOs toil in spreadsheets for hours, fighting to deliver meaningful information to their clients and management teams. Today's forecasting tools are able to sync data and build models, but they fail to offer the flexibility and control the professionals need to manage sophisticated business problems. Dry Run's novel modular architecture and interface equips us to tackle virtually any problem that our customers face. Dry Run delivers that critical control, equipping finance pros to finally leave the spreadsheet behind and benefit from the automation that delivers efficiency and accuracy to their forecasts. Users save over 80% of their time and deliver collaborative, actionable data on a weekly basis through an intuitive, modern interface. We're forecasting significant growth and profitability by the end of 2022 as we continue to move up market, increase our average customer value, and expand existing accounts. We're positioning ourselves as an attractive investment, even in the current investment climate, targeting a $2 million seed round in 2023 to accelerate our growth. Our experienced management team, led by co-founders myself, Blaine Birch, and Tark Bacchus, is ready to scale fast. We recruited Jeremy Burke into his first business development manager and leading salesperson to drive our customer acquisition, critical for fast growth. We are revolutionizing business advisory with uniquely powerful financial modeling and cash management software. I'd love to hear from you. Please reach out if you'd like to learn more about us, about our round that'll be coming up in the new year, and see if Dry Run might even be a fit for you or maybe some of your friends or portfolio companies. Thanks so much for your time, everybody.
Thanks so much, Blaine. All right.
Yeah, thanks, Blaine. I hope that Peralta was also a reference to Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So next up is going to be Fred with Credit Gurus. Sorry, Fred.
Hey, how's everybody today? Are you able to see my screen okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. And well, at Credit Gurus, we take credit seriously. Credit, it's hard to live without it. Every month, more than 1 million Canadians go shopping for credit, and 650,000 of them are classified as non-prime or subprime. Today, 46% of applicants that apply for retail credit are declined by all lenders. And with the world economy cooling off, this is going to become a bigger problem for the average Canadian family. Credit Gurus helps people resolve their credit issues and cut ties to their past debts by bringing together the credit products, services, and experts that they need to move forward. Credit Gurus works with applicants that have been declined for credit purchases. Credit Gurus has completed a successful alpha test with automotive, motorsports, and retail lenders to help declined applicants sort out their credit issues. There are many small companies offering credit improvement online. However, Credit Gurus has a unique model. Our licensed, vetted professional experts are accessed by the applicant for free from our credit improvement platform. The platform is safe and easy to use and operates in full compliance with finance regulators. Powered by simplicity, we make the hard stuff easy to understand. No complicated jargon. Credit Gurus is currently being offered in 15 pilot retailers and at 1 lender. Retail lenders and finance experts are seeking a solution that is safe and ethical for applicants to use. Our partners see Credit Gurus app as a great tool to offer their applicants and retailers. Credit Gurus has a 2-sided monetization model, monthly subscription from our retailers, and a combination of paid per lead and per conversion from our experts. And the applicants are always able to use the platform for free. Our projections based upon securing 100 retailers and retailer subscriptions in 2023, 300 in 2024, and 500 in 2025. In 2021, we assembled our tech stack and secured our initial retailers for an alpha test. In 2022, we launched our alpha test, gained support from NRC IRAP, graduated Co.Labs co-launch cohort 9, and completed in the final 4 finale. We've completed mapping our app and look forward to its upcoming launch in the spring of 2023. The Credit Gurus team is a diverse mix of industry knowledge, technical expertise, and problem-solving skills. We are in the process of onboarding our lead investors. The investment will be used for tech development, sales, marketing, and operational expenses. Join us
Fred, you're at time.
to improve the credit situation and quality of lives for millions of Canadians.
Fantastic. Thanks, Fred. Luke?
Yeah, thanks, Fred. All right. Next up in the list here, we've got Terry, and correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but Cios.
I will correct you, but I don't blame you.
Please.
We might have to rebrand soon. It's actually an Irish word pronounced keys. That's why the logo is a key. But next year, when we have pronunciation guides, all this will be fixed. Not your fault.
I tried to Google it, but it wasn't coming up. So, right on, go ahead.
We have a little bit of work to do, clearly, on that side. Awesome. Can you guys see my screen? Fantastic. Well, like I was just introduced, my name is Terry, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Keys, and we're a platform to help renters find the perfect place instantly. So we all know that the relationship between landlords and tenants is broken, and it feels slow, tedious, and expensive for everyone involved. And everyone feels like they could have found a better place or found a better tenant if they had only looked a little bit longer. So we thought to ourselves, why can't we make renting easier, faster, and smarter? So we've reimagined the experience of renting completely to match landlords and tenants instantly based on their needs, preferences, lifestyle, and budget. So it happens in 3 simple steps. First, we use our proprietary algorithm to pre-verify tenants and landlords. So every tenant is income verified before matching, and we collect information on their needs, preferences, lifestyle, and more. Next, we make perfect matches happen through our internal algorithm, where we match them together and optimize for those needs within their budgets. Even more so, we group them based on similarity to facilitate organic communities and increase length of stay. So all of this happens in a seamless online experience within the Keys ecosystem, where rental paperwork, payments, late and partial rent payments, as well as rematching all happens in one cohesive platform. And this is addressing a $20 billion TAM across the US and Canada. We're looking at initial market in Toronto of about 154 million, going on our 2% transaction fee business model. And this will grow to about 19.3 billion as we move throughout the rest of the US and Canada. And the team that's building it right now, it's myself and my co-founder, Victor, who's unable to join us. We've both been short-term startup veterans. We've been building product, marketing, revenue, engineering at a number of startups in health tech, freight tech, fintech, and a Web3. And we know we're the right team for this because we've already acquired 800 plus pilot-ready rental units in Toronto. So we started in April, started ideation, and started validating in our core markets of Ottawa and Toronto. We signed 800 rentals for our initial working prototype that was very, very rough and very manual. And now we've been refining based off of the feedback, and we started development of MVP, which we plan to launch around December of 22, where we need to acquire tenants. So looking forward a little bit in 2023, we want to own that innovator segment of the Toronto rental market. That looks to be about 2.5% of the 320,000. And our key metric that we're going to be measuring is second lease retention. So of all the tenants that come in, how many renew on their second lease? And by 2024 and 2025, we want to start moving into the mainstream market, own at least 20% of our local markets, and start launching in secondary Canadian markets throughout the Prairies, as well as hopefully in Vancouver and in Montreal. So to power all of this, we're raising a $400,000 pre-seed round, likely on safe notes. That'll be going live sometime late in the fall. And this will be really to win the Toronto market and get us into Western Canada. So if you're interested in getting in touch, visit us at kios.so. That's CIOS.so. Can a little bit confusing, I know, or you can reach out to me or Victor personally at terry@kios.so or victor@kios.so. Thank you so much. And on to the next one.
Thanks so much, Terry. Now, after seeing your logo, it makes a lot of sense with Key. So I get it now. Thanks for
no worries, no worries.
All right, Chase.
He won't make that mistake again. Next up is with Reserve Plus. Oh, Stephen, you appear to be on mute.
Sure.
Looks like the dreaded double mute. You can hear us though, Stephen? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be coming through. I don't know, in the interest of time, if you wanna work on that, Stephen, if we want to move on to
you betcha.
Kevin with Zipstall.
Yeah, perfect. Let's do that.
Kevin, I don't know if you're ready to go.
See if I can make this work. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, take a minute to get ready for sure.
All good. So yeah, my name is Kevin Peterson, and I am the founder of Zipstall. And we have a question for you today. What is something powerful enough that hurts most of the businesses in the core, prevents mothers from visiting their children, deters people from actually entering an area of the city, strong enough to tempt you to steal, and that drives wedges between friends and colleagues? And the answer is parking. Because the industry has been so focused on taking your money for parking sessions that they haven't focused on the customer experience or answering the question of where should I park? Because of our strategy, Zipstall wins battles that our competitors didn't even realize they were fighting. So take search. Looking for a stall or a session in downtown Edmonton, you got a 50% chance that a parking app will give you 0 results. With Zipstall, we put all the options in one place. We prioritize them. We show what it's going to cost. We got a bunch of world-leading filters to help you find the right parking. Sessions-wise, we let you pay for the time that you actually use through our session start and stop methodology. So there's no more parking tickets, no more guessing how long you're going to be parked, no more expiring sessions. Plus, we have a magic trick that we call auto stop that automatically ends your parking session when you get back in your car. Pass-wise, we know the world has changed. The work schedule is different, all the hybrid work from home, everything. So we're delivering innovative passes as well as a parking pass search service that no one else has done before to, again, look out for the customers. Partner-wise, we know nobody comes downtown park. Most people hate it. They don't care about it. So what we do is we focus on partnerships with the reasons you come downtown. That's the businesses and the events. And through our partnerships, we actually deliver discounts both on your parking as well as when you spend at those area businesses. In the past, the fragmented industry has been shouting at the customers saying, come park with me, come park with me. The customers are frustrated, the businesses are excluded, and a lot of people wind up going to the suburbs. With Zipstall, we create a wheel where we bring those three groups together and everybody benefits. Traction, market share wise, we're super excited with where things have been going. We just hit the milestone of over 1,000 downloads in 30 days, which we're very happy about. But the biggest one that I'm most excited about that sort of proves our platform out is getting the most paid lots onto a single platform. And we just actually announced earlier today is that we're now live with payments for the city of Edmonton citywide. So that's huge for us and we're super excited. So we don't have a big ask except check us out, get Zipstall, and get paid to park.
Thanks, Kevin. Congrats on that announcement to the City of Edmonton. And back over to you, Jean-Luc. I think we're going to try.
Yeah, you bet. Do we want to see if Stephen is able to sign back on now? And if he's not, then I think next.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Stephen's
Can you hear me
able.
now? Yeah. Okay, right on.
Perfect. I can hear you.
If you let me share my screen here, I'll do it. Sorry about that, guys.
Perfect. Yeah.
All right, my name is Steve Laidlaw. I'm co-founder of Reserve Plus. We are a company protecting condo owners and supporting condo managers. So everyone knows someone with a horrific special assessment story. Maybe it was your parents who at retirement age had scraped together enough money to buy a second retirement property. They're super excited. This is their dream. They've worked their entire lives for this. After a year or two of owning that condo, they get hit with a $100,000 special assessment. This puts their retirement into question. Do they have to sell this second property? Can they continue to travel? It puts a lot of things at risk for their retirement. Another story that you may have heard before is someone in their 20s or 30s who, again, spends the last 5 years saving money for a down payment for a condo. They put all their savings in. They now own this one-bedroom condo downtown. They're dreaming of hanging with their downtown crew, having drinks, going out on the town. And next thing you know, they get hit with a $30,000 or $40,000 special assessment. They've just sunk all their savings into the down payment. Now they're talking to the bank, they're talking to their friends, they're talking to their family because they don't have a way to come up with that $30,000 or $40,000 to cover that special assessment. I lived this same story in my mid-20s. I bought a condo, and the resulting loss between when everything was said and done was about $100,000, and really was the inspiration to start Reserve Plus and start working on tools to protect condo owners. So the solution is My Reserve Planner. It's a product that protects condo owners with forecasting, data analytics, condition assessments, sustainability assessments, management assessments, and it's basically a credit score for the condo building or the condo corp. As well, it is a tool for the property managers, the condo property managers, to help them manage the capital replacement and condo fees in that property better, thus allowing the property manager to, again, protect that condo owner or prospective buyer. So the business model, it starts with reserve fund management and the reserve fund study. And so far, I guess that's our traction is we've got 8,223 doors currently signed up on the system. That's about 325 condo buildings. It's a little bit longer implementation time and service required for it, but it's established. It's a very short sales cycle, and it gets us in the door to be able to do basically a paid pilot on the software itself, which is My Reserve Planner. On top of that, we have the condo viability score. That's that credit score I was talking about. And so that's available to any prospective buyer or condo owner to get that credit score for the condo. Is this a good building or is this a bad building? Should I be buying this building or not? And so far, 69% of our revenue is recurring and secured under 5-year contracts. You can see that over the last 2 years, we've scaled 6 times in number of condo buildings on the system and 7 times in revenue. And with those 5-year contracts, we've managed to secure $652,000 in future revenues over the next 3 to 5 years. Currently in our pre-seed round.
If you want to wrap it up.
Okay, we're currently in our pre-seed round and we're looking to raise $1 million. And that's to grow our sales and ops team to scale 10 times in the next 2 years. So if you have a condo and you want some help, I'd love to talk to you. And if you're interested in hearing more about our pre-seed round, I'm more than willing to talk about that too. Thanks.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thanks, Stephen. And so next up, we have Ali with LightLeaf. Hopefully I pronounced it properly.
Can everyone see my screen?
You bet.
Yep, good to go.
Awesome. Wish I can match Zach's energy and enthusiasm, but I will try my best. Awesome team. Thank you so much for having me. I'm the co-founder of LawTech. When was the last time you connected with a lawyer within minutes without talking to their assistant, their paralegal, or all the hoops and jumps you have to balance? It's like, ordering food pre-skip. Right, there's no streamlined way to really connect with them, chat with them, talk to them. It adds speed, adds scale, and conveniently, right? So this is the problem we are solving. The startup is called lawtech.com, and what we do is we connect you with a lawyer instantly. Now, a bit of introduction, right? Basically the idea is that within the app you can directly schedule an appointment with the lawyer based on the language they speak, based on the gender, area, practice areas, and different parameters. And you can also schedule an in-person visit or a video visit. And you can also send them files, and it's a end-to-end encrypted platform where you can do video calls and also send them files instead of forwarding them through an email or through WhatsApp and through 5 other ways which are not secure technically. 2 problems exist, as I mentioned, that connecting with a lawyer right now can take anywhere from 1 day to 2 weeks, depending on their schedule and depending on the gatekeepers, right? In the organization. I can bet you if you call any average law firm in Edmonton, you're not getting an appointment in 2 days or 3 days. So we are basically solving this problem. And also for lawyers, we basically allow them to fill their schedule when they need to. Right. So in the back end, they can pick up the slots when they need to see new clients. And if they're busy, their file load is good, they technically don't need to have open slots available. Second problem which we're solving is security issues. Sending files, doing video calls, now they are done on non-secure platforms, and we are basically providing that functionality within the app. The target market for us, there are supply and demand side, of course, it's a marketplace. So right now, our whole focus is 1-person legal practices or legal practices and law firms which are under 5 people, and they really want to grow. And they're looking for new business, they're looking for new files, and eventually we're going to move into the national bigger law firms. Who will be our clients? They're technically tech-savvy crowd who don't want to text, who don't want to be on the call, who don't want to wait for your email. They directly just want to go into a platform and schedule an appointment. Clients who don't want to travel. So let's say a lot of smaller cities don't have the right legal expertise. Let's say we pick up Grand Prairie. They don't have every legal area of lawyers practicing in that area. That's our secondary market. And a third market is international clients, immigration clients, and a lot of that who basically want to hire legal help in a third country where they are not currently located at. What is our solution?
Ali, just so you know, you're just over time now.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ali.
Hey, Ali, no, it's okay. I think, Ali, just finish that last little pitch you're going to give there. It's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. So basically, right, we are looking for $2 million as our pre-seed round. We are launching in Toronto, onboarding 100 lawyers on the platform, and our launch date is October 1st. And last year we did an MVP and we ended up doing $13,000. And that's when we went on to build a product. Thank you, guys.
Right on. Thanks so much, Ali. All right. And with the next one, we'll send it off to Pratham with Algo Trade. Pratham, are you there? Are you able to? All right, well.
Yeah, we might have to go to the next one down the list.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Kimberly from FIDO is available. Ready to go? Perfect.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kimberly Bennett. I'm co-founder of FIDO, and we are disrupting the business model of the trillion-dollar legal industry, and that's just the beginning. FIDO enables legal teams to deliver continuous value to their clients without working continuous hours, while 5xing their margins by ditching the billable hour for good in exchange for subscription and flat fee billing. With today's legal technology, the path to building and scaling a subscription practice seems elusive, even impractical for solo and small law firms, but that's just not the case. Instead, the current problem is today's legal tools were built on the premise that the hourly model is king, putting the focus on time and not value for clients, resulting in unhappy clients, unhealthy lawyers, and less than 30% of legal needs being served. It's time to disrupt this failing model. Along with my co-founder's deep development experience and leveraging my 10 years of experience pioneering this exact model in my law firm, teaching lawyers to implement this model in their law firms, and now with our platform enabling legal teams to deliver this model across all small law firms, we are the team to disrupt the legal industry for good. FIDO enables legal teams to build products, systems, and automations to scale their delivery of flat fee and subscription services so that they can serve more clients without the overwork and overwhelm. In FIDO, legal teams create a customized firm-wide content library. They systematize their document creation. They automate their workflows, and that's just scratching the surface of the platform. At FIDO, we also understand that ditching the hourly model for good requires a platform that's impactful and highly sticky for the clients served by our customers, the law firms. So with FIDO, law firms can provide their clients a simple, client-friendly, firm-branded portal that's personalized to the client's specific needs, that provides clarity on the client's next steps, and centralizes communication so the clients and the legal teams know what's happening and they collaborate. The subscription momentum is building. Within 1 year, we saw 800% growth in solo and small firms offering subscriptions. So for example, meet Stephen. Stephen is a lawyer and a customer of FIDO who wanted to offer a subscription, but experienced so many roadblocks. When Stephen found FIDO, he had his aha moment. Within 5 months of implementing FIDO this year, he's achieved 80% of his profit from last year with just his subscription alone. His clients love it, he loves it, and the impact is undeniable, and he's going all in. We estimate there's approximately 40,000 subscription law firms, and the entire industry represents a $1.2 billion opportunity for us. And that's just legal. There's more to come with other professional services. To date, we focus our efforts on targeting a subset of our early adopter solo and small firms. And with that strategy, we have achieved product market fit with passionate paying customers. Along the way, we've also experienced success inside and outside of the legal industry. Now it's time to scale. We are currently in a pre-seed round with raising a significant portion already, including from a current customer. With this raise, we will accelerate marketing, refine our product with a version 2, and expand our team. We hate the billable hour. You hate the billable hour. The legal industry hates the billable hour. It's time to eliminate the dreadful billable hour. Together, let's disrupt the legal industry. If you're a lawyer, contact us. And if you're looking to get in our round, we're ready for you to join us. Thank you.
Right on. Well done, Kimberly. That was great.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that wraps it up for all the pitches in this section. Zach, what's on next?
Okay, yeah, just want to clarify. So do we miss Algo Trader? They couldn't make it?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, well, we actually have a special guest joining us, our second special guest of the afternoon. I'm not sure if she's here yet, though. It's Ashley. She should be joining us any minute from Samdesk. So we have a couple of minutes to kill. What should we do? What should we do? You know what? How about what I like to do is turn over the co-hosts. So, you know, did we learn enough about BDC and RBCX, Chase and Jean-Luc? Can you say anything more about anything new coming down the pipe? RBCX, go ahead.
You know, I can take it off, Chase.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay, Jean-Luc, go for
it. Jump to the base. Now we're filling all at the same time. No, you know, I mean, just talking about some of the recent ones we've been able to do here in Edmonton, you know, starting to see all the tech companies and all the different arms of what we're able to do. But, you know, some examples for some of the companies that we're helping at BDC are, you know, food halls that have developed technology to better operate. Oh, it's puppy time too. Or as mobile gaming companies, I've seen a lot of companies in the pitches today where, you know, we're raising money, and if you need additional amounts to, you know, fully fill it, or you want to keep some of it non-dilutive, we're really trying to get it there at the earlier stages to retain a little bit more of the ownership or protect, you know, the venture capital partners that come in there. So again, just having a conversation with us so we can tell you this is what we do and it fits best within your future, right? So you have tools that you can play on at BDC if they fit for you. So I'll let Chase take it away with RBCX a little bit more now.
Thank you, Jean-Luc.
Absolutely. Well, I got to ask Zach, is that the newest member of the TNT team?
Yeah, sure is. Small puppy distraction here. Tim, take it away.
Yeah, I think that's
furry creature.
Oh, this is Scooby Blue, my 10-week-old Great Dane puppy that yells if I'm not next to him. So we're co-hosting the next block and we're getting ready.
They are attached at the hip already for one short week.
Or attached to the chin there. Oh, that's fantastic. No, and from RBCX's side, I mean, really what we're working on, things like a big thing that kind of got publicly announced that we're quite excited, and we'll have more to share about it in the next month. And it's a little bit outside of just the banking side of it. Is I don't know if anybody here is familiar with RBC Ventures, and so included in that is a couple exciting things like Owner in Ontario. There's Rocket Man. There's a couple cool things in there, and it's kind of like RBC's Venture Studio, kind of similar to what a less fancy version of what Corey mentioned earlier. But we actually just recently announced internally within RBCX that RBC Ventures is joining the RBCX family. So now we're about a year and a half old and 500 people within our team. And so we're excited because we'll be able to start leveraging those partnerships. And I had the privilege of experiencing some of those designers in the UX team and seeing the magic that they can work. And we're excited because we'll be able to bring those in relative short order to be able to support our clients and tap into those pretty kick-ass expertise to bring that to support our clients in ways that we haven't before. So we build on the capital stuff. Happy to do all that, but we're really excited about some of that stuff that we'll be bringing out hopefully within the next 6 months. I mean, I'm hesitant to give timelines because I can guarantee I'm wrong on that, but sometime in the near future. Oh, Zach, you're victim.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. Well, listen, why don't we wrap it up here? Thank you so much, Chase. Thank you so much, Jean-Luc. Let's give a big warm welcome, or a round of applause, I should say, for Jean-Luc and Chase for hosting another great session. Another hour down. How many more hours do we have, Tim? 2?
Yeah.
2 more hours. FinTech and PropTech, whole lot of fun. And actually, I noticed that Carla Otto just posted something in the chat there.
That was a pretty good message. Free money if you click on the link.
Well, that's not exactly how it's phrased.
That's how I read it.
There's an opportunity to get some grant funding, non-dilutive funding of some kind from Arbor Innovates through their digital traction program. I hear really good things about digital traction program. I know a lot of companies that have used it. Really kind of like, I know that Arbor Innovates did a bunch of engagement with the community, and this is the type of program where it's like, let's focus on you building your business, getting some traction. So thank you, Carla Otto and Arbor Innovates, for that program. I'm giving a little plug there. Meanwhile, I just saw our next special guest arrive in the corner of the screen. It's Ashlyn from Samdesk. How are you doing, Ashlyn? Are you able to unmute yourself? Do you have that power yet?
Uh-oh.
There, I'm here. Wait.
It happened. There it is.
Good thing I showed up a few minutes early.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You're right on time. We're like, this is how we go. We're only within like 3 to 5 minutes of the time, which is actually pretty good. So Ashlyn, just for everyone's reference, Ashlyn is a longtime member of our startup community, has played a bunch of different roles. She's currently at Samdesk, and she's taken a few moments out of her day to share with us a little bit about what's new and awesome at Samdesk. I know that you've raised a few rounds of capital. You got a big team that's growing. You got some awesome customers. Tell us what's going on, Ashley.
Sure. I'm going to attempt to share my screen and actually show off our platform today. I don't think many people.
A little product demo. We haven't had one of those yet, I don't think, properly. Let's do it.
Okay. Let's figure out how to do that though.
You should have the ability to share screen at the bottom if you've been made a co-host. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on here. I just got to move a couple things around. I think I'm in business here. Awesome. Okay. Let me know if you can see something that looks cool.
Not yet. I don't know. Maybe we have to go.
Just us.
Do we have to go out of gallery view?
No.
You should be able to do it. Can you click? Do you have the share screen icon at the bottom? You go to the bottom of Zoom. The green.
I clicked it.
Yeah, then there's a second window that pops up that you have to choose what you're going to share.
Oh. Hold on.
Yeah,
I can do it without. I can improvise because it's wanting me to go into like my settings here. I hyped it to be able to do a product demo. Do we have a minute or do I want to just go?
We do have a minute. We do have a minute.
Okay, let me see if
I think let's take a minute because I think we want to see the product demo if we can. We can change it up. Tim and I can let's give Ashley a moment. Tim and I can talk about some exciting things happening at Startup TNT and in general. It's not just puppies.
Well, we got an office and it's dog friendly.
We just got a dog friendly office, and that's where we're calling from. Yeah. Just so everyone knows, we have now moved into.
You can call on tables, so that's fun too.
We have now moved into this. Is there a name for this office?
I don't know. Yeah.
It is. Well, does everyone know what that big QuoteToMe sign is on 104th Street in Edmonton? That's where our office is. We're sharing office space with QuoteToMe at the moment. It's right across the street from where we host the happy hour in Edmonton. We've been here for about a month, and it's awesome.
Yeah, we're building out QuoteToMe and some of our current co-tenants are a little less of where the future is, but the future is that we're building out a space that's effectively the startup Edmonton for investors. So we want to co-locate all the investors that are in Edmonton and family offices and people that are like corporations that are investing in startups to co-locate and be able to share deal flow and share best practices and kind of jam together on how to go about doing things. So the first one in the community that's verbally committed is Accelerate Fund in Yaletown, that's joining us here at here next month. So we'll get it going. Yeah, Kevin. Yeah, that neon sign is exactly where it's at.
And on the topic of investing, Tim, what website did our team just get up and running this afternoon?
Oh yeah, startuptnt.com/summit. Summit 6 is coming up in the fall. We're kicking off. Applications for startups close September 20th. Investors are going to start getting going September 22nd. It'll go all the way through to November 17th, which is going to be the finale where we're going to invest over $1 million into companies all the way Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, which we just launched this summer as well.
Can I ask one follow-up question? Which is, where is like the real tricky part and kind of secret part of the tech in the things that you're doing? Because you're pulling data from disparate sources and then you're evaluating, the relevance of it and what it means. Are both aspects of that? Like
I think that probably the hardest part for us to figure out is location. If you imagine, if I'm caring about this sort of stuff, where it's happening in relation to my assets, things I care about is really, really important. Tweets don't have location data. Generally, they don't have like, oh, here's the, location that this tweet came from. We have to try to figure that out based from the information that the person is actually providing and having to take into account different languages, local colloquialism. So the way we talk about our downtown arena is going to be different from someone else talking about their downtown arena. You're not kind of giving precise, there's a fire at this address. You're talking about it in reference to landmarks and that sort of thing. So that's been really tricky for us to figure out. A lot of data that we've had to pull together to be as precise as possible, as quickly as possible on location.
Right. Well, that example of knowing about it 30 minutes before the news did is pretty impressive. So keep it up, Ashlyn. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Okay. I think the next session, Tim, is hosted by us.
You and me.
You and me. We're hosting this session. And I'm really excited about it because it's hardware.
Hardware's hard.
Hardware's hard. And I'm really excited about the hardware because we're gonna hear about all kinds of hardware right now over the next hour, from bike seats to satellites to IoT sensors, to rice cookers.
To lemon cutters.
To lemon cutters and lime cutters. I mean, we've got all types of hardware devices that are about to be presented to us right before our very eyes. I think we're probably ready to get started on it. Is there anything else we want to tell the folks about Startup TNT before we get started? We are allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, Summit, we got the VC fund as well. That's pretty fun. So that's invested in the winners of the last summit and all of the summits going forward here. So for our winners now of the summits, we're going to be, the VC fund will effectively be paying a couple coaches to help, coaches, mentors, however you want to describe them. One that's an active entrepreneur that's recently raised a Series A or B round that's like boots on the ground, knows how to make it happen. And then a second person that's more of like a traditional VC person that wants to be institutionalizing our relationships and really like actively open doors for you. This is not a grow at all costs, traditional VC. This is we just want to help you on your journey type situation. And so it's co-investing with the angels, not making any additional voting decisions or anything like that. It's still all angel decision making. But for those of you that are interested in, and then it'll have the ability to do a significant follow on into your next round. And so, if that helps push the needle on being able to join the summit and making it worth it, throwing it out there that's the latest and greatest on what we're working on.
Yeah, we are really excited about the VC fund. It's an awesome complement to the angel summits that we run, and it's all happening again this fall.
Also this spring.
Also this spring. Yeah, I'm having trouble keeping up with the seasons. And applications are live. And then actually, maybe before we get started, Neil just gave a nice plug. Zoom 2 has B2B SaaS companies presenting. If you want to check those out, we're going to be talking hardware here, and I feel like we're probably ready to get started. Our very first presenter is Steel Stand. Alan from Steel Stand. Alan, are you feeling ready to rock and roll?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, great. I'm ready to go. It's been a very
all right. Let's take it away, Alan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I don't have any fancy PowerPoint or anything. Mine is basically a product that I have been prototyping and I designed and manufactured over the last year. And I have officially about 9 months ago have US and Canada patent pending status for this product. And basically my product it's a steel stand for tablets and for cell phones. So basically I have all the products and the prototypes made. Basically you can hold it vertically, you can hold it horizontally. And this is just the small version of it. The patent is quite flexible because it's also covers a tablet stand too, or a double cell phone stand. Now these products that I design are made out of sheet metal and they're powder coated and they're made out of one piece. They're basically lasered and formed out of one piece of metal. And here's another third version of it where you can get a company logo lasered into the stand. Now, the reason I designed this stand is because about a year ago, I spilled a coffee and my cell phone was sitting flat on my desk at work. And luckily I grabbed it in time before the coffee basically destroyed my cell phone. And then I'm sure a lot of you people out there know that that's a real pain. So mine wasn't a waterproof cell phone, by the way. So what I'm doing now is looking for marketing, and I want to market the product. I have the company name called Steel Stand. It's officially in process of becoming Steel Stand. I've made a whole bunch of hundreds of prototypes. I give them to friends and families, and they've all tested it out, and my response is about 90%. People really like it. And out there just in the United States alone, there is 300 million cell phones and 200 million tablets. Now, my cell phone is capable of holding both products, or just you can use one to hold both products. And it's not made out of plastic. My patent lawyer recommended if you make it out of plastic, don't even patent it. It's just not even worth your time or your money. So this is a lifetime product. It's not going to break. It's not going to melt. It's not going to fade. It's not going to warp like plastic, through light and sun and everything everybody knows what happens to plastic. And I'm using the cell phone stand right now to do this presentation. And what I'm looking for is angel investors, a partner or a few partners who can help me with the marketing of this product and just get it out there, do a market burst or whatever you call it. I'm just in the learning process. I'm a designer, I'm an engineering guy, but marketing is where I have come to Startup TNT to get some help. I just want to thank you all very much. And I also have a whole bunch of other products in process. For example, here I'm an avid golfer, and this is a cell phone stand. And here's the official Steel Stand logo that I have that hooks on your golf bag, and you can just pop your cell phone inside there while you're golfing. And I've tested this in Cuba. I've tested this in Hawaii over the last year, and I've gone golfing about 30 times this year, and it works great. So you can just have your cell phone instead of putting it in your back pocket or whatever, or on the cart, you just pop it on your golf bag and there you go. So I just want to thank you all very, very much for the time. And if anybody's interested, you can reach me at AlanLink, ALANLINK at shaw.ca. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. Sounds like you're taking some good vacations as part of these design processes.
Oh, I'm a baby boomer. I'm semi-retired. I do engineering. I've got thousands of drawings of sheet metal products. So this is my retirement company.
Okay. Well, listen, if anyone in the audience wants to partner with Steel Stand and Alan to see what they can do with their steel stands, I encourage you guys to connect. Meanwhile, you'll notice we've gone to a new location. This is actually another area of our office. You can see the team behind the scenes working hard over there.
Looks like you guys need some stands on those desks, though. with the TNT logo. Yeah. Right on.
All right, Tim's ready to introduce our next speaker.
All right,
Who
next
do we have?
we have Jeff from River City Innovations, who might be here.
Jeff, I'm sure Jeff's here. I think I saw him before. He's given me a tour of River City Innovations.
The team is standing right here. They'll tell us. We're on the phone. Oh, we're on the phone. Do you
Oh.
want to go to the next one?
Do we have to skip Jeff? Does he need an extra minute?
Solus.
We're going to skip to Solus. Okay.
Rana?
Rana, are you okay to go next? Looks like Jeff and Sukbir need a little extra time to get on the call. Is that okay, Rana? We skip ahead? Rana, I see you. You're here.
I can't
unmute.
All right, we'll help you.
Here,
Hold
we can
on,
do
check
ask
this
to
out.
unmute.
Boom.
Boom.
How about now? Good
Yes.
to go.
Okay.
Awesome.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, let me try that one sec, you guys.
Hey.
I think this is good. Do you guys see my notes, or do you see?
I think click on this button. Click on that purple button that says enter full screen mode, and I think you're good.
Oh boy. What's that? You guys still see the screen, don't you?
Well,
One sec. Sorry. Do you guys see? What do you see?
Oh, you stopped.
You see nothing. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Canva is just being a bit of. Our website crashed with our pre-sale that just launched yesterday, so I'm sorry. I feel like I'm having a lot of technical issues. 1 second. I'm ready to share here in a minute.
It's okay. The people are getting puppy entertainment while
Yeah, no worries. We've got.
Okay, good.
We build in time for this in the schedule, so.
Okay.
There you go.
Good to go.
That's looking
You
good.
see it?
That looks perfect. Solus.
Perfect. Solus. Yes. So did you know that more than 80% of people get herpes and pink eye from dirty makeup brushes and cosmetic testers? I know, that's really gross. I'm Rana Hyatt, the founder of Solus. Over the past 20 years, I worked as a pro hair and makeup artist, and one of the biggest problems all pro artists have is tackling the traditional process of brush cleaning to prevent client-to-client transmission. Currently, pro artists solve this problem by purchasing thousands of dollars in brushes and single-use applicators. That's $30 million in North America alone. So we decided to solve this problem. We created Solus. Solus is the fastest, most effective way to sanitize your makeup brushes, all with the push of a button. Its centralized monitoring system reads the contents of the brushes, adjusts its cleaning time, updates the microbial and product library to improve performance, and provide user feedback. We're currently in discussions and negotiations with two of the biggest beauty suppliers across North America and working with their AI team, and have a large retailer who's following closely as we iterate. Yesterday, we launched our pre-sales and we crashed our website. So we thank our amazing supporters, and we hope that you guys join us in our adventure. Please like and subscribe to our social media. And we thank Startup TNT especially for their support. And that's it, you guys. Thank you.
Awesome work. All right, thank you, Rana. And got through the technical challenges and ended up being a very crisp presentation. Okay, Tim pointed out I actually skipped over one of our presenters. I'm really sorry about that. Mark from Xenomorphic, you're probably really confused why we didn't go to you next. So Mark, I apologize profusely. I had the order right in front of me and I went to the wrong person. Mark, are you ready to go?
Oh yeah, sure.
All right, that's the spirit, Mark. All right, we'll head back to Mark and we'll hear about Xenomorphic industrial design. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Mark Botkin of Xenomorphic's Industrial Design, and I'm here to talk about bicycles. Specifically, I want to talk about the saddle seat, a technology unchanged since bicycles were invented that is currently limiting the growth of the bicycle industry. The principal issue is the discomfort it causes, and the solution is the patented Prairie Wing bench seat. Saddle seat is a design that arose from the need to sacrifice comfort for mobility. Unfortunately, for most of us, as we get older, our ability to tolerate the discomfort of saddle seats diminishes. I have not met anyone who claims a saddle seat is comfortable. The net effect is that people tend to give up riding as they age. The most natural way to support the rider's weight is a bench seat, but a fixed bench seat interferes with pedaling and is not used on bicycles. Oops, I've got a pop-up in front of my... Okay, the wing seat is a padded bench seat that moves with the rider in a specific way to allow for pedaling without interference. The wing seat is produced by injection molding of high-density polymers and is very durable and resistant to environmental factors such as heat, cold, rain, whatever. The wing seat is patented in the US and is designed to retrofit most bicycles. The bicycle accessory industry is in the billions of dollars and is mostly controlled by Asian sources. Selling to aftermarket customers, along with new bicycle purchasers, we expect the sale of 1 million units per year to be an early achievable goal. There are a number of products out there that represent attempts to solve the saddle problem, but they mostly serve to illustrate that this is not as simple as it looks. Those designs have universally failed to gain market traction, primarily because they don't work. After extensive testing and evaluation, mold designs are complete, and only the creation of the mold stands in the way of taking the wing seat to market. Reactions from those who have tested this design have been strongly positive. The target production cost of $42 and a retail price of $250, the Prairie Wing will be very competitive given that higher end saddle seats can cost more than that without providing the comfort level of the wing seat. The first 3 years will see robust growth with gross margins exceeding $1 million in the third year. These are conservative estimates. The inventor, me, has many years of mechanical design experience and has teamed with Delta T Enterprises of Calgary to take this invention to market. By making bicycles comfortable to ride, the Prairie Wing will make inroads into traditional bike, e-bike, and even stationary bicycle markets. With a strong management and marketing team, this enterprise will grow quickly and rise to serve both domestic and international customers. We're looking for our expertise in consumer product and manufacturing and marketing, and about $200,000 to give this thing a proper launch. And that's that.
Well, thank you, Mark. Right on time. Well done. I've seen you pitch a couple times, Mark, and I think that was absolutely the best one. Really nice presentation.
Thank you.
And there's even someone in the audience that thinks that they might have a person that could be a brand ambassador for you. You guys should connect. Okay, I'm going to pass it off to Tim. Who we got next?
We got Baram from. It's either going to treat it as a word or an initialism. It's either MPM or it's MPPM. You tell us. Are you here,
Baram?
He moved on the thing.
Here's Baram. Baram, can you hear us?
I can see that Chris is itching to go.
Yeah, if we can.
Chris, how are you feeling? I saw Chris was walking to get some chai for the team. These ones. And Chris was walking the other way on Jasper. Hey, Tim, what's going on? I'm like, it's a pitch marathon. Aren't you pitching in like an hour? He's like, yeah, I'm on my way home. I got to practice. I got to get ready. And he's so ready. He's on the Zoom, got his camera on, ready to come off mute and start to pitch. How are we feeling, Chris? Super ready. Can you not unmute? Oh, you just muted him.
I just muted him.
Stop.
Yeah, there we go. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
I think we'll have to try Baram after. He might have like left his screen briefly. So Chris, let's hear from Wyvern. Let's do it.
Cool. Well, hello everybody. My name is Chris. I'm the CEO of Wyvern. So what Wyvern does is we take high resolution pictures of Earth from space to monitor natural resource production and crop health. So right now we have a contract for $3.4 million in revenue. We have $140 million in LOIs, and we're launching our first satellites in February of 2023. And we just recently finished participating in Y Combinator's Winter 2022 batch, which was a total blast. So the key with Wyvern is that our hyperspectral imagery allows us to replace humans in the field surveying natural resources. And so this is achieved through a combination of small satellites, hyperspectral sensors, and our proprietary camera technology, deployable optics. Our hyperspectral sensors reveal hidden insights that current satellite sensors just cannot detect. We can see not only the shape and the color of an object, but also its chemical composition. It's absolutely crazy what you can see with a hyperspectral camera. What we do though is we also combine these hyperspectral sensors with our proprietary camera technology called deployable optics. This is the same sort of technology that's used on the James Webb Space Telescope. With this, we can take images of Earth that have 100 times more information than regular satellite images, while also launching from a small, cost-effective satellite. So we've got applications in agriculture, mining, climate, and defense. And they currently survey in aggregate about 475 million square kilometers of land per year, for which we charge on average $12.50 per square kilometer. This is about a $5.9 billion annual market opportunity. So myself and my co-founders, we built Alberta's first satellite from scratch. We even hired the former CTO of Airbus North America to join our team. And at Wyvern, what we're doing is we're building towards a sustainable future. So our vision is to enable everyone on Earth to ask, how is Earth doing today? We're going to do this by capturing the physical and chemical composition of every square meter of this Earth every day. And we're growing. We're looking for new team members. We're looking for new Wyvernians. So please come join our team and help us build the future. And that's everything. We're Wyvern, and thank you very much for your attention.
Great work, Chris. That's awesome.
Thank you, Chris. Chris, do you mind humoring us for a minute and staying on for a moment or two? I think we might have a little extra time in this session since we lost a couple of our speakers. I want to hear about that Y Combinator experience. That's like, seems like the nirvana of accelerators. What happened? Chris is muted again. Interesting. Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Y Combinator was amazing. It was 3 months of, I'm not even sure if there's a good analogy to describe how crazy it was. It was 3 months of like 16-hour days, but like exciting 16-hour days because lots was happening. We had really aggressive goals. Like we got over $100 million of LOIs in those 3 months. And like the whole thing was virtual. It was pretty much though, the first week was like startup 101. They tell you exactly what to do in each different area of your startup. And then every time after that, they're like, okay, go crazy. We'll check in on you on a regular basis. Don't talk to investors until the end of the 3 months. And yeah, it was 3 months of us trying to hit these really crazy goals that we set at the very, very start with our mentors, them checking in on us, and also the occasional Zoom call with somebody really interesting who was an alumni of Y Combinator. Like we got to see the Airbnb founders talk, which was really neat. They had some really neat stories. Yeah, it was awesome. It was a wild party, but really tiring. At the end of it, I was totally wiped. I had to take a couple weeks off.
Was there any in-person component to it, or was it 100% virtual?
100% virtual. I don't know that that's how they're going to do things going forward. I think they're starting to switch back to in-person. To be honest, the first time I'm going to be meeting our mentors and some other YC alumni in person is going to actually be this September. We're going to go down to San Francisco for an evening and meet them for the first time, which will be cool.
That's pretty amazing. So how hands-on is the mentorship? Like, are you getting like daily check-ins? People are working with you? Or is it more like you're out there and about and you come to them when you have problems?
You are the one that has to set up the meeting. Essentially, the way it worked is we had a direct line to them if we needed to. But we typically set up a 20-minute meeting every couple of weeks.
Awesome. I also just noticed that someone in the chat there says they're doing an intern with you coming up soon. I hope you know that person, Chris, because we're doing an internship with you in a couple of months.
Well, we're getting so many team members. It's insane how much we're growing. I'm having a hard time keeping track of everybody.
Okay. I want to hear about this because there's a lot of accelerators. What has been the impact of going into Y Combinator on your business, Chris?
Oh boy. I think it changed the way that we think about the business. It definitely changed how we execute. From a sociological perspective, I'm not even sure if I'm using that word correctly, but anyway, it definitely changed how we're perceived in the VC community. And it opened up this huge network in Silicon Valley for us. Like the day we got accepted in the Y Combinator, we went through a step change in like the amount of interesting we were to some of the VCs we were talking to at the same time, which was really interesting to see that. But I mean, YC did their due diligence. I mean, it sent a really big signal to people.
Right. Okay, I think Tim says we're running out of time for this conversation, Chris. So let's wrap it up. I hope you can join us tonight at the after party or at a TNT event one day in the future. Bring your team that I know has grown very rapidly over the last couple of years. Congratulations to your success, and thanks for joining us today, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It's been great.
Okay, next speaker. Do you know who it is?
Yeah, James. He already came off mute. He knows what's coming next because he's living in the future. We got quantum cells on, ready to
How do you like where I'm located? You know what? Let me see if I can share my screen with you. So let's go here and share. Now, hopefully you can see where I'm at. I'm going to talk to you about Quantum Silicon, who is reinventing our technology. They're reinventing our silicon. Who is QSI? Well, Quantum Silicon, we are developed, designed, and we can manufacture quantum-enabled devices. So these devices actually save them over 99% of the energy that's being used by our devices, operates at 100 times faster, is secure, fully compatible, and it's impossible to reverse engineer our technology. Effectively, what we're doing is back in 1947, we went from the vacuum tube to the transistor. That gave us everything that we're talking about today. What we are doing is taking computing and our devices from the transistor age to the quantum age. The first devices that we're actually in design and development prototyping today focus on cybersecurity, quantum sensing, and a few other things. Why are we doing this? So our technology, there's a fundamental problem with our technology, and that's the amount of energy that is being consumed. If you take IT and compare it to countries, in 2018, Yale actually found out that our technology is third only to China and the US in the amount of energy that's being consumed. If you look at data farms itself, they actually consume as much energy as the airline industry. And the problem is, that's actually old data. If we follow the current path, our technology, if we continue on this path, would use all the world's energy by sometime around 2035, according to the Semiconductor Research Corporation. So the guys that are actually behind all this recognize there's a fundamental problem. And where is this coming from? Well, last year we had arguably, depending on who's counting, about 15 billion connected devices on the internet. One of our board members who runs high performance computing for ARM, the guys that give us our cell phones, their projection is we will have 1 trillion connected devices within 10 years. This is basically a death by a trillion cuts. Now, we're not saying that our technology is going to use up all the world's energy, but if we continue on the current path and no one does anything about it, this is a fundamental problem. QSI actually addresses this by reducing the amount of energy consumption in our devices by over 99%. When we look at how this comes to market, we were actually working with a little company called Texas Instruments, and Bob Doring, TI, actually said the industry recognizes this problem exists. There's people researching it, but no one is as close to QSI as having prototypes already for market that actually address this. QSI controls all the intellectual property associated with this. We've patented the actual devices, we've patented the means of manufacturing, and we connected how you interconnect between the atomics and the macro worlds. Current technology and the quantum technology is also covered by our patents. Now, just to go back, we're not talking about quantum computing in the way that you see it in the media. We're actually talking about creating quantum devices that function in your everyday devices. This technology basically enables us to reduce the amount of energy that's been consumed and increase the performance. Our team, this is not our first kick at the cat as far as taking deep tech to market. But this, when I joined the team, I joined it because I've never seen anything like this short of fusion power and quantum computing that actually has the potential to change the world. So in summary, it's a brand new semiconductor technology. According to one of the patents, this is actually the words of the patent, this is an entirely new class of electronics. We have determined how to scale this so we can actually make devices. We've covered how we actually go to market is we actually put the chips, we can do chip on chip technology. So come with us, we're on the path to taking the world from the transistor world to the quantum world. Thank you for listening to our little story.
Well, to summarize in the words of Neil, very cool, good pitch, James. Thanks so much.
I actually used slides this time, so.
Okay, James, can I ask you one follow-up question? Can you elaborate a little bit on the background story? Like how many years of research has gone into this foundational technology from the research lab at the U of A that you're partnered with?
So Bob Walker, who's the inventor of a lot of this technology, the interesting story is Bob actually came out of Bell Labs. Bell Labs is who actually gave us our transistor. So there's this continuity thing that's gone on. It's been 10 years in the making to get us to where we are. And the reason why it's taken that length of time is that we actually did invent everything. I compare this, if you think about, if you went back in time, do you patent the house, the hammer, the tools, what do? We actually had to create all the tools that allow you to build your house. We've patented every design of house, and we patented the sidewalk. So basically we control the technology, and it took us a long time to be able to, we're actually in the Guinness World Book of Records. We created the sharpest man-made instrument. Our tool is 1 atom at the tip. So we actually own this,
That means
this Guinness
you're-
record forever.
You can't get better than that. You're going to be in there
can't.
forever now.
And there's a hilarious thing. We actually beat. There was a thing that University of Waterloo did for Canada's 150th. They created the world's smallest flag. Well, we kicked their butt, and we actually put a flag inside just a small dot in their maple leaf. And we went back to Guinness, and they said, "Well, no one can beat that, so we're denying it." Okay, so we could have had 2 records, but we're actually in the business of devices, so we said, "Okay, we're not filming this."
All right, James, and maybe I think we would have time for one more because I think a couple of our speakers are running late, or some of them might have actually.
Yeah, that's great. I'll take all the time if you guys want.
Okay, well, I'll take one more question that just came from the audience, I think is a good one, and let's talk about the applications now. You know, in general, it's computing, but where are you going to start? What's the first application?
Okay, so our first devices that we're going to, so we're actually with TI in the process of building a quantum comparator. Quantum comparator is basically a switch. It's a really fast switch. TI owns the majority of the market, so who cares? Well, those actually are going to be utilized in various things like A to D conversion. I'll tell you why. When we're online right now, every hour, each of us is generating up to 1 kilogram of GHGs per hour per person on the net. Okay, this is the size of this. It's a real issue. We actually reduced that by greater than 99%. Next devices, we're doing a quantum random number generator for cybersecurity. So none of our communications are actually secure. We actually can secure the net. And then the last device we're currently in prototype on is a quantum magnetometer, which has a really cool feature, which is for self-driving vehicles, they have to know where they are. And this device actually replaces GPS and allows those cars to know where they're going and not drive into things. So we're working with a major aerospace company, a really early stage on some of these things. Applications are being driven by our market. Our customers are looking for, solving their problems.
All right, awesome, James. I think we should probably leave it here. Thanks for pitching, and thanks for educating us a little bit about the quantum computing world. It's really
Anyone wants to know more, you know where we're at, and we're always raising. As you know, we're a startup like everybody else.
Great way to end it. Okay, I think we're going to go to Three Sisters Gemstones next. Ryan, is Ryan ready to go from Three Sisters Gemstones?
And Kevin will come to you next.
And then if Ryan's ready to go, we'll do Kevin after that. Ryan, are you here and ready to go? Ryan Ross, looks like I'm seeing you.
It's Rick's brother, ready to go.
You just have to unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Hi.
You
Perfect. You can hear me?
we can hear you, Ryan.
Awesome. Okay, so my name is Ryan Ross. I am the owner and operator of Three Sisters Gemstones. It is a custom gemstone business based out of Saskatoon here in Saskatchewan. I am a self-trained laboratory gem cutter. So what I do is I make custom gemstones that you wouldn't normally see in any of the retail stores in Saskatoon. The only place that you could see kind of the stuff that I do is to look in their fine dining or fine wear, I guess you could call it, or whatever. So I make precision cut gemstones. Sorry, that's what it is. Precision cut gemstones. I'm the only person in Saskatchewan who does colored gemstones. There's one other person that does diamonds. Currently, I'm in the manufacturing part of my business. So I've got my website set up. All of my inventory and stock have already been set up as well. I'm going to be doing the next 2 months to manufacture. I'm going to be going for a Christmas opening. And so what I'm doing right now, or what I'm trying to do is put together jewelry. I'm looking for funding to have jewelry manufactured because that is one of the biggest questions that everybody always asks me, if I can have rings and stuff made. But I am a gem cutter. I'm not a jeweler. So yes, I think that's kind of all I have going right now. Sorry.
Okay, Ryan. Well, thank you for joining us. Very different type of hardware company with the gemstone company. And, I might just tell one personal story here, Ryan. I was really curious when I saw your pitch because when I asked my wife to marry me for the engagement ring, I bought her a turquoise gemstone from a Navajo artist down in New Mexico.
Oh, nice.
And it was so awesome. And she really loved it. And so when I saw your company pitching here today, you just really struck a chord for me. So thanks.
I'm ready to disrupt the market in Saskatoon here. This is going to be my main market. I already have a $5,000 thing set up with Pattison Network as well. So we're gonna disrupt something here.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ryan. Thanks for joining us. And if anybody wants to connect with Ryan, talk about gemstones in Saskatoon, how we're going to disrupt that market, please reach out to Ryan. Maybe you can share your contact information in the chat here.
I'll just throw my LinkedIn down for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Kevin. And now I think we're finally ready for you, Kevin. The famous line cutting machine from Supercuts and the team. Kevin, are you ready?
All right, thanks guys. Just give me 1 second here. I just want to share my screen, make it into a full page for everybody. So just bear with me. I think everybody can see that if you can. So thanks, Jesse. Appreciate the opportunity. Come a long way here in the last couple months since we did the TNT event. We've actually started to ship our orders. As you know, we're in full production. We have ongoing production and inventory arriving every day. And we're getting set to receive our first inventory by sea. We're shipping orders now in Canada and in the US. We have units currently in operation in Maui, California, Florida, Dallas, Phoenix, Vancouver, Toronto, and many more cities to coming in. So we've sold over $75,000, over 20 machines in our first 4 weeks, and we're just getting started. So here's a picture of the complete unit. I do have it beside me here. I'll do a quick demo at the very end. Supercut completely focuses on automating the cutting of lemon and lime wedges. May seem like a very simple process when you think about it, but it's actually very complicated. Right now in the industry, it's being done by hand. In hotels, casinos, restaurants, nightclubs, bars, companies, airports, all over the place. It's about a $5 billion a year market. So the supercut is actually going to save all the time, the money, the waste, improves the overall health and hygiene. This is not an exciting job for employees to be doing. So giving them a better option on how to cut the fruit is great for the employees as well. There's no other machine that exists in the marketplace. The supercut is the only machine that actually adds the courtesy slice inside the wedge of fruit. This is what really makes us different. It seems very easy to do, but very complex. So we actually have figured out how to insert the cut inside the wedge of fruit, and we've been able to patent this. We have 3 patents, we have 17 claims, and this is what really our customers are investing in, is the ability where they can remove the knife from the employee and then let the machine make the cut for them. We have orders already. We have machines placed in Canada and the US. We have Tap and Barrel in Vancouver. We're working with Cactus Club in Toronto, a pilot project. We also have orders from Original Joe's, Cabanas, and several other major brands in Canada. In the US, we have a lot of momentum going in the casino and resort industry. We also are working with Disneyland. Tomorrow, I actually fly out to Atlanta and meet with Sodexo and set up a machine in their Delta Sky Lounge. Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines is committed to a test. And on Monday morning, I'm actually going to be in Dallas Cowboy Stadium setting up 2 machines there. So this is an actual invoice for Dallas Cowboy Stadium. We focus primarily on direct sales at this point. We will bring in distributors, but we will be hiring our own sales reps in the very near future to help expand the brand. It's taken us over 4 years to get to a finished product, all the engineering, prototyping, certification, ordering the materials, raising the capital, manuals, you name it, it's been done. We're in a box and we're shipping, just like I mentioned. Very high gross profit margins per unit. As you can see in the bottom here, that's actually a picture of a box, a unit. This is our manufacturing facility. We work in Singapore. They're our design and engineer team. This is actually a picture of the very first supercut that ever came off the line. And then as you can see, the assembly line as well. Experience this, just to give you an idea of how many units we're projecting to sell. This year, our goal is to place the first 250 to 500 units in very key clients, and then set ourselves up for rapid expansion. This is actually also a picture of our assembly and production line, which is certified in Singapore. Very complex procedure, as you can see. Experienced board of directors with myself and several other individuals. Very lucky to have a very talented group of people working with us. So our options that we have available, we basically have two options. We do have some availability in our Seed Plus round. You can buy direct at $1.25 a share. We're raising up to $250,000. Current valuation is just over 10 million. There is another option where people, if they do want to loan money to the company, we will pay an interest rate for 24 months. The interest is paid quarterly, and they receive a warrant for the future. So for example, if you loan $100,000 to the company, we're going to use that to buy materials. You'll get a warrant for $50,000 and you'll pay slightly more for the share price in 24 months, but it does give you an interest return during that time. So a couple different options that people can choose from. Right now, we're working with trying to get financing through EDC and BDC. And until then, we're open to new investors and making this happen.
Kevin, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, let me run the machine.
There's the machine.
There it is. Put it in. Hold on. Turn the dial. Close the door.
Wow.
Cuts the fruit. Perfectly cut fruit for you.
Baram, can you stop screen sharing?
Hey, Baram, please don't change screen quite yet.
Thank you.
I'm going to cut another
That's
one.
awesome. Hey, Kevin, if I have a friend that has a few restaurants that's interested in taking a peek, are you, how do you want that? How can that happen? Would you come to Edmonton or any place, or how could that work? How can we make that happen?
Well, we do one of two things. Obviously, we can do a Zoom demo just like I'm doing right now, where we can just do it over the Zoom or Google Meets. If they're in Edmonton, I do plan on being in Edmonton. I'm going to be flying in probably the first week of September. I'm going to Vancouver to launch the Tap and Barrel they ordered for all 6 locations. Then I'm going to Edmonton. Then I'm going to Toronto. So there's a chance that I'll be there in person.
Sweet. I'll make an intro.
Please do.
All right. Awesome progress, Kevin. And the TNT family is really happy to be part of this project.
I appreciate it. So.
Okay, Baram, I think we are finally ready to have you share your screen now, and because we can properly hear the pit from NP, PM, or not sure. Well, we'll leave it to you to let us know. Are you able to unmute and share your screen now, Dom, just to make sure you have permission?
Hello, sir.
Hello, Baram. We're ready.
Yes, sir. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here. I'm very busy actually, and I'm at work. I'm at ship and I'm in the middle of the sea, and we are busy.
An undisclosed location in the middle of the sea.
This is our tanker, super old tanker. So I have how can I say, thank you very much for giving me the room, and I just shared my things because really I didn't have time to prepare my slides. I was very busy, so thank you very much for giving me the time. I want to introduce my company, MPPM. This is the hardware. Actually, I'm Captain Bahram Azari. I have been operating on various fleet tankers with various strengths over 25 years. I have extensive experience and knowledge in crude oil, petrochemical, and chemical industry, as well as logistics, supply chain, and transportation of such goods. MPPM introduction. MPPM is a hardware company building a mobile device for purification and re-refining of used lubricating oil using renewable energy sources. Summary of MPPM, actually.
Hey, Baram, sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify, did you want to share your screen or no?
Yes. Just give me a... So...
I saw you do it at least 3 times already, so I
can you see?
There it is. There it is. Okay. Now we can
Is it okay now? All right.
Yeah, no, it looks good.
Okay. So, yeah, that's all. Thank you. So, can you see me now? Is it okay? Roger.
Oh yeah, you're good to go.
Oh, all right. Yeah. For summary of MPPM, it's a hardware system, purifies used oil by using solar energy and enables reuse of industrial oil. The platform provides a cost-effective and environmentally friendly solution for purification of used oil that can be used anywhere in the world, especially in remote location. MPPM innovation can turn a largely costly refinery facility into a relatively small portable device for a very reasonable price. MPPM is planning to manufacture the device and sell the units to various industries that use extensive amount of lubricating oil. I can say from my experience, I already prepared my notes to tell you quickly as much as possible. I've been operating on various fleet tankers with various ranks over 25 years. I have extensive experience and knowledge in crude oil, petrochemical and chemical industry, as well as logistics, supply chain, and transportation of such goods. MPPM solution. MPPM uses an efficient hardware process that utilizes solar energy for refining of used lubricating oil. MPPM uses proprietary filtration process design and filter materials to enable sustainable removal of smallest contaminants from used oil. Combination of electrostatic and mechanical techniques in addition to pumping and vacuuming of oil requires energy, utilizes filter and additive materials that increase the efficiency of the process. MPPM is making this process quick and less energy intensive. Additionally, the MPPM system is mobile, which makes it easy to move in remote area, or just move around in a large industrial facility and reduce the need to collect and transport used oil to a certain refinery location. Target market: road transport, automotive, aviation, marine, and non-transport industrial sectors are the biggest consumers of lubricating oil. Our primary targets are manufacturing industries, specifically fast-moving consumer goods manufacturers that are large consumers of lubricating oil. This sector provides a larger margin for re-refining of used oil as they are seeing massive growth. Business model: MPPM operates on a B2B model, selling the re-refinery units directly to various industries. I can show you the initial design of this unit. So here you can see the used oil pumping using solar energy, nanofiltration, vacuum filtration with additive. Actually, here is adding additives, and then refined oils. If you can see it clearly, is it okay?
Yeah, we can see, but Bahrain, we're a little over time, so we'll probably have to wrap it up here. Final thoughts to the group from Bahrain.
What are you looking for, Bahrain?
Yeah, how can we help you? Final request.
I just wanted to show you the units and initial design of the model.
Okay.
So yeah.
We appreciate you sharing.
For the customers, I can say MPPM customers are large consumers of lubricating oil. For example, a beverage producing company utilizes various machinery, pumps, heat exchangers, mixer, and motor for moving, producing, mixing, and packaging beverages. Each of the units in the factory require lubricating oils to either transfer power or reduce friction and operate optimally.
Okay, Bahrain, I think we're gonna have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
from
you
an
so much.
undisclosed location in the middle of the ocean.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you give me
first.
the room to introduce my company. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, may I say one thing? I need from you to help me for marketing sourcing. I need for marketing for customers.
Put your contact info in the chat here, and maybe
you.
someone will be able to connect with you.
Thank you very much. And if you have any inquiries or questions, send me the emails. I will be thankful. Many thanks. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bahrain. We got at least one more pitch to go. Matthew from Polysense. I believe that's gonna be our last pitch. We had a couple of people that ended up dropping out. Matt Gale, you look ready to go to me. How are you feeling?
Yes. Good. How you guys doing?
I'm feeling great, Matt. I'm feeling great.
Awesome. Cool. I'll share my screen there. Everybody see that?
Good to go. Let's go.
All right. Awesome. So sorry, I'm just gonna minimize this here. Cool. All right. So I'm Matthew Gale. I'm the founder of Polysense Solutions. And yeah, can you believe it's 2022 and there's still no universal way of machines talking to you, letting us know how you're doing, or how they're doing, what they're doing. So that's what we aim. That's the problem we aim on solving and capitalizing on that market opportunity. So this is Olivia. Olivia is a lab director at a mid-sized pharmaceutical company, and she's responsible for several thousand assets across multiple sites. And she's constantly asked by her staff for more equipment. And when she asked, didn't we just buy 3 of those machines? She's always told they're always busy. I can never get on those machines. And she has no data to make these capital decisions. And on top of that, she's asked by her managers to provide carbon footprint data on all the assets in the entire company. What if there was a way to automatically automate this so that managers like Olivia could make data-driven decisions instead of just anecdotal decisions? Our solution is the PolySense Bolt. The PolySense Bolt is a smart plug that allows users to simply plug their equipment into the Bolt, and it'll begin capturing critical data like when the equipment is used, how often it's used, do you actually need another asset, or do you just need an optimized schedule? We can also predict if maintenance is required and how much electricity it uses in order to calculate things like greenhouse gas emissions for ESG management and things like that. Capturing this data automatically makes Olivia's job significantly easier and maximizes efficiencies for her company. So why us? Well, my experience managing laboratories and research teams, Kyle's experience managing network infrastructure and security, and Greg and Shay's experience designing electronics and software design make us the perfect team to capitalize on this market opportunity. So why now? Well, for starters, our clients are doing very sophisticated research, but they're still using very outdated technology when it comes to managing and monitoring their assets. IoT adoption is increasing every day as companies realize its potential. And the competition that we do have in this space is they're using outdated wireless technology that's not suitable for loud, thousands of connected devices in a laboratory or manufacturing environment. This combined with clunky, outdated software makes it a great time for us to jump in. We're using LoRa technology, which is considered the future of IoT communication. And our software is modern and cloud-based, and and no other competitor captures the data that we're capturing. Our revenue model is straightforward. We charge a deployment and installation fee, and then to get the client up and running, and then we charge a monthly subscription based on the quantity of equipment being monitored. We estimate the market size at 4.3 billion, and our opportunity at 140 million with a 1% market penetration. For traction, we currently have $50,000 in revenue from our first generation monitoring system, and we have several customers in Canada and the US. Our main go-to-market strategy is attending as many conferences as possible. We attended a pharmaceutical conference in Boston a few months back, and I'm confident we would have sold out if we had the Bolt with us. Our revenue target for 2022 is 100,000 with our current devices, and then in 2023 is 800,000 with the Bolt now launched. We're currently raising 500,000 to fund our vision. You can see there where we're planning to spend the funds, and we hope you join us in creating the facility of the future and invest in PolySense solutions. Thanks.
Great work, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. We are just at the top of the hour. Look at that. We went right to 4 p.m. I think we got through all of our pitches. And so how about one last big thank you to all the presenters from Hardware. Let's hear it for them. Let's hear it for them. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, the rest of the presenters today. We've got one more full block ahead of us before we head to the beautiful happy hour, and we're actually really excited that we are broadcasting to you from across the street of where the happy hour is here in Edmonton. We're really excited about it. We're expecting probably like a 75 and even 100 person plus crowd tonight in Edmonton.
There's like 100 that are registered.
There's 100 registered, and we have this rule at our happy hour that you don't need to register. So hopefully there'll be a bunch more showing up anyways.
I told Jimmy we got to shut down the street. This is gonna be our party.
But listen. Let's get to it. People are going to be itching to get moving. So let's dive into our final batch of pitches, which is education and workforce. And here to host it, we have 2 final guests. We have Evelyn from Valhalla, based in Regina. Evelyn, how are you feeling?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm feeling really good. Evelyn and Valhalla were the very first partner organization that we worked with to host a summit in Saskatchewan. And in fact, they also partnered with us for a lot of our education back with our very first summit here in Alberta. So we have a long history of Valhalla, and it's great to have you guys back working together.
Thanks, Zach. It's awesome. And this has been a great day. I've been listening in the background. And so all the pitches have been very interesting. And, we love to show some love to Startup TNT and the community. So thanks for organizing.
Well, it takes a massive team to put this on, and the co-hosts are a big part of that. So our other co-host for the education session is Tanner from Ideas Inc. Tanner, we are meeting for the first time, but what I've heard is that you are both a community manager and a videographer or a video producer.
That's correct. Yeah, Zach, thanks for the introduction there, man. Yeah, I'm the community manager here at Ideas Inc. with a passion for videography and photography on the side. So these days in the summer, lots of weddings. It's almost like I have 2 full-time jobs, man. So, but nonetheless, we're happy to be here, man. This is our 2nd year participating in Startup TNT. Super impressed. And like Evelyn, I've had it on in the background pretty much all day. And so far, so good. It's been awesome.
Awesome. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to hand it over to you two and give us a little bit of a background on Valhalla and Ideas Inc. And then let's dive into the pitches. Finish strong for education and workforce in the entire marathon.
Thanks, Zach. And also, I remember last year I was also on the closing blog. So thanks for keeping me on the high energy.
The closer, the anchor, driving us home.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, for those that don't know us, just a quick intro to Valhalla Private Capital. We are a full-service corporate finance firm that serves entrepreneurs and investors, and we are mostly focused on early stage. We have an angel network across Western Canada with chapters in Vancouver, Kelowna, Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, and Regina. And we also have some training programs like Zach mentioned. We actually have done some good training with the Startup TNT Investment Summit. And we also have our boutique M&A advisory services firm for those founders and investors that are interested in learning how the exits actually happen and how they can make that happen, right? So all in all, we service the entire life cycle needs for founders and entrepreneurs. And please contact us, contact me. I'll throw my email in the chat for those that are in the Zoom call, but we're happy to talk to you. And with that, Tanner, tell us about Ideas Inc.
Yeah, absolutely. So as Zach mentioned, I'm the community manager here at Ideas Inc. And we are a startup business incubator in Saskatoon. So right now, we have roughly 30 entrepreneurs that run their business out of our building, whether it's, co-working space, retail space, or a private office space. Those are kind of our 3 avenues and 3 different ways that entrepreneurs can operate their business within our community, and we help them essentially grow their business. So we're a nonprofit organization, and our whole mandate is to get startup businesses, small businesses in and out of the building within 3 to 5 years. Not in the sense of like, hey, we're kicking you out, but more in the sense of, you've outgrown the space and it's time for you to move on to bigger and better things. So that's kind of our mandate, that 3 to 5 year range. And we have a diverse group of businesses in the building. Lots of people come to us and they maybe have no experience with entrepreneurship or running their own business before. They just have an idea. We can service them and we can help them. There's other people that maybe have been running their business for 5, 6, 7 years out of their own home. And Ideas Inc. is kind of that next logical step for them. So yeah, if you're in Saskatoon and you're looking for a space to work out of, you're looking for a private office, maybe, some business coaching, mentorship, contact us. And we also have a couple of different programs that might suit your needs. One of them being School for Startups, where it's a 10-night entrepreneurship crash course. And the other is Street Stall Saturdays. All of our information, all of that stuff is on our social media at Ideas Inc. or at Ideas YXC. And yeah, I guess with that, Zach, can we get right into it here and call on the first group?
Let's do it, guys. Yeah, let's do it. Who's up first?
Well, we have Robin here from Workspace. Robin, are you with us right now?
I am. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm great. I'm pumped up.
The floor is yours, my friend. We're ready.
Awesome. So I'll share a screen here. Hi, folks. So I'll just kick it right off. My name is Robin Patches. I'm co-founder of Workspace, and I'm super pumped to be here in front of you today. Our problem that we're trying to solve is one that I'm sure that I face as a remote worker, and I'm sure many people face here as modern workers. And we've heard that that is, where the heck do you work nowadays? Do you stay at home and get distracted like by the dog, which I just experienced now? Or do you hop between cafes all day and hope you find an outlet? Or do you shell out a ton of money for a dedicated office space or co-working spot? Of course, you can partner with one of our great partners like our host, but we're here to present our innovative solution, and that is Workspace. So we are a network of flexible workspaces. So Workspace as an idea is an app-based startup where we allow people to access a network of restaurants and cafes in their local area where they can book a guaranteed spot. On the back end, what we do is we like to affectionately say that we turn restaurant and cafes slow times into dough times. How we do that is by partnering with those restaurants and cafes and opening those underutilized tables or spaces to co-working. So when someone books that spot, the restaurant is actually sharing in on the revenue of their utilization. So you don't have to feel bad about sitting in a cafe for 4 to 5 hours anymore. You're actually contributing to your favorite business that you're sitting at. Diving into a little bit more details on the user side, how this works is that users pay the equivalent of about a monthly gym membership to access the network. They can book a guaranteed spot on the fly in their local area, and for the low cost relative to most other co-working and commercial office space. On the space side, we open up alternate revenues for local restaurants and cafes and full autonomy to either online that space fully or take it down when you have a big rush. So it opens up other revenue sources for those restaurants and cafes that were hit so bad during COVID-19. In the background here, you'll see our MVP playing. So right now where we're at as an organization is pre-revenue MVP stage. We're based out of Edmonton, Alberta, and I'm the main co-founder working on the project. I'm a sales professional in healthcare, and I have experience in managing businesses from a not-for-profit sector, and I'm a community builder. The primary aspect of our MVP you'll see here is the map function. So people are able to access where they work, where they want to work, take a look at the perks or the features of that space, and immediately book a guaranteed spot when they need to go and get some stuff done. Now, we're so excited to be in front of you folks today, and we need your help. And how I specifically need your help is, one, we're still in our customer discovery phase. So if you folks are like this idea, are lukewarm to it, but have some questions, or hate it, I want to hear from you. We're looking to learn, and we're looking to learn from the community. Last is we do need technical help. So you saw our MVP there, but we need to take it to the finish line and get this in the hands of customers. So be that from investment, a pre-seed investment to get us over the finish line, or a technical partner to help us wrap up. I included a QR code to my LinkedIn page here, so please reach out. I want to chat to anybody and everybody. Thank you.
Right on time, Robin. That was perfect, man. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet, man. With the next group, I think Evelyn's gonna introduce that one.
Thanks, Tanner, and thanks, Robin. That looks really good. I'll check it out. Tanner, is this competition? Collaboration, maybe?
I was gonna say he's gonna put us out of business, but I like the collaboration idea. Maybe there's something there.
I prefer the word partnership. We got to expand your offerings, man. I love it.
Right on.
Absolutely. Okay, well, our next company is Learner. Did I say that right, Greg? Okay, good.
Yes, I love it.
Awesome. Well,
you could say yearner too. There's 2 L's at the beginning of learner, so that is a key to learner.
Perfect. Well, you want to share your screen and
yes,
share with us what you do?
For whatever reason, not coming up. My keynote, where is it? Sorry, pardon me. It's coming. There it is.
Perfect.
Am I up? Am I there? I redid the whole thing so I could do this. I'm very excited about this new feature of Zoom that I've discovered. So yes, I'm Greg Oldring. Thank you, Evelyn. I'm a CEO and founder of Learner. And Learner, we're all about helping you live your life and do your job better. So with Learner, you can track and share your sources of learning, where you're learning from, whether those are articles or books, courses, podcasts, and presentations. And you can discover them too. I myself, I grab a podcast of Learner every time I go to mow the lawn. So, sorry, I got some stuff in the way of my. So we're building ways to give and receive encouragement to inspire you to meet your learning goals. So fitness apps like Strava have done a fantastic job of helping people exercise, but Learner is doing the same thing with learning. So we're applying these same social networking and gamification concepts. So the secret sauce of Learner is our unique take on user-generated content. You can create collections that we call tracks. Oh, wrong button there. And you can give the thumbs up for encouraging, sorry, backing up. You get the thumbs up for encouraging people to meet their fitness goals. And so the tracks are collections of these articles and courses and these sorts of things that you assemble. And people can follow these tracks. They're nice shareable items that you can share on Slack or on Twitter and different places like that. And you can follow those tracks as a follower of it. So every time something's added to, you see that content, and those are steps towards your learning goal. So people who visit the track can make it part of their own learning journey. And each time you complete a work, it's added to your own profile. And so that's one of the really cool outputs of Learner, is that your profile shows what you've learned, not just what you do. And so it's different insight into people, different than LinkedIn, let's say, which just shows what you've done. So organizations who are looking for talent, this is a really interesting opportunity. And so organizations can use Learner to discover people, to attract people, to cultivate their own people with the tracks that they create. And these are activities for Learner where our business models show the greatest promise. And so our team is a sought after, experienced team of 3 startup entrepreneurs. We've had 3 successful exits and experience in raising millions of dollars together. We've raised angel capital, and now we're seeking a seed round to mature our product and to build out our traction channels. So if you're interested in discussing investment or non-dilutive funding opportunities, please schedule a time with me at greg@learner.co. That's Learner with 2 L's.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Greg. That was great. And that was right on time. So even with the technical difficulties at the beginning, so good for you. No, this is awesome. As a lifelong learner person, or self-proclaimed, I guess, lifelong learner person, I really love this. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I'm excited to hear more about it. And so I'll check it out after this. So thanks, Greg. And Tanner, who do we have next?
Yeah, that was an awesome job, Greg. Excuse me. Next, we have Jenna with Fledge. Jenna, are you here?
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Do you want to share your screen, or are you just going to be talking to us through the camera?
I'm going to share my screen. Can you see this?
We totally can.
Ooh. Okay, there we go. All right. So hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the founder and CEO of Fledge. And at Fledge, we believe that every child should have access to learning the basic skills that can build their capacity to live a great life. So unfortunately, right now, we're in a mental health crisis. Earlier this year, Children First Canada declared mental health the second biggest threat to childhood development, and Kids Help Phone experienced a 137% increase in call volume. Not only are our kids struggling, but the people who care about them are too. Parents and teachers are totally burnt out from trying to find the right tools, which is time consuming, it can be costly and overwhelming. And this takes valuable time away from being able to authentically connect with children. We all know that providing children with the right tools can help support the trajectory of their development, especially when we start early. And that's exactly why we're building Fledge, the first online platform to gamify mental health so that every child anywhere in the world is able to log in and access the tools they need to grow and thrive. We're an online subscription-based platform that can be used at home and in schools. Right now, we're serving students K-3 so that they can grow their own virtual environment by completing activities that mitigate anxiety, improve focus, and develop their self-regulation. Just 10 to 15 minutes of use per day makes learning engaging as students practice applying these new skills in real life. Over the past 5 years, we've validated our approach with a successful brick and mortar studio called Wimbin, with 5,000 clients, training over 800 educators, and establishing relationships with schools. Fledge is our next venture to amplify our impact and bring some of the best minds in the field together to make serious change. We're leveraging these existing connections as we launch our platform, and our business model is software as a service, with individual subscriptions for individuals and enterprise subscriptions for larger organizations. The market opportunity is huge here and is expected to reach 127 billion this year. In North America, the EdTech market is valued at 88 million, and the platform for our serviceable, obtainable market, we have around 400,000 educators, and that's not including the parents that we can access to. We've raised $48,000 in non-dilutive funding, and we'll be raising a pre-seed round of $1 million in the fall. And today we're asking you to scan our QR code and subscribe to our mailing list. We hope that you join us in building up our kids by telling one parent or educator about Fledge and encourage them to sign up too. So thank you for listening to my presentation.
Right on, Jenna. Evelyn, we're 3 for 3. All of these presentations are exactly 3 minutes, and they've been really good so far. One question off the top I had for you, Jenna. Do you have, I might have missed it, but do you have like background as an educator or working with kids?
I'm not an educator myself, but we have been running a studio for the past 5 years. So we have a network of educators and people in the field who we've been able to experiment with what our approach is.
Cool. Right on. Good stuff. Next up, I'll let Evelyn take over from here.
Thanks, Tanner. Thanks, Jenna. You know what, Tanner? I think we got the best blog because they're all in education or workforce, so they have great ethics. So let's keep it that way, okay? I hope I didn't jinx us. And next, I want to introduce one of the founders that we've been working with at Valhalla, and we really love what they're doing. And Alan, he is amazing. So Alan with Delphi Tech. Can you join us? Are you here? There you are. You're muted though. Sorry.
Kathy will present for us then, Evelyn.
Perfect. Take it away, Alan.
Yeah, Kelby will present for us. Kelby, go ahead.
Who's presenting, Alan? Because I think they're on mute.
That's Kelby Price.
Oh, I can see her moving her lips, but yeah, okay. We totally jinxed.
We might need Dom to make her a co-host if she might not be able to unmute.
Yeah. Can we do that quick, or do we need to move to the next one?
Yeah, Kelby Price. Hold on.
Hi there.
Here we are.
Guys, yes, I'm helping present for Alan today, so apologies about that mix-up. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Awesome. So let me get started here. Did you know that 1.3 billion youth, the largest generation of young people in the history of the planet, are about to attempt to enter the workforce unprepared? The problem we have now is not a global skills shortage, but rather a trainer shortage. My name is Kelby Price, and I'm an advisor of Delphi Tech, a Canadian ed tech company that expands your organization's training capacity. Our solution to this problem is VR City, an immersive training campus featuring adaptive virtual learning and personal tutors. We merge theory and hands-on learning labs, adopting the new normal mode of training. All a student needs to access this technology is a browser and 2 megabits of connectivity in order to access our embedded simulator and content. Starting with the aviation and aerospace industry, VR City currently offers introductory STEM programs and immersive vocational experience. These are paid for by defense contractors such as IMP Aerospace and CAE for high school and vocational students, inspiring them to pursue a career within the industry. We partner with industry experts to continuously upgrade all of our solutions and improve them to ensure high standards of training. We've developed our artificial intelligence to clone the actual trainer so that it can deliver feedback and provide the most efficient program for the user. We've also developed a digital twin of our AI agent to further enhance our delivery method. In the post-pandemic era, the total addressable market is $87.8 billion. Currently, we have over $20 million worth of proposals in the pipeline. We provide a high-quality ecosystem to better support the future of education. We're currently raising $650,000 for our SAFE with an $8.5 million pre-money valuation. If you're passionate about democratizing accessible education, we'd be interested in having a conversation with you. Reach out to us for a demo or a call to discuss potential collaboration avenues. We're here to disrupt this industry and address the global skills shortage while meeting the needs of aspiring professionals by setting futuristic standards for education and training. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Kelly. That was great. And I gotta say, I know you guys have been getting a lot of traction. So do you want to maybe mention a little bit of, for some of the investors in the room or listening, maybe tell us a little bit about that?
So we're currently raising a $650,000 SAFE. I'm an advisor here and have been recognized as one of Canada's top 10 women in tech. And so as a result, we've brought the SAFE down to the US as well. So we're having quite a bit of traction both in Canada and the US with ed tech and health tech funds. So we've already gotten commitments for participation within the SAFE and hope to secure that within the next number of weeks here, closing that out and moving towards our Series A, which will be a $2 million raise.
Amazing. Well, that sounds great. Congratulations on that. And okay, well, let's keep going. Tanner, who's next?
Yeah, absolutely. We have Corinne with Peppermint Technologies. Corinne, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are. Thank you.
Right on. Take it away.
All right. Okay, hi, I'm Corinne Mack and I'm founder and CEO of Peppermint Technologies, and we're the developers of Mintix mobile learning platform. In my 10 years of experience as a corporate learning and development manager, we found that there were increasing pressures in time management for employees. They didn't have the time to get away for training days, and it was a lot of chaos with the advent of more and more e-learning. There's lots of different portals, different websites employees had to go to. So trying to remember where they needed to go and what their passwords were for each different portal that they were going into led to a lot of frustration. Add to that increasing decentralization, it makes it more and more difficult for companies to bring people together for in-person training. Add to that, statistics show that traditional in-person training is largely ineffective and your employees have forgotten more than they've remembered by the time they're leaving the training room door. So what we've done is created Mintix, and what we do is take the training to the learner. So the learner receives a text message or a email when their training is available to them. They click a link and they're taken directly to their training, so they don't have to remember passwords. They don't have to figure out what website to go to. It's on their phone, so they can take their training anytime, anywhere that's convenient for them. And it's also cost effective to the organization. Our target audience are small to mid-sized companies that have a decentralized workforce and are looking to digitize and looking for their first foray into the digital world and looking to streamline processes. The corporate training market is huge, and we're looking in the next 5 years to obtain just 0.05% of that market, which would take us to $84 million in revenue. We offer a subscription pricing model There is competition in the market, so advertising for us is going to be key, and brand recognition. We want to make sure that when people think of mobile learning, they're thinking of Mintix. And we're having aggressive calling and email campaigns. So far, we are earning $4,000 a month in monthly recurring revenue. We've been working with 7 companies to do our beta testing. We call them our Innovator Club members, and they've received a discounted subscription price in turn for helping us develop our product. We've received some really great early recognition. In fact, this week we were just named the best mobile learning platform in Canada for 2022 by Corporate Vision magazine. And we have a great team. Our directors are business consultants. So it's what they do every day is help grow businesses. And we're fortunate to have them on our team and accessible to us all the time. We are currently looking for $275,000, and that's to grow and scale. We're looking to increase our development and our proprietary software. We're looking for our security certification and that advertising and scaling. And that's us in a nutshell. Thanks for your time.
Perfect. Great job, Corinne. Quick question. What inspired you to name this service or software Mintix? Where did that come from?
Well, that is a good question. It came from my trademark lawyer, to tell you the truth, if you want the honest. We named the company Peppermint because peppermint is refreshing, it revitalizes, and it aids with people's memory. We originally called our product Insight, but found out that that wasn't trademarketable. And so what we basically did was look for names that we could trademark and that domains were available in Canada and the US. And that's what we came up with.
Fair enough. There you go. Cool. I love the name. So that's why I ask.
Thank you.
Next up, Evelyn will introduce the next group here.
Perfect. Thanks, Tanner. Just FYI, Scoob is really cute, but my dog is still cutest. The second puppy of the hour. Okay, so next we have Mastrius with Mike. Where are you, Mike? There you are.
I'm right here. Thanks, Evelyn.
Right.
All right. Getting all set up here. Good to go. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike DeBoer. I'm CEO and co-founder of Mastrius. We're like Masterclass, where you actually get to talk to the master. Currently, $500,000 in annual gross revenue, raising $1 million. I want to start by sharing the story of co-founder Julie DeBoer. Julie says, I was 7 years into my career as a self-taught artist when I finally gathered up the courage and hundreds of dollars needed to go to my first art workshop. I was very lucky to connect well with the master artist that's leading that workshop. And because of his ongoing mentorship, I'm now a successful, respected, internationally collected artist. And just like Julie, there are 200 million creatives who are spending money trying to get beyond where you can get to with Masterclass, Skillshare, or YouTube. And there are 5 million craft masters who'd be happy to mentor if only someone made it easy and profitable to do so. The global creatives training industry is worth over 130 billion. And we actually already have 2% market share in Alberta in our initial niche vertical of visual artists. Our solution to connect motivated creatives and craft masters is the Mastrius Mentorship Marketplace, where customers purchase a monthly membership for mentorship from their choice of master. In small groups that meet over video conference, groups that can stay together for as long as they want. Our business model is a managed marketplace that connects buyers and sellers and provides a platform for them to interact. Our craft master mentors love us because we make mentoring easy and fun and profitable. And our magic ingredients are navigators. With one of these in each group, the navigator is the glue that builds community within a mentorship group and keeps it together long-term. With this model, we've crafted a platform where buyers can mature and become sellers. It's an educational ecosystem that fuels itself. Mastrius is significantly different from all our competitors due to our high-value combination of live interactive feedback from an expert and curated peer community. Our customers come for the expert and stay long-term for the community. Since launch in September 2020, revenue has averaged 2.4 times annual growth. Current gross revenue is $40K monthly. 96% of this comes from recurring monthly memberships. Our member retention results show negative churn begins after 1 year, giving us the coveted smiling retention curve. Members who leave later come back because they miss their Masteries community. Having started in fine art painting, we've recently expanded into photography. Our strategy is to grow across adjacent creative verticals with people who participate in multiple arts, helping to seed the growth into the next suite of verticals. We're raising $1 million to fuel growth with a goal of a 5x increase in gross revenue in mid-2013. In addition to raising 2023, sorry, in addition to raising funds through traditional, yep.
Yeah, we're at time here. I'm gonna have to cut you off, but if you want to wrap it up really quickly.
Really quickly. So in addition to raising funds through traditional investor equity, we're launching an equity crowdfunding campaign in September. This opens the doors to the everyday songwriter or chef to invest, ensuring that Masteries is built by artists for artists. I do have so much I'd love to have crammed into this time. If you've got questions or if you want to be part of the equity crowdfunding, email me at mike@masteries.com. Sorry for going over, Evelyn.
It's all good, Mike. This is very good. And I love the QR codes on a lot of the companies. Really, it's a good way to get some more users in there. Well, we're gonna keep moving, Mike, but thank you so much for your pitch. I'm really trying to not give you all the glare here because like pretty sunny. There we go. Good, perfect. Tanner, who's next?
Yeah, great job, Mike. Next up, we have Robert with. I'm gonna try it myself here. Soteria 120. Robert, please correct me on that. I gotta be saying it wrong.
That's pretty close. That's good enough for me.
Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Thanks. And this will be similar to a couple of the presentations we've just seen. I'll tell you a little bit about what we do. My name is Rob. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Soteria 120, and we're an educational technology software company focused on corporate performance. We do that by merging continuous learning and recertification with powerful analytics. To explain that, let me start with this. You're going to forget most of what I say in this presentation. That's the whole point behind our company. It stems from the realization that we all forget almost 90% of what we learn in training sessions. This has serious implications in the workplace where training in one form or another is an essential component of every single business everywhere. Our clients understand that if their workforce doesn't know 100% of what they need to know to do their jobs, they aren't just less effective, they're at risk of making costly mistakes. But despite the $250 billion spent on training each year globally, those mistakes still happen. 100% performance isn't possible, they say. And they're right, if you're stuck in the old ways of managing that performance. By rethinking training and its implications for performance management from first principles, we can impact the bottom line in the ways you see on screen. By maximizing retention, we help our clients manage their performance and improve their worker skills continuously. Our Skills Up app pushes 5 to 10 questions to users every day that in just 2 minutes measure their competence and confidence and educate them on what they need to know in their role. Our self-service portal makes supervisors use that data for those questions to guide their decision-making without the administrative burden of traditional systems. We're an agile startup and have been in beta testing and stealth mode for a couple of years. Now we're completing our first major client deployment and moving our product out of the lab. Find us in the Google and Apple app stores. We're getting great feedback on our MVP and using our existing clients to fund the development of our market-ready product, Skills Up. Our growth model is to have the bulk of our revenue come from our capability as a service subscriptions, which have an 85% gross margin. Our break-even point is 2,000 users at $15 a month, but most of our deployments require customization. And as we build up our user base, that's where we're receiving most of our revenue today. Our go-to-market strategy will roll out in 5 phases with a focus on using proof of concept studies to both demonstrate the effectiveness of our system and get our foot in the door with mid-size innovative clients. This strategy will take us through our Series A funding round and publish some white papers. We're looking for investment to extend our runway through our launch plans to reach those 2,000 users. We've already closed $85,000 in pre-seed funding. This money goes towards key hires, developing more standardized programs, marketing, and the infrastructure to support our go-to-market strategy. Thank you for your time and attention. I said you'd forget 90% of the presentation, but if you remember one thing, let it be this. Soteria 120 is revolutionizing corporate performance management by supporting and measuring the workforce's skills. And that is a huge market. Thank you.
That was a really clever one, Robert. Thank you, man. That was really well done. Okay, next up, Evelyn, please introduce the next group.
Thanks. Great job, Robert. That was good. I'm pretty impressed with the different industries that all these companies are working on. So let's keep going, see what else we have. So next one, we have Unbounded Thinking with Tristan.
Hello. Just be one sec. All right. So my name is Tristan Ham with Unbounded Thinking, and we are building innovation systems. So are we sick of seeing innovation yet? Stamped on everything. Well, why is that? Is it overplayed? Is it the fact that it feels too complex? Is it the importance of being innovative is becoming money with so many companies having wildly varying definitions about it and have no idea how to approach it? The problem is we couple this with the fact that our rate of industrial change is accelerating, especially in tech innovation. Industries are moving at an incredible pace. So how are you meant to keep up? And we're recognizing the confusion surrounding innovation, the urgency of innovation now mix the complexity of how to innovate. Factor in that most companies feel that they are already innovating, even though they're not really performing it that well. And this leads to crucial missed opportunities. As a business that recognizes the need to innovate as a survival tactic, what the hell are you meant to do? You're meant to breathe. Just relax, because that's exactly what Unbounded Thinking is here to do. Our unique human-centered approach will help with building structure around innovation. In Canada, the management consulting business is massive. It's like a $15 billion industry. And people are the biggest asset to make anything happen. To leverage your people, you need a human-focused system that aligns with organizational needs. The right-hand quadrant. We're not about charging big bucks for consulting services, though. As we know, this can be a barrier to bringing external help. So how do we do it? Well, it depends on your needs. Maybe you're a company that needs something done differently. So our seminars help challenge that thinking. Or perhaps a series of workshops that are custom created to help with specific problems. Or say your people need to engage with an innovation process. Well, this is where our training comes into play, creating those innovation specialists. We offer consulting if you're trying to be innovative but have no structure or knowledge on what it means or even how to do it. You can grab one of these or all of these, depending on your needs. Now, we're currently working with an incredible business, PCL, and the affiliate there, the U of A, to help do this exact thing, to create innovation. As Canada's largest construction company, they need to be innovative, especially how they approach safety. So we're bringing big changes on how they operate. We're bringing psychology into construction. And the reason we're able to do this is because we bring strategic human-centered approach to what we do. Our collective disciplines make us ideal to create long-lasting changes within an organization. So hopefully you know the kind of businesses we're looking for, the ones that need to innovate to survive. So connect them to Unbounded, and we'll do a free problem discovery session to see if we're a good fit. We're also looking for mentors to help with growth. So check us out on the website, on the email, or check us out on the podcast, Innovation Forecasting, where we explore the future of innovation, no matter what industry it is. We try to find out what's important and how to get there. So check it out, Spotify or Podbean. Thanks so much.
That was great, Tristan. Thank you so much. And now we all have to step it up on our energy because you just brought it up and now I'm all excited and that was amazing. Just a quick question. When you say you're looking for mentors, do you have any specific skills that you're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking especially for sales, folks that can help us really develop a strong sales funnel. And we're also working with a marketing firm. So we're able to supply those mentors in sales with some great content that will really get us the best and most ideal customers.
Perfect. Amazing. Thank you so much, Tristan. You can stop sharing your screen now. And next, Tanner, who do we have?
Yeah, for sure. That couldn't have been Tristan's first time at it. There's no way. That was very, very well done. Very energetic. Just a quick note as we go along here, once you're done presenting, or if you're just a company kind of eavesdropping here, don't be afraid. I see people are already doing it, but don't be afraid to throw your information into the chat and make some connections. I'm sure there's lots of direct personal messages going on. So it's just great to see everyone networking in this way. But with that being said, next up, we have Ava with FutureSight Inc. Ava, are you with us? Ava.
She's there, but she's muted.
Okay. We'll give her a few.
You know
There,
what?
can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yes, we can. There we go, Ava.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
And I have my voice back. So thank you to you, Zach, for the lemon tea. So I'm a little hoarse, but I'm going to be telling you all about us today. So let me just get us started. I'm Eva Borsato, the founder and CEO of FutureSight. My journey started years ago when Stan, a client, said they liked my company so much they acquired it. So years later, I created and exited 2 startups while I waited for tech to evolve so I could create virtual communities in cities. My journey, and so the moment happened during the creation of the Story platform for our first community network with college students and newcomers who said, solve our skill gap problem, match us to the right courses so we can get hired. Well, unlike large enterprises, small biz don't have the same resources to hire and bridge skill gaps. Small biz accounts for 30% of the $92 billion spent on training in North America, yet 52% are still looking for qualified external new hires. Post-hire training costs them 2 times more than enterprises, and when new hires quit, it costs them 50% of salaries paid. Our 3-stakeholder community network is a scalable real-time system that pre-screens and matches job seekers to best fit jobs and courses simultaneously, all in one place and one stop. Small business recruiters save on pre-screening labor and multiple job board costs to find pre-qualified external candidates for entry and mid-level jobs. That's 20 million college students, 50 million skilled newcomers in North America who can get upskilled, trained, and hired to be productive from day one. So how does it work? Well, employers first post a job and then courses pop up. Job seeker gets assessments and then gamified questions. Then he sees job matches and skill roadmap. And next, employers who qualified matches on our job board to interview and hire them. We funneled higher learning ed tech and HR tech to a global TAM of 153 billion and a North American SAM of 50 billion and a 5 billion SOM. Our global end of year 5 target gross revenue with strategic partners is 100 mil and 1 million in global subscriptions. We focus on B2B networks and their client job seekers and ventures. And we engage our customers through online content, social channels, and our B2B hosted virtual meetup events. We differ from our competition as we don't focus on enterprises, professionals, or internal training hires. We do focus on 3-way real-time integrated matches, small business to external hires, and pre-hire upskilling for entry and mid-level roles. And we partner with all HR tech and all ed tech. Our pre-revenue company has raised $330,000 in non-dilutive funding. We have pending patents that we're commercializing at Canadian and US registered trademarks for services and good. And we engage with Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg on our social channels. We have a multi-sided SaaS business model with 3 user subscription types, each with free and paid tiers, and a gross revenue projection end of year 2 of 2.9 mil. We plan to grow our strategic partners across Canada and the US. I'm a co-inventor and serial entrepreneur with experience across industry sectors, and our diverse and talented team includes bench strength in AI, education, HR, and advisors with international market experience in products and services. Our ask is $600K in Q3 of this year to grow our team and our partnerships. Should be exciting. Join our journey. We want to work with all of you. Thank you.
Right on. Thank you, Ava. That was really well done. So cool to learn about so many different awesome, innovative businesses like yours. But we are a little bit behind schedule, so I'll pass it off to Evelyn and just get right into the next group.
Thanks, Tanner. And Eva, it's great to see you again and see how far you've come from the first meeting we had. So next we have EC Robot. with Dennis Cambit. Dennis, are you here?
I'm good,
oh,
yeah.
There he is.
Thank you.
Oh, he has all the toys. Perfect.
I got toys with me. The bar
Okay, so
is
you
very
don't
high.
have-
There's a lot of excellent presentations coming out here. So,
yeah, absolutely. So you don't have a presentation, you're just gonna talk to us and
yeah, I'm going to talk a little about robotics and AI and our company. So I'm Dennis Cambit. I am the CEO of Easy Robot. What if you woke up tomorrow and found that your job had been eliminated, replaced by a robot or AI or technology? May sound hard to believe, but that's the forecasts show that's the exact scenario that 20 to 47% of us will face over the next decade. The World Economic Forum is forecasting that 1 billion people will need retraining by the year 2030, just 8 years from now. You see, robotics and AI aren't just silo industries. They're really, like computers, a layer across all industries. And for this reason, everybody who is literate in these two topics will be significantly advantaged across the entire workforce. To prepare for this paradigm shift, educators have started to try to get more students engaged in robotics and AI education, but unfortunately they're falling flat. The simple reality is students are not interested in learning robotics the way it's being taught today. In high schools today, the average level of enrollment is 3% of boys and 0.3% of girls. To put that into perspective, in a school of 2,000 students, that represents just 30 boys and 3 girls. While 1,967 students aren't getting any education about these two technologies that are going to transform all aspects of the workforce and society. It's really truly a crisis. The good news is there is a solution. I've demonstrated and taught robotics to more than 18,000 students in classrooms around the world, and schools that implement the Easy Robot platform and follow our suggestions will see enrollment increased by up to 10-fold, which is, you know, a significant step in the right direction. The Easy Robot platform is incredibly powerful and easy to use. We've had users make things like life-sized humanoid robots, snow shoveling robots, submarine robots. At the same time, it's so easy to use that we've had students as young as 10 years old program life-size or real-life capabilities into their robots, like speech recognition, vision tracking, and AI. Right? The opportunity is incredible when we offer the right type of education to these kids in terms of preparing our youth for the future. We currently have users in 170 countries, and we're looking to raise 1.2 million for 14% of our company. We're currently involved in a crowdfund on Equivesto. So you could go there and look up Easy-Robot and find a bunch more information about us. The minimum investment is $1,000. So we wanted to be able to give the public a chance to be involved in this as well. We're looking to use the money to scale our marketing and biz dev. The industry is forecast to grow at a CAGR of 20% per year for at least the next 6 years. And we anticipate we're going to grow much faster. If you'd like more information, you can reach me at invest@ez-robot.com. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dennis. And those look so cool. I'm pretty sure everybody has lots of questions about what you do. So I'm going to let them throw those questions in the chat. And please remember to throw your crowd funding information and your contact information in the chat as well, so you can follow up. And Tanner.
Thank you.
You introduce our next.
Yeah, someone had a good comment in the chat just now. I need a snow shoveling robot. I co-sign that 150%. That is probably my least favorite thing to do in the world. But with that being said, next up we have, I believe it's pronounced Mirza with Locofib. Mirza?
Hey, yeah, hey. Just give me a second.
You bet.
Hey, so yeah, my name is Mirza Beg and I'm with Locofib. So the problem that we're really trying to tackle is that of sudden cardiac arrests. It's a big problem that's personal to us, and it's a problem that's personal to many people. 400,000 people each year die of sudden cardiac arrest in Canada and the USA alone. That's a big number, but there's hope. If you can somehow get a AED in time, your chance of survival goes from 7% all the way up to 80%. That's the difference between life and death. But there's a problem. And that problem is that it's very unlikely that you'll actually get an AED in time. Most sudden cardiac arrests, they don't happen in hospitals. They happen out in public, they happen in a mall, they happen at a university. Where they don't happen is where a AED is readily available, at least not as of now. Our competitors have solved this problem, and the best solution, or the most common solution thus far, has primarily been to simply add more AEDs. But as you've probably noticed, that hasn't really worked out as of now because there aren't AEDs all around. I'm sure that if you're sitting in a public building, technically there should be one around you, but you probably don't know about it. And that's a big problem. If you want to get an AED from one of these manufacturers and whatever their solution is, it's going to cost you hundreds of dollars, $400, $500. That's expensive, and that's why it's not being implemented. What our solution does, it fits into the current system. Similar to similar programs that have been done by Alberta Health Services and other organizations across Alberta and across the country, is we want to use their information or collect this information ourselves about the location of AEDs. But not only that, what we want to do is we want to give that location information to EMS, but also we want to attach a quick finder device that we're creating, or we have prototyped, and attach it to AEDs, publicly available AEDs. This device, it's quite simple actually. It has a light, it has a siren, and it can be turned on by EMS operators. You call 911, there's an emergency, and what they're going to do is they're going to try to guide you towards your nearest AED in an emergency situation. Let's say that's at the south end of the mall you're at. You get there, it's pretty hard to find it, right? It's a pretty small thing, it's a pretty busy situation, and you're panicking. This is tough. This is like crunch time. You hear the light, you hear the siren, you see the lights, and that's going to hopefully ensure you to save your friend's life, save whoever needs that AED, and get it to them in time. Initially, what we're hoping to do is we want to get implemented in a city, and there's already what's been done is there's a PAD program, so publicly accessible defibrillators. It's like all of the location information for quite a few, not all of the AEDs has been registered in a platform. We want to use that, and we want to go out and install our devices on them in one municipality, test out how that works, and then from there, hopefully expand throughout the province and throughout the country. We want to partner with
seconds there, Mirza. Just
okay. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, there's multiple people who have said they want to tackle this issue. Heart and Stroke Foundation being one of them, EHS being one of them. We're a motivated team of youth. We really want to solve this problem. And what we're really looking for at this point, because we're really at this starting point, is mentorship. We want your help, guys. We want your support. We really want your help in finishing up our MVP and getting to market. And this is a new thing for us, and we really hope you can help us save lives. The contact information is there, and I'll pop it again in the chat. I accidentally did that already before.
Wonderful. Great job, man. Really great work. Some quite literally life-saving stuff. So I applaud you for that. Thank you for that. Evelyn, who's next?
Okay, next one, and we're getting close to wrapping this up. So I want to welcome Jairo from LearnKey. And Jairo wasn't the first base camp I've ever attended with Valhalla, so it's amazing the progress he's had. But Jairo, do you want to share? Perfect.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Evelyn, for the presentation. So, hold on. Okay. Hi, my name is Jairo, and I'm the founder of LearnKey. LearnKey is your friend who knows. This is my family, and we immigrated to Canada in 2012. And when we came, I was trying to find some solutions for myself and my kids to improve our knowledge of English. And we started looking for tutors, and it didn't work. And then later on, I was trying to learn coding that didn't work. So my wife asked the question, why there isn't a place where you can go and find a teacher who can teach you whatever you want to learn? We did some research, and then we found out that the modern people learn in the following sequence. First, they go to Google and YouTube. There's lots of free material, and the basics go very easy. After you go through the basics, you get to a little bit more advanced stages of what you want to learn. And then you need to buy a video course. After you buy your video course, first 20, 30 hours is something that you already learned on YouTube and Google. And you get to more advanced levels in the video course, then you want to ask questions, and then you don't understand some things, and then you get some frustration, your motivation level goes down, and then you eventually give up. But you give up not because you are lazy or you are not built for learning the skill. You give up because you're a human, because humans are designed to learn from each other. We did a little bit more research and we learned that in 2021, there were $1.4 billion spent on video courses, and only 7% of these video courses were completed. It means that the 7% that were completed are the courses that were required either by an employer or an education institution. So people finished them not because they were interested, they finished them because they wanted. So there is $1.4 billion of motivation worldwide to learn. We did a little bit more research and we found out the reviews from the video course site. So the most biggest concerns are that the content is outdated, it's pre-recorded, it's either too fast or too slow. There is no opportunity to ask questions. In the end, we learned that video courses don't work. That's why we built LearnKey. We found out instructors from all over the world and we registered them on our website. At the same time, we advertised and got some learners and students from all over the world. We got them connected and people are learning from each other, improving their skills in a fast, affordable, and efficient way. We launched our MVP, learned the behavior of the people based on the feedback. We designed our website and launched it 6 months ago. Right now, we are utilizing a typical marketplace business model where we are charging a 20% fee, but our fee is split between the learner and the student, so it's 10% each. Our competition is one-on-one websites that are mostly focused on either tutoring or languages, and the video courses where the variety of subjects is very big. So we're planning to merge the best of the two worlds, variety of subjects with the efficiency and interactivity of one-on-one learning. This is our comparison with our closest competitors. We launched our landing page in 2019. After some 1,400 signups, we launched our MVP in June 2020. We had our first sale in July. And in February 2022, we launched our redesign from MVP. This is our team of, yep.
Jairo, sorry, we're at time. So if you want to wrap it up.
Sure. Yeah, we're just looking for some mentors to help us scale and reach the $1 billion worth of company. Here are the contacts. I will put them also in chat. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jairo. No big deal, hey?
Yeah.
1 million company.
Yeah.
Good. That's
Easy.
the type of entrepreneurs I want to work with. Congratulations, Jairo. And Tanner, who's our last company? Can't believe this one's so fast. Yeah.
Yes, one more, the last one. Let's end it off with a big bang here on a high, on a positive note. We have Move Improve, and Andrea is here to tell us all about it. Andrea, are you with us?
I most certainly am. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to share my screen because that's kind of what we do here, isn't it? Okay, so I believe you guys are going to be seeing this. Please let me know if you see it.
Looking good. Yep.
Looking good. All right, perfect. All right, so I guess the time starts now. Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea O, and I'm the CEO of Move Improve, an X-ray machine for training and development. Employees are quitting their jobs at an alarming rate. Because of the pandemic, we now live in a world where 44% of employees are job seeking while they're still gainfully employed. And what's a quick fix? Companies are doubling down on employee training and development, which sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't. Because large corporations aren't getting the business results they expect from the training solutions they're already paying a lot of money for. Fun fact, they're spending over $1,000 per employee, which is surprising considering 8 out of 10 companies don't measure its effectiveness at all. You're probably wondering why. Because they still lack the necessary technology and resources to get the data that they need. Born from research, Move Improve is a diagnostic tool designed to pinpoint what's not landing with learners. In short, our digital platform captures data about how an employee will perform on the job after they've completed their training. And this is how it works. After a learner completes a training course, they access training simulations using our mobile app to practice, gain confidence, and effectively apply the skills they've learned on the job. Data from each simulation is then captured and reports are generated for review by the learners, the managers, or the organization as a whole. Sounds pretty simple, right? Well, our patented technology is a quick and easy training simulation production tool and powerful reporting engine. It's also an easy to use self-correcting tool for employees using our mobile apps. You get a double whammy with what we have to offer. And what makes us different? Our digital platform collects data related to what a learner thinks, believes, and feels about their own performance without them even realizing that they're giving us that information. We also track measurable behavior change over time. So the business. We're targeting the corporate training market. The majority of mid to large size corporations invest in learning and development, representing over $100 billion in annual spending. And these companies have a dedicated training department. They use a learning management system and embrace technology to improve efficiency. And our approach to market? Customer discovery interviews with pre-qualified leads have already generated $40,000 in revenue. We provide managed services using our proprietary technology and subscription to access training simulations and reporting services as well. In our first customer discovery conversations, we've already identified qualified leads who are able and willing to invest in paid pilots to improve their business situation. With our current traction, size, and state of their technology, we're forecasting $250,000 in revenue in the next 12 months. And as we build out our team and resources, our goal is to put our technology in the hands of our customers so they can develop all the simulations themselves, DIY, making us a full SaaS provider. As we reinvest our revenue in building out our team, developing out the functionality of our technology to scale the business, we're aiming to hit 3.5 million, and that will be in our next phase. And the team, although our passionate and dedicated team is small, we're working towards adding the right people to get us to our goal, but that requires capital. $250,000 is needed to build out the team, securing our next 10 paid pilot partners and developing the functionality our customers show us that they need. So what we're asking for, we're looking for qualified customers, connections to the right individuals to add to our growing team, mentors and advisors in the digital platform and L&D space, and of course, capital doesn't harm or doesn't hurt us when we try and grow. So connect with me if you or someone that you know can help us out.
Perfect. Perfect. Well done. That's it. That's a whole day of pitches. And that was only an hour that I actually had to co-host. And it flew by. I don't know what you thought about it, Andrew or Evelyn.
Yeah, it went by really quick. And I know Zach and Neil have been here all day, obviously all the Startup TNT team. So thank you so much for hosting today, Zach. This has been great and lots of great companies, great pitches. And you know what, this is a great community-oriented event that I love to be part of. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Evelyn, and thank you, Tanner. Let's hear it for Evelyn and Tanner. One final round of applause, co-host. It's a lot of work to co-host. It takes focus. It's a fun job, but it also requires a lot of preparation. You guys did an awesome job. Thank you to all the presenters in the final session. That was an awesome end to the event. Ended really strong. Thank you, everybody. You guys were prepared. You were on time. You had good slides. I really enjoyed that final session. Thank you so much. And you know what? I just want to say a couple of words because Evelyn mentioned the word community. And, you know, there's a great book about community called The Startup Community Way. It's focused on startup communities, but really communities more broadly. And, you know, one of the lessons from that book is that communities evolve or emerge from the interactions of the participants. And so we all need to think about how do we create high quality interactions at events like this, and other events that you're putting on, other ways that we can all work together, facilitate high quality introductions, connections, lasting relationships so we can get things done and build great companies and commercialize new technologies here and all across the prairies. So that's kind of the final message that I want to leave everyone with. But I do want to take a moment maybe to just thank a few people. So let me just start with all the entrepreneurs. Roughly 200 pitches happened today. There was 2 Zoom calls. We only saw half of them. That's freaking incredible. From all 3 prairie provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. 35 co-hosts. We only met half the co-hosts here today. There were half of them on the Zoom call. The other half were on the other Zoom call. That's incredible to think about. And all of you in the audience, you know, between the live stream and the Zoom call and the after party attendees, we actually sold over 800 tickets. I use the word sell liberally. They were free tickets, so you just registered to show up, but that's incredible. It's just awesome to have this many people all throughout the day, 9 straight hours of pitches. And maybe we can just show the slide one last time, Dom, to just give just take a moment to look at all those partners. And, we have partners from Eastern Canada that came in to host because they want to build more relationships with Western Canada. And that's pretty awesome. Thank you, Mars and BetaKit, for joining us today. And again, you've got all the Prairies represented here. You've got all different types of support organizations, from angel investors like Evelyn's group to incubators and accelerators and not-for-profit service providers of all kinds, and serving the entire community. And one last shout out to all the sponsors that provided cold, hard cash, because you can't do this event without it. So we're going to show those sponsors one last time. Again, we got leading startup organizations, we got startup supporters, we've got Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, all represented. Many of them will be joining us at the after parties, and the connections continue. So you've got a little bit of time. Someone's asking, is it too late to join the party? So let me just talk about that. Am I being off stage right now, Tim? What's going on? Anyways, it's not too late to join the parties. They start at 6 o'clock. Join the party. You don't actually need a ticket. You just show up to have some fun with your friends. Have fun, make friends, build companies. I just want to say there's a lot of firsts tonight. Think about this. Dirk pitched from a photo booth at the West Edmonton Mall. Baram pitched from the middle of the ocean in an undisclosed location. Clint was a 17-year-old pitching on stage with Corey, who's a seasoned entrepreneur that's raised millions of dollars and was sharing his knowledge with us. Richard is a Métis entrepreneur from Manitoba that hosted with us tonight. All of Manitoba being involved for the first time ever. We had a bunch of social enterprises. We had a past host, Tristan, pitching as an entrepreneur this time around. Like, all these things happening. Craig pitched a book, for Christ's sakes. So many great things happening at the event. Those are just some of the examples. And just keep in mind, the pitches will be updated and annotated on our website, pitchmarathon.com. We encourage you to reach out, connect, and continue relationships and join us at the after party. So with that, actually, you know what? There's one last group that I totally forgot to thank. And I just want to say it one last time. The Startup TNT operations team was working night and day for the last week and a half to make this happen. Let's hear it for Dom, Jonah, Jeremy. Tim was here till like 9 p.m. last night, working hard. Poor Scoobs had to hang out with Tim at the office while he helped finish everything up. It was really an awesome team. Amanda just got back from vacation and jumped in, did all these marketing things for us. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much to the entire team. All the partners too put in so much work. We recruited 200 companies. Most of those were in the last 7 days. I can't believe it happened. It's so amazing. Join us at the after party. Let's go celebrate. All right, I'll stop there. Pitch Marathon 2022 out.
Cheers, Zach.
Cheers. I've already got my first beer, Evelyn. Cheers. Looking forward to seeing you soon, Evelyn. Enjoy the party in Regina. I'll be at the Edmonton party.
Sounds good. Have fun, everybody. Thanks. Bye.